Welcome, everybody, to the English broadcast of the China group of the MDI 2026. I'm Dratnos, joined by Zyronic and Tettles, as we'll be bringing you through the action, which is happening this weekend. Previous seasons, we've done this, pre-recorded in advance quite a bit. This time around, we've only time shifted a little bit for the time zones, but this is happening very much this weekend. And if you're just joining us or you want a refresher, here's the roadmap where you can see what has transpired over the season. So we're here at the bottom of that second column, and we're going to figure out which two China teams will advance to the Season 1 finals, which is in 2 weekends, joining teams Mandatory, Sen Spellbook, Triple Threat, Auntie's Angels, Liquid, and Dignitas that made it out of the other groups, all fighting for a chance to play at BlizzCon, that glorious prize which awaits and itself has further prizes as well. Now, this time around, the MDI is back to speedrunning with a twist thrown in. Zyronic, can you tell us about the spec variety rule?
Yeah, for the group stages, we have them playing around the spec variety rule. Essentially, the teams have to ban out 3 of their own most played specs in the previous dungeons of the series. So, after game 1, 3 specs are gone. After game 2, 6 specs are gone. And in the finals, you could see up to 12 specs gone if they get to a game 5. But yeah, it's been interesting. We've seen a lot of interesting spec variety out of it, Dranos.
Absolutely, yeah. The spec variety has been very fun to watch. I'm personally super hopeful that when we get to the finals this weekend, which is a best of 5, that we might actually get to see further than that game 3. The other group weekends have unfortunately been like 3-0s in the finals, so we haven't actually gotten to see the deep spec variety rules section. But Tettles, can you tell us a little bit about the teams that we've got here in China and how they're doing so far?
Yeah, so yesterday we did see all 8 teams play, where it seemed like Big Lucky and Interrupt, those are the 2 favorite teams. Whenever you looked at their time trial times, Big Lucky would have actually been the first seed coming out of the time trials from the West. They also had Mysaris Caverns and Skyreach. Interrupt would have been about the 5th or the 6th seed, so similar to Auntie's Angels and Sin Spellbook area. And both of those teams, they looked really, really good yesterday. The other teams that we had to look at, we had Silly Guy. They easily dispatched Sleepy in a matchup of Dratnos' 2 most favorite emotions. And then
the 2 wolves inside me.
Exactly. There was a matchup between FTBZM and Tau TV, where Tau TV, they took down FTBZM, but it was a little bit dramatic at the end, especially that Magister's Terrace final map. But I would not be shocked if we end up seeing a rematch of those 2 teams at some point today.
Yeah, so here is our bracket. We're starting off with 2 upper bracket matches. Really important storylines here. First of all, Big Lucky. How do they stack up against our front runners from the global region, right? Are they going to be able to cut through this weekend as easily as Mandatory cut through the Group A weekend? Or are they going to encounter some more difficulties? So far, we've seen perfection out of Big Lucky, but it's only been in 2 maps. Then Interrupt versus Silly Guy, that is a really important match because that is 2nd versus 3rd seed in this group. So the 2 teams that are on paper vying for that 2nd spot out of this group are playing in our 2nd match today. And then we move to 4 lower bracket elimination matches to round out our day, which are going to be absolutely brutal. I cannot wait to see those and see how our teams do there, Tettles.
We have seen... The last time we had China speedrunning, there was a fiasco, I would say, whenever we got to the lower bracket. I'm really interested in seeing if we have something similar this season or not. But I will say, one of the things that all of the Chinese teams have echoed whenever they were talking about the finals is that they want to qualify for BlizzCon. That is like their main objective, is to get that trip to the United States to compete on the BlizzCon stage. That is like their main objective.
All right, so we're going to be starting off with Big Lucky versus Toe TV there in the upper bracket. Zyro, what should we be looking for out of Big Lucky and Toe TV this series?
So I think the interesting thing, like you were talking about at the start there, is like how Big Lucky stacks up to the best Western teams. And some of their runs yesterday were just straight up faster than equivalent runs that we saw from our first 3 Cup weekends. And I can confirm, by the way, that they are using 289 weapons and trinkets. They don't have access to the upgraded weapons and trinkets just like the Western teams did, so they are just straight up beating them on Merit right now, which is impressive. We haven't seen a team this strong since like the Aster Y days from the China region. So if they can continue to put up those times in this series, I think everyone should keep a close eye on this team for the global finals because they are the standout favorites this weekend.
Now we have a Skyreach, a Pit, and a Mysaris Caverns in this series. I'm actually really hopeful. I'm of 2 minds because on the one hand, if we see the Mysara Caverns, we can see if Big Lucky have as aggressive a strategy in there as the Western teams. On the other hand, if we see the Mysara Caverns, it means Big Lucky failed to 2-0 here, which would be a bad sign for them when you're making those comparisons to teams like Mandatory and Triple Threat. So I'm of two minds on this series. We are going to start off in that Skyreach, which is a pretty technical dungeon.
Yeah, so something that's actually kind of interesting with this season specifically is I would say like the overall complexity of the dungeons has gone down a little bit from what we've seen in the past, where, CC chains and interrupts are less frequent. But now one of the things that's truly being tested from these teams in a speedrun format is like, how consistent are they able to be? With 15-second death timers as well, it's a lot of times that whenever you match up the top seeded teams against one another, one death will separate them. And I think that for Big Lucky, they need to kind of cover paths similar to Mandatory if they want to play at that same level, where Mandatory went completely deathless through their weekend. That's my expectation for Big Lucky here.
All right, Big Lucky versus Toe TV. The MDI starts right now, as we are going to have both teams getting ready to put that key in the font of power. We get a little bit of a sneak preview of the compositions that they'll be using here. So Toe TV deploying the Guardian Druid Mistweaver, whereas Big Lucky are saying, nope, that's reversed. We're going to play the same two classes, but swap the roles between the two. No Warlocks from either team is interesting, though.
Yeah, Enhancement Shaman is kind of... Oh my gosh, look at this for Big Lucky there. They used... It was a rescue with the Wernstone. I think there was a human wild charge and then a shift from the Devoured Demon Hunter. The Warlock gate being completely obsolete for Big Lucky there.
Meanwhile, we have a death for the Mistweaver over on the side of Toe TV right off the bat. That's going to be their first B-Res expended. It looks like they might be able to stabilize this one, even with the healer death, as the release into, or the accept the B-Res into Spinning Crane Kick combo has stabilized the group. But on the side of Big Lucky, this is a much smaller pull in terms of total count. I wonder if they're going to run down and grab a bunch onto boss here in order to actually still get all this count in this area. Because the only other option would be to pull way more at the end of the dungeon, and I hate that trash.
There was a mob that got caught in an imprisonment in a para. So I think that there might be two mobs that start trickling in later on.
Oh, yeah. Hey, maybe they'll
we can actually see some mobs even starting.
Yeah, maybe they'll run by and aggro stuff on the way. That would go kind of crazy. As, yeah, we can see something is already running up the stairs. And there's another thing. Oh, no! We have a death coming in, though, on the healer. So a healer death for both teams now. Going to equalize the death timer, as some of those mobs are now running up the stairs and joining this boss fight.
An aggressive cat form wild charge into the ricocheting chakram takes out Loda. Very unfortunate timed wild charge there in cat form.
Yeah, sometimes this fight just does it to you. Even with no trash on this boss, I see people go flying off the edge from time to time. So, yeah, unlucky for Big Lucky. That is their first death, I believe, of the weekend. That's going to be that they can't... they're not going to be able to put up the deathless streak that Mandatory did. I think that's going to be an unmatched achievement for all time in the MDI. Mandatory just... going, 9-0-0 deaths across their weekend? Absolutely ridiculous.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah?
Yeah, that
Big
was...
Lucky, though, still
I think that's
going to
be a storyline. I was going to say, I think it's going to be a storyline for finals, right? Is like how they were literally perfect during group stage. So what are teams going to have to do to be able to compete against them?
I feel like this strategy from Big Lucky, though, looks really solid. I mean, they got up into this room so quickly with those rescues with that Wormstone. And they have all the count still, right? Like, look at their count. They have more than Toe TV, even.
Yeah, I think it's also a strategy that's doable if you replace the Enhancement Shaman with like an Unholy Decay. If you're playing like that full meta composition, assuming that that's the best comp for this dungeon, which I guess we don't necessarily know, but assuming that that's the best comp for this dungeon, that's also something that you can replicate without having to play the Warlock in here.
Yeah, exactly. There are ways for other specs to do it. It's just the gateway is uniquely easy, but sometimes easy... and fast are at opposing ends of the they're competing priorities, and of course the MDI teams will default, especially over time as they get more and more practice, as the competition ramps up and up. They will opt for speed over safety, over ease of strategy every single time.
Yeah. So looking on the left side here for Big Lucky, what a lot of the top teams would do is they would like send their healer to go CC some mobs, and then they would like be pulling some of the trash mobs, particularly that Solar Elemental, into this pull. It looks like for Big Lucky they sent their Demon Hunter and their healer. So maybe a combination of Cage, Hex, because it looked like the Enhancement Shaman was also over there.
Yeah, we've seen some CCs from one of our teams this weekend. We actually saw a lot of mobs CC'd and then brought onto boss even in this second boss room. But looks like Big Lucky are opting to just grab and fight all the trash pretty much at the same time here. In the meantime, ToTV also entering that room. You can see from that bottom of the screen, somehow that boss one split, despite Big Lucky getting more count and both teams having the same amount of deaths, Big Lucky gained almost 45 seconds on that boss one split. Kind of an absurd amount of time to gain in such a short section of the dungeon.
I mean, it just has to be due to pure DPS, right? Like, I feel like that it's not like a compositional thing. I think it's just
some of it might be the speed with which they could get into combat with the way that they, rescued up and everything, given that ToTV also didn't have a Warlock or a way to start that pull quickly.
Sure.
But I think most of it is, just damage per second.
It's certainly like an underrated characteristic that players just, especially at the absolute highest level, sometimes can do 5-10% more damage than other players of similar caliber just due to player skill, because the skill ceiling in World of Warcraft is so high.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, optimizing that damage, optimizing something that's really important as well is optimizing like not padding, Like, you can do these things on these pulls that make your overall go up, but then you're just kind of stealing that damage from other people, and then your pull takes longer. But you look good doing it, and, like, you're going to get away with that in almost every group. But if you're in an MDI setting, you can make your team so much more likely to win if you drop that, like, incentive entirely and aren't motivated by your personal DPS number as much.
It's funny because it's honestly even rewarded in most situations just padding and looking better on the damage meter, because then you're, I would say, more looked at favorably by other group members, right? Whether it be in your raid, whether it be in your 5-man Mythic Plus dungeon, where they're like, oh my god, that guy is that guy that does infinite damage, and so you're kind of incentivized to pad.
And it's important to be able to do big damage in AoE. It's just, the MDI often features these pulls where there is one priority target and then a bunch of AoE you can do. And if you're focusing on that priority target, you're going to look less good on the AoE on a lot of specs. But it's really important that you do that, because that's what's actually gating you from progressing the dungeon, right? Like, anytime you're fighting 10 trash mobs on top of a boss, doing boss damage is what's important. Doing the AoE damage is what looks good on the meter, and that's a tension that the teams have to resolve.
We'll have to talk about that if we ever see an Algathor Academy, because as it turns out, like, this meta composition, the Augmentation Invoker, the Devoured Demon Hunter, the Unholy DK, whenever they play that in Alg, as the Devoured Demon Hunter really does not want to pad on the Overgrown Ancient Lashling ads. Instead, they actually want to be trying to do as much single target damage as possible and let the DK get some funnel into the boss. But that goes against, everything that you know about trying to look good on the damage meter, right? And trying to do as much damage to impress your peers.
Yeah, I always remember back in the start of Battle for Azeroth, where you had subtlety rogues that did so much funnel damage that you would make your demon hunters like turn their eye beams to the side so it didn't hit the all of your funnel little guys.
Oh yeah, the funnel classes are like, I think, something that's been going to the wayside as of late, just from class design perspective, right? There's only a couple of classes that do any relevant funnel. I think Eldrazi, Reaver, Havoc, Demon Hunter, but the AR is not popular with Havoc right now, and Resonance from Arcane Mage. Those are the kind of two that you normally think of. But if somebody is able to, I think stealing funnel is certainly a thing. In some instances, it just really depends on the point in time.
Yeah, sometimes it's not even so much stealing funnels as it's like, this trash is all going to die to our passive cleave anyways, so let's just do our single target damage, right, and let it die to our passive cleave, even though any one of us could look better on the meters by hitting some more AoE globals. But sometimes you actually do need to kill the trash, right? Sometimes it's like, hey, my tank is going to die in 40 seconds when Incarn runs out, if this trash is all still alive, so I have to do some AoE. And that line can get blurred as you're doing MDI practice. Often what you do in your first 10 runs of the dungeon, you no longer need to do that in your 50th run of the dungeon because everybody's optimized a bunch more. And so continuing to evolve that strategy is super important as well. That's the mark of a good team, is seeing them make those changes, especially between something like a group stage and a season finals. That's going to be something to look out for. But we do get another look here at how the splits have evolved. So that 45-second advantage basically stayed exactly the same after Boss 2. And it looks like it's pretty much holding there as well as we're fighting Boss 3 for both teams. Big Lucky just completely ignoring all of most of the mechanics of this fight and just stacking up and doing damage.
Yeah, Big Lucky did kind of a sick rescue skip after the second boss as well. rescuing Shun on that Brewmaster Monk up to the top ledge. We've seen it before with like a Warlock Gate, but I think it makes sense with the rescue from the Augmentation Evoker because you're able to get your tank into combat with the trash pack a little bit quicker, which then allows him to get the pack gathered and hard stacked just that much faster. And now look at this. Big Lucky, no Warlock Gate required. They just, with pure skill and execution, they're able to pull all the mobs to the side, and now their Demon Hunter is pulling the remaining trash to that right side. It's actually quite scary for him to not die, but he gets the Shadow Meld off, he Warnstones back to the Augmentation Evoker, and Big Lucky, they are not sitting around waiting and losing time to making sure everybody's prepared for the setup. They know that everybody's prepared for the setup of the pulls and the skips, and I think that is a hallmark of a very good team.
Yeah, the way that they've navigated this last minute, I think, is really different than most of the other MDI teams that we see in, outside of the top 4 or 5 teams in the world, where you just see hesitation, you see teams looking and waiting to see if the other people have executed their job properly, and Big Lucky are instead in this place where it's like, I am going to count on the other people having executed their job properly, or saying something if we need to wait, right? But otherwise, I'm just executing exactly what my part of the plan is when it's time to do that. That is something that just makes you so much faster as a team.
It's not like sitting there asking, all right, are you guys ready to go? It's like, all right, they are ready to go. I'm going. We're not going to waste 10 seconds thinking about what's happening here. Instead, we're just going to put our foot on the gas and try to accelerate as much as possible. And I mean, those 3 or 4 seconds that Big Lucky saved by doing the skip faster than ToTV on the right side, it's not going to matter in this matchup specifically, but it could matter once you start facing better opponents. And you also see Big Lucky on the left side trying to optimize, making sure that they have additional mobs into the boss for that Augmentation Evoker to target funnel damage. They're able to get the cooldown reduction on their Breath of Eons more frequently, allowing them to just do a lot more single target damage. And I think that is a really, really smart strategy. Now you're going to see some Warnstone juggling ideally, but how did the Shaman get out of that?
That may have been, the Thunderous Paws thing, where you can go Ghost Wolf, and I think it breaks snares once a minute or something. Could be that.
Does it work?
Could be that. Could be a Tiger's Lust. Does that work on that? No, it doesn't, right?
No, that does not work on that. No, the only thing that I know that works on it is the Transcendence and Wormstone.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. I'm not sure exactly how
if Thunderous
our
Paws
Shaman
works
got
against
out
it,
of
it's
that
kind of
one.
interesting.
Yeah, I would assume if Tiger's Lust doesn't, then that probably wouldn't either. Yeah, it looks like once again they've
himself,
just... Huh. Yeah, either way, really well played by Big Lucky too. I mean, they've just been ignoring all of these, so they have a plan for each potential target of that Acolyte, it looks like. And yeah, damage is going so well here. Look how much damage they've done to the boss before this other mob dies even. It's at 30%. They've just been completely ignoring it and letting it just be a battery for funnel damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good funnel damage for the Augmentation Evoker. I mean, the multiple duplicates being out from the Apex talents for Aug Evoker is the high point of their damage, and it's a huge deal. And Big Lucky on the left-hand side, stopping the timer at 12 minutes and 13 seconds, a very quick run out of the top-seeded Chinese team.
Yeah, that is a pretty dominating performance there. There was a death involved as well, which on the one hand, obviously it's not a perfect run. On the other hand, given that they had a death, that timer is almost even more absurd, Tuttles. That is a crazy fast time.
Yeah, I think that Skyreach is also a dungeon that doesn't have a lot of route deviation. You see pretty much the exact same strategy from both of the teams. And still, even though the same strategy was deployed for ToTV and Big Lucky still managed to be 45 seconds, if not a full minute ahead.
All right, so that means we're looking ahead to Pit of Sauron now, and the spec variety rule is also in play here. Big Lucky, let's see which of those specs they decide to ban. Of course, if you're the team that used if you use the Brewmaster Resto Druid versus the Bear Mistweaver, you're in a much easier position spec variety rule wise here. So we can get a little bit of a look potentially at what those bans are, and there we can see, so the Enhancement Shaman, Brewmaster Resto Druid, makes perfect sense there for Big Lucky. That feels pretty good to be restricting those specs, whereas over on the side of ToTV, Devourer, Bear, Unholy, those are great specs that you're not feeling great about restricting.
I mean, those are also premier specs in Pit of Sauron. Like, I get it. I get saving the Mistweaver Monk. I get saving the Augmentation Evoker because those are pretty big time save specializations, but you're never happy to lose the Bear, the Unholy DK, or the Devourer. for specifically the Pit of Sauron, just because it's, a 30-40 mob pull fest. Like, that's what you do in the Pit of Sauron. You pull 30 mobs at a time, like 3 times, and then the dungeon ends.
Yeah, that is, this dungeon could be over very quickly because Big Lucky are coming in as a sizable time trial speed advantage team, and also now with access to more of the specs that they want in this map, let alone if we get to a map 3. But Big Lucky here, if they play the way they did in that Skyreach, they are saying there's not going to be a map 3, as we have the keys entering the Font of Power. And right off the bat, we see what the comp is going to be from Toe TV.
Oh my
So,
God.
Disciplined Priest.
No, it's holy.
Oh my goodness, it's a Holy Priest. Yep. Wow. That is awesome. All right, that is one of the 2 specs that we hadn't seen so far in the MDI that is now being checked off of our list. That means there is just 1 spec that has yet to show up in the MDI. Anybody
Dev?
wants to know what it is? Sorry, there's 2. Wait, I think we've seen Dev. It's MM Hunter is the spec we haven't seen, I believe.
Yeah. Dude, what is this composition from Toe TV?
Oh!
Devastation.
You're
Evoker,
saying they're
Holy
playing a
Priest.
Dev right now in this map.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
they
yes, yes.
That
No,
that that surprises me. Wait a second. Why did
Hold
they
on.
play Og?
Please say more. I'm interested in why you said that surprises you, because it doesn't sound like you're happy about it.
Well, I mean, it's cool. Look at the damage it's doing on this pull. So, okay, the thing about Devastation is you're playing a DPS Evoker, so you do have the Lust and all that good stuff. You don't have Wordstone, which is one of the really nice things about the Og Evoker. But other than that, you have a lot of the same utility suite. The damage profile, though, it's really interesting for a Dev Evoker. So you basically have, like, a minute on and then a minute off is the way that your damage works, which is kind of the worst of both worlds for an MDI spec, because you are reliant on cooldowns that you don't have every pull, but you need that pull to last long enough for you to actually get your full Dragon Rage plus the end of Dragon Rage value that your spec is built around right now. So on a pull that lasts long enough, it is quite good, but it does have both the awkwardnesses of a 2-minute spec and a continuous damage spec.
On the left side, though, I mean, while we're, absolutely stoked about the Toe TV composition, Big Lucky, they're just silently chewing through all this dungeon has to offer. Their first pull was something like 20-some-odd%. 2 pulls down in the dungeon, and they, in Big Lucky, are going to have, 40% enemy forces? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is a massive, massive strategy here as we have our death coming in on that Dev Evoker. One of the other downsides, you don't get that cheat death when you are playing Dev compared to Og. But yeah, the sizing of pulls that you can execute when you have the bear in this dungeon, I think this dungeon, Magister's Terrace, and Mysara Caverns are the 3 where bear just lets you pull fundamentally differently than other tanks do. We've seen a little bit of cosplay with Vengeance Demon Hunters able to make some of the same pulls work in Magister's Terrace, although that's been under the incredible piloting of Kira from Team Dignitas. But other than that, it's been basically only bears that I've seen be able to survive pulls of this lethality that you see on the screen right now for Big Lucky.
Yeah. Now there's kind of a question of what are they going to be pulling into the first boss here, because it's very frequent that we see a fairly large trash pull onto the first boss. Maybe it's going to be that Lich. I feel like the Lich mob on top of the boss is pretty sketchy, but maybe on the 17 it's still doable, especially if you have really well-timed defenses versus the Lich pulsing AoE at 50% and that Lich tether that goes onto the players. But for Big Lucky, it's going to be more about the question of what mobs are they grabbing onto the boss, not if they're grabbing mobs onto the boss for me.
Yeah, the problem with it is this is a pretty small set of enemies to take onto the boss at this point for them because they've already killed so much. But you can't really go and grab more because all the other nearby mobs, there's no other nearby mobs, right? They all live so far away. Yeah, so they're going to be going into the boss here. That's why I think
that we've seen some teams take the dragon into the boss, for example, right? Where that's how it works.
Yeah, there are things you can take onto this boss that are more than this, but I think the way that Big Lucky are saying is like, hey, we used all our CDs when we were fighting that huge pull. we don't really want to do as much onto boss here because we've already gotten so much count by just fighting it outside of the boss, and we're still pulling some stuff onto the boss, which I do think is important. In the meantime, we do have a death.
Ooh, on
and
the
a
right
wipe
side, ToeTV
coming in. Yeah, ToeTV.
Was that a tank death first?
Oh, no. The Holy Priest die into Angel Form res, into die from another tick of damage. Not able to then...
The pack is still in combat!
Oh, no. I mean, unless it's low, how low is that pack? Because if it's low enough, then it's kind of a good thing.
It looks like it's reset now fully. But not before taking out a Rep Paladin a second time. Really unfortunate for ToeTV. I think this is over for them.
8 deaths on the board now for ToeTV. That is a tragic thing to happen. The good news is, this was a series that was going to be tough either way, right? So you can't be too sad about losing this one, and you're probably angling for a lower bracket run if you're just looking at what's going to happen to you facing up against Big Lucky. I do think in that Skyreach, ToeTV gave themselves a really competitive chance if something had gone even a little bit wrong for Big Lucky. But yeah, here in the Pit of Sauron, I think they've put themselves in a bit of a corner with their composition where they're unable to execute the pulls of the size that Big Lucky can, and that's just going to mean that they are so much slower in here.
I think that's kind of a feature of this season specifically where, you know, whenever we look at past speedrunning MDIs, you would have teams be like 2, 3, 4 minutes behind some of the absolute top teams in the world. But with how the dungeons are kind of set up this season, it's fairly common that you see, especially in a dungeon like Skyreach, you know, the best team versus some of the middling teams will only be 45 seconds to a minute ahead, which allows for, if any mistakes happen, you can actually lose like a minute of timer to like an ill-timed death on some offensive cooldowns, for example. And so that's one of those things that we see the middling teams like have pretty big mistakes sometimes, but if they can just try to keep it competitive and try to play to hope that some of the top-seeded teams that have faster strategies than them make a mistake on those faster strategies, that's, I think, the best thing that they can possibly do in a lot of situations.
Yeah, and I think ToeTV, they absolutely were doing that in the Skyreach. Here in the Pit of Sauron, it's more a case of, like, we are going to need some really big disasters happening for Big Lucky to have a shot. Not just given the 8 deaths that are already on the board for ToeTV, but just with their strategy, right? It was going to be a lot slower no matter what happened.
I mean, look at this for Big Lucky on the left-hand side. They're doing that pull similar to what we saw from Liquid last weekend, where they are grabbing the dragon, they're grabbing all of this trash straight into this second boss here. It is a ton of group-wide damage. There's also cadaver kicks that need to be landed, otherwise you're going to see the team wipe. They're also going to need to kill off the Shades of Crick relatively quickly, and there's the boss doing the AoE at the exact same time. So there's a lot of incoming AoE damage that can take out players. So well-timed defensives and well-timed healing cooldowns is like a pretty big deal. But that's where that Mistweaver Monk kind of comes into play here, where there's kind of like a critical mass amount of mobs for Spinning Crane Kick to be pressed global over global for the Mistweaver Monk. And once they hit that point, it's kind of hard to actually kill off this composition that we're seeing from Big Lucky. The only person who's maybe able to die is that augmentation of Ochre with just the amount of HPS coming in. Because, I mean, look at Loda. He's doing 150,000 HPS to the entire party here.
Yeah, I think that's a characteristic of, like, good specs over the years in M+, is any situation where your survivability increases as the number of targets increases is such a good indicator for you. Typically, we see that with tanks, right? When you think about the Dragonflight Season 2 Bear Druid that was so dominant, it was largely because each extra target was more rage from your Thrash, was more shields from your Thrash, right? And it's like, okay, great. I become more tanky as I'm fighting more targets. Really good place to be. Even Brewmaster earlier this season, one of the things that was nerfed about that spec was the amount of healing that you did in AoE situations, right? Which was survivability scaling in AoE situations. The Mistweaver is an interesting version of that, where it's got the healer side of things. Typically, we think of tanks as getting the survivability that way. Mistweavers sort of transfer that onto your whole group, where if your group is fighting 7 or more mobs and your Mistweaver's just spinning, you know, it's Leon Hansing everybody, every single global. That is an incredibly powerful effect for Mythic Plus, and it makes so many of these really big pulls go from feeling super dangerous to super safe.
I think another underrated element of it as well is that they're doing 100% of their damage while they're doing basically the most healing that any healer can output. And I think that that's why whenever we talked to some of the teams, I think it was during Group B weekend, they said that they thought Mistweaver Monk was the best specialization on this patch, where playing with or without the Mistweaver Monk, it just changes the speed of the dungeon because the healer damage is a lot different, but also the safety on pulls of 20, 30 mobs is just way different because you go from like a Resto's Root has to actually be actively healing people, hotting people up, or like a Restoration Shaman who's again casting active heals on the players versus this Mistweaver Monk that's doing full damage, but it's also the most healing. I think is just a very different texture. And for Big Lucky on the left side here, look at this. They are going for an absolutely massive pull. They're pulling Glacieth with all of these Leapers, with the Grave Blades, and with the Lich. And this is just an insane amount of AoE damage that can go onto the party if you're not careful here. You now have to dodge these rocks. And then Glacieth does this Cryo Burst mechanic where he hits players for an insane amount of damage. You have to dodge the ground effect from the Tank Buster mobs. And I think it's just like one of these things, it's a perfect song and dance that you see from Big Lucky, which also culminates in Shun Druid being at 450,000 DPS, top of the meter.
Wow, yeah, big Incarn pull. That Incarn has just expired, but was doing huge damage within that. Now you can see the darkness comes down, actually, and a lot of it is, this is the scariest pull at the end of it, or in the middle of it, right? When the Lich is below 50% health, it is pulsing for damage on everybody. So when that is true, but every other mob is still alive, that is when you are in the most danger on this pull, and you can see that's exactly when Big Lucky opted to use the lion's share of their defenses, and now they've made it through most of the danger. There's a couple of final points of health on Glacieth, and there's a couple of mobs still alive, but Shun has had enough of that pull. Entering cap form here, charging forwards, the Wernstone, the rescue, and they're going to be able to now send Shun down off the edge here. He'll be entering travel form potentially in a moment. Nope, he's just going to take the fall damage. It's all good. And then we'll Wernstone back up after tagging those mobs, and they'll now be running up the edge.
I think something that was actually kind of nice, but a little bit underrated, is the DK actually hit Control Undead on the caster mob in that Glacieth gather, just to get that mob stacked as fast as possible. Oh my gosh, the Graveblade is still alive with like 15% HP. So Big Lucky, they didn't even want to kill off that Graveblade, instead electing to just kind of leave that guy alive. They knew that Glacieth was going to be the mob that limited their progression through the dungeon. And so instead they've decided to just go straight into the boss here with with that Graveblade and with all of this trash that they Wernstone down.
Yeah, the Graveblade creates some ground denial that you have to watch out for. And the most important thing it does is just murder your tank. And one of the main ways that it murders your tank is with this slash that deals a bunch of damage up front. So you got to be prepared for that. But then it also puts a frost damage taken increase on you. So if you pull Graveblades into, say, the Forge Master Garfrost, right? Like, there's some frost damage that you're going to have to worry about. And that's going to make you more vulnerable to it. On Scourgelord Tyrannus here, there's not actually frost damage that your tank will take, right? The only frost damage that's going to come into play is on DPS players as they get targeted by those icy circles, and of course, if anybody stands in one of these, which hopefully your tank's not going to do. So because of that, it's not actually dangerous to fight a Graveblade with this boss, as long as you can survive the initial damage of those tank busters, and as long as everybody's going to be able to dodge those Dark Ruptures on the ground.
I mean, so I just pulled up some timers. We saw a 17 Pithceron from the Western competition during Group A weekend. The fastest run of that Pithceron was obviously from Mandatory, and they put up a 14:17. It looks like on the left side of the screen here, Big Lucky, with a couple of weeks of optimizing and a really good strategy, are going to be beating that by a significant amount.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good here for Big Lucky. We've just passed over that 13-minute mark, and I don't think we're going to make it much further here. 20% on the boss. I'm not sure we'll even get to a second army here. Yeah, 13 seconds on that. Now, there is one drawback here to Big Lucky's route, which is they appear to not have 100% enemy forces count levels.
Okay, they're not going to get punished by TOTV, but first off, that is terrible. Secondly, where do they miscount? Five count to what?
Yeah, it must have been something that they planned to pull on a boss somewhere. Or, I mean, yeah, it's just tough. This dungeon has a lot of mobs where it's like, you know, there's 4 different guys hanging out around places, and they're not actually all linked, and you need to tag all of them separately. And, yeah, you can see here they've grabbed one such enemy and are just focusing it down.
I mean, maybe this is Plague Horror. I mean, I could see them taking this into Ick and Crick. I mean, it makes sense. But, yeah, that's from a run that probably would have ended at what 13-20 something to a run that's going to be a 14-30. That's brutal.
Yeah, it's not going to cost them now, but this is another mistake, right? They had a death in that Skyreach, and now they've had this count incident here in the Pit of Sauron. So certainly showing some vulnerabilities, but still also showing the raw strength that this team has to offer. It is a 2-0 victory for Big Lucky, and that's all that we'll see from them today, as they make it straight through to Sunday off the back of that win. Not the last we'll see of Toe TV today, though, as they do get sent down to that lower bracket, where later today they will have to fight for their tournament lives.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's definitely... I expected more out of Big Lucky, right? Like, you know, missing count, a better team, especially in the finals if they make it that far, would probably be able to win the map just off of a mistake like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a costly mistake. It is just a single mistake, though. It's hard to harp on it too much. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking for perfection out of them tomorrow. That is what I'm excited to see if they're able to pull it off there in the upper finals. That match would qualify them through to the season finals as well. The winner of that upper finals, that upper semifinal that you can see there. But that's all for tomorrow. For today, we are going to have Interrupt versus Silly Guy next. This is going to be a really interesting series because it is our second seed and our third seed up against each other. So on paper, these are the two teams that are most likely to make it out of this group alongside Big Lucky. But if Big Lucky makes it, then only one of these two teams can. There's a good chance that they're going to clash again down in the lower bracket, regardless of what happens here. But it's really important to be the team that's coming from the upper bracket, even if that is to happen.
Some are saying that we already had the Dratnos Bowl, but this is kind of like the two sides of Dratnos raid leading. He's either yelling at you to get your interrupts on Lura, or he's just being a silly guy. So we're going to have another Dratnos Bowl here in the upper bracket quarterfinals. You know, judging off of what we saw from these teams yesterday, Dratnos, what are we thinking about their chances of moving on in this series, though?
I think that, so Interrupt are the second seed and Silly Guy are the third seed, and I do think they are correctly seeded, but I don't think that means that this is an overwhelming favorite match. I think it's something like 60-40, maybe 65-35 between these two teams in favor of Interrupt, but we've only seen the two maps out of each team so far, so there's definitely a lot of information still to be gleaned, and this is probably one of the series that both teams have spent a lot of their practice time fixating on. So these maps in particular, the Magister's Terrace into the Algathar Academy, and then potentially that Mysara Caverns, going to be really important. They might have practiced these maps more than the others in anticipation of this exact series.
Yeah, so speaking of the dungeons we saw from the teams yesterday, right? Like the Windrunners that we saw, like Interrupt had one really good dungeon and one okay dungeon. Their Pit of Sauron left a lot to be desired, and Silly Guy just had like two very solid runs up against Sleepy. Hopefully we want to see an improvement on this from yesterday if they want to have any chance of competing with Big Lucky, because obviously that team has looked ridiculous so far this weekend. They look unbeatable with the way they've been playing. They look like they could beat some of the best teams in the West. But looking at this series, we're looking to see if they can match that here. Interrupt versus Silly Guy heading into the Magister's Terrace just now. Do we think we're going to see anything special out of the teams here? We've already seen some interesting composition picks today here. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Dev Evoker again anytime soon.
No, I wouldn't expect to see the Dev Evoker here, although, you know, I'm always excited to be surprised. It looks like, oh, wow, we're going to see some spice, though, Zyro.
I was not expecting that.
Oh, my goodness gracious. The Protection Paladin enters the battlefield alongside another Holy Priest. That's right, two Holy Priests in the span of two games here in the MDI. We have two Paladins as well, so we can stack Devo Aura up with perhaps a Crusader Aura, and that'll increase the speed of both of our Divine Steeds, or a Concentration Aura, and not get our casting pushed back as much. The possibilities are endless, Zyro.
I wasn't aware that there was an important aura outside of Devo Aura. You've opened my eyes to the wonders of stacking Paladins in the group. Let's try to think about what this comp does for them, right? Prop Paladin, would you say that it... I mean, you've talked a lot about the damage that Vengeance Demon Hunter can do, right? But is it fair to say Prop Paladin is probably like the second highest cap damage tank behind Guardian Druid right now?
Yeah, so it depends on the build that you play. If you look at the icons under that Prop Paladin, you see that second icon is Avenging Wrath. That's really important because often what you'll do if you're a Prop Paladin and you're a scared scared tank is you'll talent out of Avenging Wrath into Sentinel, but our tank here for Silly Guy has not done that. So still playing the crit wings, so that is a big damage potential, both on single target and in AoE. It does mean that the wings isn't a defensive cooldown though, which is scary. I mean, I guess it's still a slight defensive cooldown, but Sentinel turns it into a defensive powerhouse instead of an offensive powerhouse, and they have not talented that.
Okay, and the other nice thing is that Demon Hunter is not Devourer. They are Havoc, and playing that with the Priest means they could Power Infusion the Havoc on his Metamorphosis every single time, so they have that interaction. Oh, wait, no! It's a Marksman Hunter! I didn't even realize!
Hunter!
It's bingo! We've hit everything!
That is bingo! That's our last spec! Wow, we've done it here. Silly Guy, the last spec that has yet to be seen in the MDI is here. The Marksmanship Hunter. I was kind of hopeful that this one would come out of this region because looking back over the years, I always remember opening up Warcraft logs, and there's just a couple of specs that China in particular would always have the rank 1 parses on, and it was like Outlaw Rogue, Hunter. Those were just the specs where it's like there were some crazily good players of those specs over in that region. So yeah, I'm really excited to see this out of Silly Guy. Let's see how they're able to make it work, though. It looks like they've already amassed a little bit of a disadvantage compared to Interrupt on these first few pulls. It's worth noting Interrupt are also on some off-meta spice here. A little bit more, I would say, of the garden variety spices rather than the exotic spices that are being used by Silly Guy. We do have that Vengeance Demon Hunter, though, joining the Enhancement Shaman, which I don't know if we've seen in this dungeon yet, but we do have the Hunter going down and the Holy Priest entering angel form here as well for Silly Guy. Our Paladin is in a lot of danger, our prop Paladin, that is. Guardian of Ancient Kings is active, but that's not going to be active for much longer. Bubble is on CD as well, and once this Wings falls off, very little is going to be left for our prop Paladin here. Even just an auto attack is going to chunk for huge amounts of damage.
Red sacked, bubble sacked the tank there, but that's about to run out now too. Now our Priest has come back from the Guardian Angel form, but the group is so low. They need all of the off healing they can get to somehow live through this. They're barely staying alive, but people slowly are starting to rot out to the damage from Arcanatron Custros here, and it is a full wipe for the insanely off-meta team. Dude, a spell bop keeps the tank alive for a little while there, but yeah so bleed out. What can you do?
The spell bop is interesting. So Blessing of Spell Warding there, that's another really big selling point of the prop Paladin, is if you can find a way to make that good. Making it so that you don't die for an extra 5 seconds during a wipe is basically the worst case use of that ability. Based on when it was cast, I think probably what was happening is they were mousing over somebody in the group who was about to die, and then you hit the keybind right after they die, and it goes on you instead. And I think that's what happened with that spell wording there, because it would be really good in that phase to say throw that. You could throw that on the healer as well and prevent the knockback from the start of that intermission as well, and they could just keep pumping heals into everybody. So really powerful effect. Not earning its full value in that pull, but a lot went wrong in that pull, Zyro.
Yeah, I'm curious looking at the comp. Who do you actually PI here? Is it the meta? Okay, well.
Oh gosh.
They've got bigger fish to fry, I guess.
Yeah, so they're pinging. The pings are coming out.
Oh, no.
Now, I have played enough prop Paladin and had exactly this happen to tell you exactly what those pings mean, which is that you died to an auto attack, and you went from like 60% to 0 from a single auto attack, and your group will ping you under those circumstances. It is unavoidable, I'm afraid.
I've played with prop Paladins in the past, Ratnos. Do they still have the same problem they've had for years where like their DR is tied to like Avenger's Shield still, and like when you get in combat, you don't have your DR up initially, and you just die to the first auto sometimes?
Yeah, so Shield of the Righteous and Consecration are two effects that Paladins sort of need to get their full defensive power rolling. Plus, they're going to need some holy power, cycling so that they can be getting their heals cast and not just be spending it all on building the uptime on Shield of the Righteous. It's less true in Midnight than it used to be in previous expansions. Like, there's been some defensive power shifted into just their baseline kit, right? Baseline armor and stuff like that has gone up this expansion. But it is certainly still true that on pull, if you pull a big pack outside of your CDs on Prop Paladin, things get pretty ugly. If you start combat with Wings and Divine Toll, you get your full Holy Power bar and you're having a really good time. But if you don't have those, then instead you're going to be starting with like low holy power, no shield of the righteous, need to find a time to press consecrate, and all of that gives you a big window you can die in.
Yeah, I think throughout the years of all the tanks that I've played keys with, Prop Paladin is one of the biggest risks to just face plant right when you start pulling just because of all of that. Either way, Interrupt is on a fantastic run here, already dealt with the hallway trash, starting work on Serenal Sunlash here. Silly Guy, third attempt at the boss here. Looks like they've got the pull under control at the start here, so they should be good to go for the time being. Last time around, it was the extra trash on top of the boss that proved to be too much of an issue for them. But even so, in combat, you can see the Tank Buster just taking a Prop Paladin incredibly low there.
Yeah, now it's sort of a gambit from Silly Guy here because they're playing 5 quite off-meta specs, Zyro. I think it's fair to say, aside from that Havoc and maybe the Ret, these are some specs that you very rarely see in the MDI this season, right? Like, these are some of the most off-meta specs, which means that into Map 2 and Map 3, you could potentially restrict, like, 5 of your 6 restrictions going into Map 3 could come from this pool of 5 specs, right? Which means that if this goes to a Map 3, there's a very good chance that you will get to play a better comp, right? Like, you can play Bear Mistweaver in both of the next 2 maps, whereas Interrupt are not going to have that option, right? Interrupt, they only get to play 1 more Mistweaver in the rest of the series, for instance, and just there's pressure on their Devourer also from this, where that is a spec that is going to get restricted too if they play it again, so there's a little bit more, I would say, comp space being created here by Silly Guy, but the bad news for them is that Interrupt are also playing quite a lot of off-meta specs, right? Like the Enhancement Shaman, the Demonology Warlock, the Vengeance Demon Hunter, all specs that Interrupt is happy to restrict. So what you were really hoping for Silly Guy is you were hoping that Interrupt showed up with the full meta comp, right? And then they would be really far behind on the spec variety rule, even if they won this map. Instead, they showed up with a slightly more meta comp than Silly Guy, and that's kind of the place you want to be. You either want to be way more off-meta or slightly more meta than the other team in these sort of map 1s.
I do want to see if Interrupt is crazy enough to pull off that massive Gemless pull with this comp. I mean, you have the CC required for it. Double Demon Hunter has a lot of those AoE abilities. They've also got the Mistweaver, which is like probably the most important character in this comp, and the AoE damage is certainly there for them. Enhance maybe a little bit on the low end in terms of overall AoE damage, but they still certainly could be capable of pulling this off. Let's see if they go for it here as they charge out of Serenal Sunlash's room past this first Void Terror. Are we going to be heading all the way? Slowly gathering up all of the trash past these 2 Void Terrors as well. Okay, we're going to stop here? No, they're just making sure they have aggro. Okay,
right.
we're on track for the pull. Here we go.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for Interrupt to show us what they're made of. Executing this pull, and not only executing it, but doing it without that full meta composition is quite impressive if they are going to be able to make it work. You can see, though, the damage on the tank, quite scary there as Fiery Brand and Meta are both rolling, but once those expire, our tank is going to be in some jeopardy here. We do have pretty impressive burst coming out of the entire group here. That Enhancement Shaman, something you mentioned as being maybe a little bit of a liability on this pull, certainly still pulling their weight, though. Up at the 400k DPS mark, being a little eclipsed though by the 2 purple class DPS.
Yeah, it's not doing Augavoker damage, right? So that's good. It's also, you have to remember it's giving his team Sky Fury, so like
True.
Let's say like about 200,000 of the Warlock and Demon Hunter DPS is probably attributed to him from that. So he's really doing like more damage than the Warlock and the Demon Hunter combined. So that's why you can see that class being brought to this group comp here for sure.
Yeah, the Lust as well. Anytime you press Bloodlust, you have to attribute some of that damage to the Shaman, because otherwise you'd be using drums here. So when you add it all together, really the top damage, oh my goodness, our tank dropping super low. Interrupt, the tank does still have Cheat Death, right? Last Resort is still available here, so it's not as scary as it looks, but boy, does it look scary watching that health bar yo-yo around on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. In the meantime, Silly Guy nearly able to, they're in the hallway, unfortunately towards, not away from, the second boss here, so a huge lead for Interrupt here. Probably something on the order of a 7-8 minute advantage when you factor in the death differential as well. A huge opening, and especially given that they've been able to successfully execute this pretty big pull. Really strong situation for Interrupt to be.
Yeah, I mean, this was a super clean pull for them. They had the perfect CC chain to make sure not a single fear went off for them there. And even if fear did go off, they have Tremor Totem. right? Another reason to bring that Shaman into the group, just in case, right? You have that little safety net to work off of. On to Jimalis here, though. Trash dealt with, whereas Silly Guy only just now engaging Serenal Sunlash. An entire boss progress differential between the two teams. Interrupt in a very, very strong position here to go 1-up in the series. But, we've already seen the ending of Magister's Terrace this weekend for our teams go horribly, horribly wrong at the last moment. We've seen missed soaks on the last boss killing people. We've seen mobs meleeing players through the floor. So, can't say it's quite over just yet. Our teams still need to execute in the final moments of this dungeon.
Yeah, there is still a lot of danger ahead of us here. When I think about Magister's Terrace, it's like there's a lot of medium danger near the start of the dungeon. Then there's the big pull onto Gemellis and the big pull before the last boss. Potentially something onto the boss as well, and that is where a lot of the danger is concentrated. So that is certainly largely still in the future for Interrupt here, as Gemellis nearing that 50% mark, which is where it splits into the final two fragments of Gemellis split off there, and you got all 5 targets available. This composition should be pretty happy about the 5-target moment as well, especially if they're able to stack them up for a while.
Looks like this is really where the Enhance really gets to shine here on the cleave boss damage. They see them topping the meters here, beating out both the Warlock and the Devour Demon Hunter, who also kind of like this stacked cleave boss spread, so it's interesting to see that Enhance is so strong on this particular damage profile. I suspect that this is probably just a comfort pick for their Shaman player. We've seen a lot of Elemental Shaman preferred for certain dungeons. It's generally a little bit better on cleave and has good burst from their Ascendance cooldown as well, particularly for things like the Core Warden and Nexus Point Zenith, but we've seen a couple of enhanced Shamans throughout the week, so it's not too surprising to see this pick pulled out. The Sky Fury buff, like I was talking to, still relatively strong. I mean, obviously not as strong as I was pretending it was. It's not 200,000 of the other player's damage on that AoE pull, but, it's a decent amount. I mean, for these classes in particular, right, like there's no major well, are there any big auto reset things that are good for Vengeance Demon Hunter, Granos? It's not as good as like a Ret Paladin. Like the extra auto attacks.
Oh, like where you get on your auto attacks? No, I don't think you're triggering a whole lot based off of that.
Yeah, so nobody really benefits from that. It's just like the mastery.
Right, the Ret Paladin is the spec that benefits the most. Like, Ret Paladins with the Crusader Strike replacement, Arms Warriors getting Rage from it, Prot Warriors getting Rage from it on single target especially, it can be pretty nice.
Either way, it's just a strong buff for the group. And they're going to be heading on up to the final boss in just a moment here. Digentrius awaits them. But for the time being, I have to make sure we don't pull any extra trash as we head up the ramp here. Looks like we're going to be doing one final massive pull for the remainder of the count we need as SnowDH runs up the platform towards these final mobs. Should be this pack, plus I believe the 2 mobs in front of the ramp. Are we going to head over and tag those 2 as well? Yes, they're being tagged in. They do have that second Bloodlust available for this pull if they feel like they need to pop it here. A lot of teams have been opting to use that when it's ready. Looks like they're saving it for the final boss.
Yeah, very powerful cooldown defensively on this pull. It probably saves more time to use it on the single target fight, though. And it looks like Interrupts think they can live this. Darkness number 1 comes down. And I expect that we'll see Darkness number 2 overlaid afterwards here. It is a very, very powerful defensive, and they only need to survive another 20 seconds or so before this pull starts to become pretty safe. A lot of those fear casts about to go off. Shadow Fury at the last second is going to stop one, but it will start to recast in a second here. Sigil of Silence, unfortunately, did not actually interrupt, as it was during that Shadow Fury.
Either way, the CC overlapped means they don't have to worry about those fears, and they will cleanly head on to these pulls. Gateway being used by the Warlock, but being ignored by the rest of the team, as is typical for most Warlock players. They're heading up to Digentrius here. Just a couple mobs in tow. I believe they still have one of those Void Terrors still alive, right? Or is...
Yeah. So this is going to be kind of scary for our tank.
Kick.
And the we have the decroding strikes going on our tank from that devouring tyrant. So you can see Life Cocoon actually used by Snow there, or on Snow there on pull. Yeah, there it is, a tyrant that is still alive as the last other mob has just fallen at the start of boss combat. And yeah, this one is going to put those big healing absorbs on our tank. So a lot of care needs to be taken by both the tank and the healer until this thing is dead. Down it does go, though. That is a 100% count for Interrupt, and now it is just a boss fight that separates them from a 1-0 lead in the series. And honestly, Zyro, they could wipe this thing 3 or 4 times and probably still be okay. As you look over on the right-hand side of the screen, Silly Guy still not even engaging Gemellis here. As, yeah, Bubble is going to come out on that Bubble Taunt for their Prot Paladin, trying to keep this pull alive a little while longer, but a lot of health bars still pretty full on these mobs.
There's
Oh
the
no,
wrong
and
side.
Zyro of Fear! Oh, a Fear
Oh,
goes
no!
off for Silly Guy!
Oh, are they living
And
this
somehow-
somehow?
Yeah, Guardian of Ancient Kings, it looks like it might be enough to protect our prop paladin. Stone
Heal
Form
that
comes
guy.
out as well. It's actually not going to cleanse anything, but it will provide 10% physical DR. Does not look like it's going to be used, though, as kiting is the new strategy being implemented by the tank for Silly Guy. Charges back in, though, and is once again getting autoed. Oh, no! The damage is just so immense there on our prop paladin, dropping down to 2 HP, but with
Here's a
wings
true
rolling...
shot.
There's
They're
the
gonna
true
kill
shot,
everything.
yeah.
Kill it all.
And hey,
Save your
down it all
tank.
goes.
How did they lift that pole?
Wow.
Okay.
All right, well, you know, a moral victory there for Silly Guys. They are going to defeat the pull. Unfortunately, they are going to be defeated in the dungeon head-to-head, as Interrupt are just finishing off the last boss now. So a tough map for Silly Guy. They showed us some cool specs. They showed us some cool strategies. And then they showed us what happens when all 5 of the players die with that comp. And it's the same as any other comp, unfortunately. You do lose the map. But Interrupt, that 1-0 lead here in the series.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they had a few deaths. It wasn't the cleanest run from them, but they were able to put it together and get most of the big pulls done in an efficient manner. So you'll be happy with that if you're Interrupt. You get to move on. And really, we keep talking about this, right? The grand prize for these weekends, not really the prize pool is not that big of a consideration for the teams. It's qualifying for the global finals. It's a chance to play on the BlizzCon stage, and they're on their way towards that. Still have to clean up the series, still have to win one more map, but if they do, a matchup against Big Lucky awaits for them tomorrow. Heading to the Algathar Academy next, Ratnos.
Yeah, so this is feeling really good for Interrupt because not only do they have 3 great specs to restrict, you also can play a lot of different stuff in Algathar and be totally okay, right? Like, you could play a Brewmaster here and just hold the bear entirely for Mysara Caverns if you get there, and be totally happy with that. This is a dungeon where, yeah, there's just a lot of different options that we have seen working out for our teams across the 3 group stages over in the global region. So yeah, I think the bans here are going to be pretty unsurprising. Yep, there it is, the VDH, the Enhancement, and the Demonology Warlock going out for Interrupt, and any 3 of the 5 that were used by Silly Guy are great restrictions there. It's going to be the Prop Pally, the Holy Priest, and the MM Hunter that they'll be losing this time, although I don't think they will be playing the other 2 specs that they used in the Algathar either. Yeah, I expect we'll see something like maybe Brewmaster Resto Druid, Brewmaster Resto Shaman could be good to use in this map, or you could just play the Bear Mistweaver. It is also an option, but I think that does get better in the Mysara. Brewmaster Resto Druid, Brewmaster Resto Shaman could be good to use in this map, or you could just play the Bear Mistweaver. It is also an option, but I think that does get better in the Mysara Caverns, so I think Interrupt in particular might want to avoid restricting, say, that Mistweaver out of this map.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw just that Guardian Mistweaver from both teams and out for this series. The thing that I really want to keep an eye on is the routing for both teams. How are we going to play around the Overgrown Ancient? Are we just going to kill the trash and wait for the boss to spawn? Are we going to kill the trash and move on to either the Croth platform or double back to Veximus? That's been kind of the main talking point in this dungeon for a long time, is efficiency of routing. You can save 20 to 30 seconds if you're the most efficient possible. Let's see what their plan is as they head out of that starting gate across the wind platform, gather their buffs. Where are we going to be headed towards? First, a lot of haste buffs being grabbed by Interrupt here. They're heading towards Veximus. Looks like Silly Guy are heading that way as well.
Yeah, the Veximus start looking pretty popular there. We have CCs on the bridge trash, and it looks like only 1 player in combat for each group with that front bit of bridge trash. Although, yeah, so we'll see if the Shadow Melds come out here. Silly Guy going to be hitting the 4 Shadow Melds into a Wurnstone to skip this stuff. Team Interrupt on a similar vibe as well, getting in combat now with all of these spell books. Pretty scary pull here. Let's see if they use the Lust on this pull or if they hold it for boss.
Well, so far Interrupt holding on to that Lust. Looks like Silly Guy just now pressed that, so they're going to have that Lust for this pull. Interrupt looks like they're going to be saving that Lust for probably another big pull onto the boss here. Roar at the end of the Monotonous Lecture cast for them as well, so they're committed to a CC chain to make sure they don't get a single tick of these casts off whatsoever. They can do that on this key level. They can kill them off before they run out of AoE CC, so very clean pull for both of our teams. So the fact that Interrupt was able to kill those without the Bloodlust is very impressive, and they only lost a couple of seconds compared to Silly Guy here. What's that Bloodlust going to be used for as we head towards more trash here? Both of our Guardian Druids heading down the bridge here to gather some trash. You don't have that big of a window to attack these foragers before that Ravager patrol gets in the way, and you end up accidentally pulling it. Foragers on the right being pulled. Foragers on the foragers on the left tagged there for interrupt. I didn't quite see. It might have actually.
It was an awkward position of that
Ravager.
Patrol.
Yeah.
Not 100%
Let's see, we do have more
sure.
foragers trailing. I did see a couple foragers at the end of the bridge. I didn't see if they tagged the Ravager though. They do have the Lust though, so it's not the worst end of the world if they do have the Ravager.
Ravager on the boss is something we have seen teams do. It is something that I think requires Lust, but like you said, they have Lust, whereas Silly Guy has already expended that. Silly Guy now getting into boss combat just at about the same time as Interrupt here. The Lust is rolling for Interrupt, though, so this should be advantage towards them. Let's see if a Ravager is going to be making an appearance here, though, because if it does, that will dramatically increase the lethality of this pull, even with Lust rolling.
Yeah, so Silly Guy does have that Ravager in for sure. You can see it charging around and doing its frontal casts in the group. This is the frontal from the tank, not the Ravager going off right now on the right-hand side. I haven't seen one just yet for
I don't think Interrupt have one.
No, they definitely do not have a Ravager.
Oh, they do. There's one.
Oh, they do. Okay. It just now came in. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
okay.
So, yeah, that's going to get cleaved down. They've already killed all the trash off with the Lust plus their cooldowns here, so it's looking a lot more efficient for them. The boss HP also 15% lower off the back of that Lust as well. Silly Guy just now cleaving down the remainder of their trash, but you can see the advantage gained for Interrupt here off the use of that Lust. Now, actually, Silly Guy still does have that Ravager at 50% here, so that's something that they're going to have to contend with for the rest of the fight here. Any charges that overlap with, for example, the Arcane Fissure from the boss could instantly be a one-shot. They do have a couple of Shadow Melds they could use to cancel the charges. They end up using one right there, so they don't have to take that extra damage there on their DK. But if he gets targeted by that charge during the overlap, it could be a potential death scenario for them.
Yeah, usually pretty good when your Death Knight's getting targeted. Even without Meld, they typically are one of the more sturdy players in your group, although the Demon Hunter as well. It's really just you don't want your AUG getting chain targeted, right? Because they neither have the Shadow Meld nor the baseline tankiness of the other two hero classes that are in the DPS composition here. So we are going to see the boss going down quite a bit more quickly for Interrupt. That Bloodlust allowed them not only to kill off all that trash faster, it also let them focus more on boss damage while doing it, right? Which is a really, really nice effect of that Bloodlust. So I think Interrupt certainly have gotten the better of the start of the dungeon here. Boss is going to be maybe 30 seconds advantage towards them. The one drawback, the one silver lining for Silly Guy is that their Lust is going to come up sooner. But I don't think that helps too much in Algathar, because you're probably holding that Lust for quite a while anyways.
Right, yeah. Some of the fastest runs that we've seen out of our Western teams in this run, on the 17 in particular, were about 17 and a half minutes, right? 17 minutes, 30 seconds. So that second Lust, you have a lot of wiggle room when to press that. You're probably going to be pressing it on the pull of Echo of Doragosa with whatever, Rift Knights you end up pulling on top of it as well. So, or Echo Knights, rather. So that's probably going to be around the 14, 30, 15-minute mark when you end up pressing that second Lust. So the delayed Lust really shouldn't affect Interrupt here that much, unless this turns into a death fest and we get to the situation where the teams could potentially press a third Lust. Then Interrupt might be in a rough scenario, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that kind of dungeon so far. Both teams very clean with the initial big pulls.
Yeah, these pulls looking solid here for both of our teams, but it is Silly Guy that need to find a way to accelerate here. They need to not just be, solid, our route was good too, but just a little bit slower, we're a minute slower. That's not going to work for them. They're going to lose this series if that happens in this map. I mean, their gambit in that Magister's Terrace was basically to put themselves in a position where they would need to win both the Algathar and the Mysara Caverns, and I'm not sure what their plan is to have something better than Interrupt in this Algathar, or if they're just relying on something going wrong for Interrupt, which it might happen, but it's not a good strategy to base your MDI around.
Yeah. I mean, in the upper bracket, it's not for sure, right? You can definitely make pretty good lower bracket runs, just off of having Deathless but slower runs. But I feel like that's not really enough to be one of the top two teams, right? You can't really steal series against really good teams playing that way. We'll have to see how it plays out for them here, but it looks like they're already significantly on the back foot, only just now dealing with that elemental, unlocking the Croth platform, whereas Interrupt, they're already on to the second set of birds here. You can see they have that one Alpha Eagle in just now, just popping the Breath of Eons to get this trash pack dealt with. That's the gap that's opened up. It's one entire trash pack ahead for Interrupt here.
Yeah, it is certainly a lead, not an insurmountable one, but a lead nonetheless as Interrupt putting down a world marker as well, kind of indicating, hey, this is where the pack will be gathered. If you want to be precasting any ground effects, right? If you want to be putting down that Death and Decay, that is where it will go. And that's where everything can be expected to be. And you can see exactly that happening, the Death and Decay down. If you're an Unholy Death Knight, Death and Decay is back on the menu, by the way. There was for patch 12.0, you didn't need to press it. But here in patch 12.0.5, it is once again something that you do press if you are talenting into like the 5+ target build.
I'm sure tanks love that they have to look out for that ability now. That's always a great one for tanks. Tanks kiting out of ground abilities. Ugh.
It's a good skill to develop. You know, you're going to play with Ellie Shamans that want you to keep things in their Earthquake. You're going to play with Frost Mages that want you to keep things in their Blizzard. There's all these different types of effects, so I would say it's a good skill to learn as a tank, is how to keep the mobs inside those effects whenever possible.
I mean, certainly it's been a skill throughout the years that we've seen, right? I mean, back in the day when we had affixes, tanks kiting out of Sanguine and teams using CC properly was a massive skill gap between the top-end teams and the low teams, so keeping it in effects for sure is pretty important. Looks like Interrupt are doing a great job of that, as they have already cleared most of that trash here and are in combat with Croth. Silly guy just now dealing with those last 2 Alpha Eagles. They'll have to send those orbs into the goal to spawn the boss as well. About 45 seconds of an advantage, I'd say, for Interrupt here as we head to, surprisingly enough, once again, we have split timers on the Mythic Plus add-on on the left. It looks like Interrupt is on a red split here, so this is potentially not the fastest run that they've had before.
Yeah, that's... I'm not sure. Maybe it's what the Observer has seen as well, because I think that's how that add-on usually functions, but it certainly could be. Does show us that there's a lot of really fast runs possible in Algathar Academies for sure. But yeah, definitely a good one brewing here for Interrupt, as we have that first goal tossed, and right off the bat, the Evoker is going to gather that orb. So is the rest of the group as well. They're not going to leave any of these on the floor for a while. This is a dungeon where if the key level is a little bit lower, sometimes you want to leave those wind orbs on the floor for a little bit, and then try and overlap them with the fire stun that does the damage taken increase on the boss, sort of multiply those powerful effects together. As the key level gets higher, that becomes less feasible and realistic.
Yeah. You could like maybe do it on 15. We even had some strategies in the Western Cups where the teams saved their first Bloodlust of the dungeon for this. It didn't end up being like that big of a time save for them, even though it feels like it should have been amazing. You know, channeling the speed buff from the Wind Gale buff into the damage amp on the boss. You feel like you should be able to just one-shot the boss, but their kill times on the boss are maybe 10 seconds faster. It didn't really feel like it warranted the 4-minute save of the first Bloodlust, because it made your second press in the dungeon that much tighter of a window to use. Looks like Interrupt heading into that second Ruinous Winds phase here. Here's the damage amp push on the boss. Do we have anything available? Yep, Army of the Dead cooldown's up for the Unholy DK. Our Devourer has been in Void Metamorphosis for quite a while here, so we get a pretty big damage push on the boss during this damage amp here. Boss dropping to about 17% here, so pretty solid, but still a lot of work left to do.
Yeah, not bad, but like you said, certainly not done yet. The boss about to die for Team Interrupt, 50% for Silly Guy. So the gap was 35 seconds after Boss 1. Do we think it's opened or closed coming into Boss 2 here, or stayed about the same?
I think it's about the same. Maybe you could say 5 to 10 seconds either way. I feel like they both played this section of the dungeon almost exactly the same. It's been very, very close between the two teams. I think the thing I really want to keep an eye on is what the plan is for the next area here. Is there anything that we can do to make the time spent waiting for the Overgrown Ancient a little bit more efficient? Both teams did end up skipping past that first pack on the bridge towards Veximus, so that is something that they could potentially go pull after dealing with the Vile Lashers here in Overgrown Ancient. Let's take a look at Interrupt, though, as they start to gather up that pull. We have one set of the Skitterflies being pulled in as well. Did we end up CCing that far set, or are they just not even getting in the patrol range of it? I'm not quite sure. They're just worried about AoEing this down for the time being and dodging all of these ground AoEs.
Yeah, a lot of dodging to be done. Really in all of our dungeons this season, a lot of ground effects to look out for, but this pull in particular, there can just be a huge danger. One thing to do as well is to move in small coordinated as a group movements, right? Look at the way that Interrupt are stacking everything together. They're playing close to the pack, their range DPS are, and that's keeping these charges from going too far. And it's also keeping those green circles in predictable locations where everybody can then easily see and dodge them.
Super, super clean from them. Everything dealt with. All the skitterflies dead. Just a couple of lashers left alive at 25% or so. And as I speak that, they've dragging those extra skitterflies that were patrolling around the front of the room. Boss will spawn when this last vile lasher dies. RP started now. So they've got about 15 to 20 seconds before that boss actually spawns. Doesn't look like we're going to be going to gather any further trash. It's just going to be these skitterflies that they deal with while we wait for the Guardian Ancient to spawn. Okay, well, I guess this isn't, like, the least efficient thing to do. You're at least doing damage to something. That means your Demon Hunter can get back into meta the second the boss spawns, so that's fine, but there's no extra trash that they're gathering from anywhere else here.
Yeah, the count that you can see is 77% right now for Interrupt. So they are going to need quite a bit from the Echo Knights section, although the Echo Knights themselves do give large amounts of count. So I wouldn't be surprised if they pull... There's sort of these bonus Echo Knights off to the side that I'm pretty sure is going to be part of the plan for Team Interrupt. 2 Echo Knights sort of guarding a pathway up to the left when you go up these first stairs. Those are, I think, great candidates for that extra count.
Yeah, I'm trying to think exactly what they need. 20.6% is like... It's like 6 Echo Knights... Plus maybe 2 invokers should be enough for them.
They need 22.83%.
Oh, so they need like 3 invokers, or they need 7 Echo Knights. They need a lot actually. So they'll either have to do like 2 separate pulls, where they do one big pull and then maybe pull a couple.
Yeah,
mobs into
I think
the boss.
you fight 4 Echo Knights and then you take like 2 Echo Knights. Or 3 Echo Knights plus a CC'd Invoker onto boss or something.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That could be the vibe.
The problem with the Echo Knights, like we were talking about yesterday, is like they do a bunch of AoE damage. They're obviously they're not synced up. They're desynced. They can only cast 1 stomp at a time. It's still a lot of group damage. The thing that's really annoying about them is the images that they spawn, and they whirlwind in kind of random directions. They make your team constantly have to move. And if you're doing a big pull with like 6 of them, that means you're just denying so much area to your group over the course of that area. So like, we'll have to see what the play is for them. Overguard Ancient heading down for Interrupt here. It's a pretty quick boss kill. And it looks like that gap actually closed a little bit on Crothrat. I know you were talking about that. It brought it down to 31 seconds on the side of Silly Guy. Let's see what the play for Interrupt here is. They head towards that spot to get the rescue here. Rescuing our DK through. Demon Hunter jumps up to the top. It's going to be a Transcendence through for the Monk, and then a Ornstone for our Guardian Druid. So everyone is through. Did we tag those 2 Echo Knights in the back, though? Those extra bonus mobs that you were talking about. We've got 4 Echo Knights plus an Invoker in the pull right now. This is not going to be enough trash on the
yeah.
Yep, we can see those Echo Knights coming in the back. So this is 6 Echo Knights plus an Invoker all pulled together here for Interrupt here. This is certainly not going into the boss. They just need to fight to stay alive here.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty scary. This is their bloodlust as well. They've decided we don't need this for boss pull. We're going to use it to make this trash pull work out. Presumably they're going to be running out and CCing the patrol as well that is going to be behind our camera right now. That's something that often you want to make sure it does not patrol into this pull, and we saw it passing by just as they were gathering, so that would be nice if they had it kept over, locked securely somewhere that is not going to be joining the party here.
Super clean so far, but you can see the continuous damage is something that they are continuously worrying about. The Mistweaver Monk doing a good job keeping everyone top spinning to
There's
win,
the run out
as they
in para
do.
as well.
Yep,
oh, and we're going to be gripping in one of them. So I think what we have is we have 1 CC'd caster, and we're gripping the other one in, and then the CC'd one will come in a minute, and that's fine. By that time, it won't bother us.
I think that's exact count. I'm pretty sure these invokers are exactly 5 mob count each, and you can see on the Mythic Plus timer there, they only need 10 count to complete the dungeon. So I think they're good to go with these 2 invokers that we think they're in combat with, and it should be a clean end to the dungeon. Now, they don't have the Bloodlust, and Silly Guy is now channeling a big pull of their own on top of the boss with the Bloodlust. They also needed a similar amount of count that they felt like they had to go for broke. This is those 6 Echo Knights that we just saw Interrupt pull separately on top of the boss. If Silly Guy can pull this off, they could upset this match right now, but this is an incredibly dangerous pull. Look at the amount of area the DK has to play. There's no room under the boss right now.
Yeah, they need to be efficient with their damage. They are pulling a bit ahead, though, by virtue of this Bloodlust on boss damage. 1% is the lead for Silly Guy now, but they also will need to finish off all this trash. But they can't afford to focus on AoE. They have to just do single target and let the trash die when it dies. But unfortunately, that means they're spending so much time kiting away from these whirlwinding images that the Echo Knights spawn. And that's going to be hurting their DPS. Now you can see it as Interrupt that are taking the lead on boss damage. 3% is a small lead, but it is a lead as the final Invoker joins the fight here for Interrupt. So when this dies, that will be 100% count for them. 4% now the lead that they have opened up over Silly Guy, although there will be some cooldowns returning soon for both teams.
I feel like this has just been like so inefficient for Silly Guy. Their entire lust and cooldowns, they were like in and out of combat with these mobs the entire time. They had like no room to do damage to any of these mobs or the boss while those images were whirlwinding around. Fortunately, they're finally through the majority of the trash here, but I don't believe this is going to be exact count for them. No, it's not. They're going to be exactly 2 count off as this final Echo Knight goes down. Are they still in combat with an Evoker? Are they going to be able to make up this 5% boss damage differential? They've brought this really close to Ratnos, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
Yeah, this is going to be such a tight finish here. It is a lead that is opening ever so slightly back in favor of Interrupt, but all the trash now, except for one Invoker, is dead for Silly Guy.
They don't even have the Invoker?
Zyro, where is that last mob that we need for count?
Oh no, they didn't get in combat with it, or it's like CC'd out there and not able to come into the room, which is awful. They don't get to cleave it down, so any chance they had of completing the dungeon in time here has gone out the window. They need Interrupt to die or wipe right now, or it's going to be all over for them.
But nothing left to go wrong for Interrupt. They've already killed off all the trash. The boss at 7% HP here. And wow, this was a bold strategy out of Silly Guy. I really like to see it. This is such an aggressive end to the dungeon. So impressive that they were able to pull all that onto the boss and not wipe. But unfortunately, by just a few percent of boss HP and enemy forces, it is going to be Interrupt that are going to take this series 2-0. But wow, Silly Guy put up a fight there at the end.
That was an incredibly impressive pull. Do you think that's something that they would have, like, that looks like something that they knew they were behind and they just, like, had to go for it and it somehow worked out. If that's, like, a practice strategy that they have and this is a dungeon that we see in the lower finals, if Silly Guy makes it to that lower finals and they play against Interrupt again, I feel like they could win this map if they played it a little bit better. That was impressive.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I liked it. I think it was good. I think that pull onto boss, like you highlighted it being inefficient because you're having to dodge all the time, but it is still doing 2 pulls at once. So it can be pretty inefficient looking and still be way better than fighting those 2 pulls separately. I think that was a huge time gain for Silly Guy. It was just these small incremental time losses across the rest of the dungeon added up to more than it, plus the count incident, which we don't talk about the count incident.
We don't worry about that too much. Just one little Invoker that got missed. Either way, that brings us out of the upper bracket and into the real meat and potatoes of the day here as we head to the lower bracket and we start our elimination matches. Any last minute thoughts before you go and break your Dratnos about these matchups?
Yeah, this is going to be brutal. We are going to have a lot of eliminations for the rest of our day. Starting off with me briefly for Tunnels coming in for this next series.
All right. Well, thanks for that. All right, Tunnels, welcome back.
Zyro, to answer your question, I think that this first matchup between Warrior Optimization and FTBZM, both of those teams had, I'll say, potential yesterday, where both of them, I don't think we saw a clean run from either side of those teams. So are they going to be able to have a better series today? Those are kind of the questions. For FTBZM, they're a returning team that we've seen play a couple of times. They're the 4th-seeded Chinese team. So I think that they should have a lot more to offer here than what we saw yesterday, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm actually curious, right? Because FTBZM is a returning team that's had some good runs in the past. They've played in the global finals of a couple MDIs as well. This is the 3rd iteration of the team that we've seen. They have potential. They could have won that matchup against ToTV yesterday, right? They had a couple good dungeons, but ToTV just edged them out just a little bit. Warrior Optimization, they left a lot to be desired, right? I feel like the team kind of set themselves up for a meme by playing all 3 Warrior specs in Game 1 and then immediately banning them out.
Okay.
I have a friend. Yeah? Let's hear it.
Oh, no, say what you say.
Oh, no, I have a friend who's like, more fluent in Chinese than most people I know, and they're like, a more accurate translation of the name would be like benching warrior, which is like what they did after game one. So I wonder if they did that purely for the meme so they could get the screenshot, and maybe we'll see them actually play like a little more seriously in this lower bracket, because that's a common strategy for a lot of teams, right, Tettles? Is like, okay, we're playing against the 1 seed for the weekend. Do we really have a chance of winning this match? Should we just play for lower bracket? They could have been doing that.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see, because they did bust out the triple warrior composition in the Seed of the Triumvirate yesterday versus Big Lucky. Are they going to be playing triple warrior again? Their warrior comp actually was catastrophic as well, where they had the Fury Warrior die like first global after pressing Recklessness. Basically, he did no damage on that pull. And so that's going to be kind of an important thing that we have to see for warrior optimization. But for FTBZM, we kind of expected a lot more out of them coming into that first series, and they just looked not great versus Toe TV.
Yeah, they just kind of had a slower run in the Mysara Caverns, and then, well, they were going to win the Magister's Terrace, and then Digindrius happened, and that was a rough one to watch. And then, well, they were going to win the Magister's Terrace, and then Digindrius happened, and that was a rough one to watch. I still don't really know what happened to them. I'm pretty sure they were getting meleeed by a mob through the floor, which is wild.
So that's a common problem with pets in Magisters. Yeah. I would say they can pull that Void Caller through the wall.
Either way, here's our comps here. All right, we've got Warrior Optimization on the left, FTBZM on the right, and it is only the Warrior Tank for Warrior Optimization, so maybe that was the play. Maybe they just wanted to get the Triple Warrior ban screenshot in the first series, and they're like, okay, we're in the lower bracket, we're not against the 1 seed, we're going to play it seriously now. They've got a more reasonable comp on the side of FTBZM. We're not seeing the Prot Warrior, Vengeance Demon Hunter being opted into, maybe a little bit more overall damage, but they're going to be suffering boss damage, more specifically on that third boss. We'll have to see how this plays out for our teams into the quad suppressor pull? These
Subjugator?
chains doing a ton of damage. Subjugator, that's the one, that's the word. I can't read the Chinese characters on stream, and sometimes I forget the names of the mobs, but either way, first pull dealt with for Warrior Optimization. First, faster. They did CC one of the mobs off to the side, though. Interesting.
Yeah, but the Subjugators are the limiting mob to whether or not the first boss is able to get pulled. And so I feel like for Warrior Optimization, first off, we didn't really talk about comps too much. I actually think I prefer the Warrior Optimization comp, which is a little bit weird here considering they are the 8th seed. So you would kind of expect their compositional diversity to be a little bit worse. But I think that the Havoc Demon Hunter, that has proven to be, like the Havoc Demon Hunter, the Frost Death Knight, the Arms Warrior, those are kind of the tier 2 picks that I think that the teams that did the best during their group weekends, they kind of opted into playing. And I really like the Protection Warrior in this dungeon specifically as well. Compared to, say, that of the Vengeance Demon Hunter, I feel like the Protection Warrior is way faster.
Yeah, no, it seems like it's just been like the premier pick for all of our teams in this dungeon as we've seen them optimize this over the course of our cup weekends. And you can see, even though they dealt with the first pull a little bit more quickly, the boss damage on the side of FTBZM is just slightly higher. That is off the back of their Havoc Demon Hunter not having the meta back available for the boss just yet. That cooldown will come up in about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
The question is, if the boss is like sub 30%, do you press that meta here, or do you save it for the next pull? It's like these weird questions when you're on these 2-minute locked classes that you're playing in these lower key levels.
Well, yeah, funnily enough, I think we saw this dungeon ran by Big Lucky, and they had like a 158 first boss split. So I think like if you were one of the fastest teams in the world, like Big Lucky is, that metamorphosis from that Havoc Demon Hunter would be available for the next pull, but now the Warrior Optimization has kind of like a weird decision to make with their offensive CDs, which then slows them down further. It looks like they're actually going to be sending the Breath of Eons and that Metamorphosis together here while the boss is at 30% HP, and I think it makes sense. On the right-hand side, I think that the boss damage, a lot of it came down to the fact that I think Frost Death Knight, that's, I think, one of the highest single-target DPS specializations in the game currently. If you look at like damage to bosses in Raid, Frost Decay off the back of, I think it was like 4 or 5 buffs, has now just catapulted themselves to being one of the best, if not the best, boss damage specializations. I think it's them and like Augmentation Evoker. Those are the 2 best currently.
Yeah, I actually noticed specifically on like Mythic Lure logs that Frost DK just absolutely blasts the boss in all situations.
Yes.
On top of doing good crystal damage. Like our DKs are playing Unholy, and we're like, wait, why are those guys not playing Frost anymore? And they're like, that's a good question. I don't know why we're not playing Frost. Let's play it this week. And they just topped the meters on the boss kill this week. Yeah, that spec has been extremely strong after the buffs that it's gotten, so it's good to see it throughout the MDI. It's also just in general really good at burst windows, right? Their cooldowns on burst are really, really good. So things, I expect to see this a lot in Seed of the Triumvirate when you want to burst down Lure at the end of this dungeon in that damage amp window. It's extremely good in Nexus Point and Zenith for the Core Warden burn to get that one phase off. Something I don't think we've seen so far this weekend, right? So maybe we'll see more of that whenever we do get to that dungeon. For the time being, though, our routing has also differed between the two teams here. Warrior Optimization going for the slightly slower left Rift Warden first, whereas FTBZM heading to that back right Rift Warden first.
Yeah, I think that the reason that it's slower is because it requires a little bit more backtracking. I think it's about 20 seconds worth of backtracking compared to what you would otherwise be doing. I think the reason Warrior Optimization did this, though, is due to that Metamorphosis cooldown. You see it's still ticking down. It's going to be up in about 10 seconds, which is about the time that Warrior Optimization is able to pull as big as humanly possible around their offensive CDs. And so I think that they're trying to path around this Metamorphosis a little bit, kind of like you were alluding to in that earlier section.
Okay, but to look at this from FTBZM, normally when we see teams start off on that far right Rift Warden, they just arc through, right? They go to the middle, then go to the left. FTBZM has gone
they do a
from
cooldown
far
recovery
right
pull
to far left, and they're going to go to the middle one next, and then head up to the boss platform. I don't think we're used to seeing that.
Yeah, you normally use that middle Rift Warden with like a 3-pack as like we are sitting here waiting for our CDs to become available. But for FTBZM, it kind of just depends on when their cooldowns were up. I mean, it looks like this DK didn't have everything. I mean, the breath is available now, so I can't imagine they had everything.
Like, look at the damage meters. The Warlock did all of the damage on this pull.
I mean, the Warlock has cooldowns every minute. He's got cooldowns for every pack regardless.
Right. Well, I guess this is the DK pull coming up in just a moment. Here's that third Rift Warden that they're about to head to just now. What kind of trash are we going to be pulling on top of this? So got a few mobs off on the side that will be tagging in 2-packs. So this is not the cooldown pull. This is the big pull that they have all of their cooldowns available for. Tons of trash being pulled on top of this third Rift Warden.
I think tank damage here is actually quite scary. You have the Subjugator with the Leeching Void, which is also particularly problematic. But it looked like most people were able to get out of the chains of subjugation. Now it's going to be about healing up that Leeching Void, which fortunately enough for FTBZM goes on that Frost Death Knight. And now it's really going to be about making sure that this Rift Warden is killed off before it starts pulsing on you for too much AoE damage. And this Demonology Warlock, 800,000 DPS on the right side of the screen. What is he doing?
He's proccing the right demons. That's all that is. We did have a death on the side of Warrior Optimization, unfortunately, as we've lost our Havoc Demon Hunter. Fortunately, it was not in a Metamorphosis window, but it's still a death. It's still 15 seconds off the board. They didn't end up battle resing. They're going to release and run back. So they lost a little bit more time. The Demon Hunter almost dies on the way back into the pull here. Ends up getting that cocoon from the Mistweaver as well. But this pull not going great on the side of Warrior Optimization.
I have a question for you. So what do you think is the best composition in this dungeon? So say we have Season 1 Finals, where there's no spec variety rule implications. Do you think that the Warrior is better than the Guardian Druid? Like, what do you think would be the best composition for this dungeon specifically?
I think it comes down to a number of factors. Also depends on the dungeon level. We don't know what the dungeon levels are going to be for finals yet. But like taking that out of the equation, I think for Lura Burst, it's probably like Frost DK Havoc. Or it's either Frost DK Havoc or Frost DK Devourer, one of the two. You can line up the Devourer window to where it's probably pretty easy to play on that burst window, but there's still like RNG in the spec to where like sometimes you don't get the third collapsing star off. But like I do think Prot Warrior saves so much time on the third boss. I think you just have to play it. It's just way too good overall on the dungeon. Mistweaver I think is a no-brainer. I think you want to play that in pretty much every dungeon, and I think Aug is too good for the burst on Lura and just general utility. So yeah, I think
Frost versus Unholy is kind of an interesting question because I'm pretty sure that Unholy is better for like 90% of this dungeon outside of specifically the last boss burn.
Yeah, I mean it's good. It's really good on boss damage. I think the question comes down to like, do you save more time guaranteeing a better burst on Lura, or do you save more time on the slightly higher overall dungeon and the rest of the dungeon?
Sure.
Certainly something the teams are going to have to figure out for global finals. They have a lot of time to do it, right? That's the thing. We always talk about how the biggest shifts are from cups to global finals, and the teams have weeks to practice that. So it'll be interesting to see what different solutions the team come up with for this dungeon and all the others as well.
I'm pretty sure the teams also learn the maps on Tuesday, so they're gonna have 10 days to practice and prep for the finals itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a ton of prep time. Normally they get the maps a week in advance, right? The dungeon levels,
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of time to prep for the teams. I mean, and of course, all of the teams already have a lot of like backbones of practice to work off of from the cups. In addition to being able to see strategies shown off by the other teams, different comps that people have played, how they play around their cooldown windows. There's a lot of work going to be being done by our teams over the course of the next 2 weeks. Obviously, our teams from China still working on their cup weekend right now. Another death on the side of Warrior Optimization. Fortunately, they held onto that battle res from earlier on, so they're able to expend it here. Our Ogavoker is back alive with the group. Won't have another one of those for a minute. Still, though, the death timers just costing them so much here. Not to mention, they're just so far behind in dungeon progression here. Boss already down below 20% for FTBZM, whereas Warrior Optimization just started the boss titles.
Yeah, I mean, for FTBZM, this is kind of what you were hoping for. They had a little bit of a mistake yesterday. It's unlikely that they were really planning to get upset by ToeTV. And so for FTBZM, they're going to have to make that lower bracket run. And I mean, it really starts here. And I think that the thing that you and I were talking about before this map started for FTBZM was that they needed to play clean and they needed to play consistent. And right now, so far, they've actually had a pretty good seed of the Triumvirate. Now, it's not the fastest seed that we've seen so far. I think even, look, I can go check the Big Lucky time, but I would not. I think Big Lucky was like a 7-something on the second boss split here.
Yeah, they were ridiculously fast. I think they were like just under the 8-minute mark, right? Which is
8:01.
A lot faster. Yeah, yeah. And I'm pretty sure the fastest split we'd seen before that was like an 8:30. So like, Big Lucky is on another level right now with the way that they're playing these dungeons. Like they are unbelievably fast. I think they're a clear favorite unless things go horrifically wrong for them later in the weekend here. Doesn't seem like they're a team to have those problems so far from what we've seen from them. But FTBZM, like if they continue to play this cleanly throughout this series and the rest of the weekend, I could see them, putting a good effort against Interrupter, Silly Guy, and potentially being our second team.
Jess and I were talking about it earlier. This season kind of has a unique feature where teams that are, in the middle to lower seeded teams actually have a really good chance of upsetting some of the higher seeded teams this season, mostly due to the fact that 15-second death penalties are super impactful, and a lot of the dungeons are fairly straightforward in terms of strategies. So we're infrequently seeing the runs where it's like 3-4 minutes ahead from the top teams to the bottom teams, and instead it's like, 45 seconds ahead. So if one of the top teams ends up making a mistake, that lead that you would otherwise have had is kind of almost evaporates immediately. And so it's about being clean and it's about being consistent, while the top teams, they still have a pretty sizable advantage to the point where I think it's actually kind of, they're still in an advantageous position just by playing faster strategies. It is one of those things that I think that more than ever before, one minor mistake can actually turn the tide to who ends up winning a map. And I think we saw that even in like Dignitas versus Liquid, where Dignitas and Liquid in Skyreach in the upper finals had basically the exact same map ran, but Yargi died on the first boss, so Liquid immediately won the moment that Yargi died.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I wonder how that is going to play out in the global finals, because like there's always been this like sort of optimization theory where like you can play safe and do a slightly slower strategy, but the best teams are almost always going to opt for the fastest strategy regardless of if there's like a 5 or 10% chance that they fail, just because they want to make sure that when they do play their good run, they're going to win. There was that thing that JB always used to talk about where it's like, okay, we come up with a dungeon strategy and it's like, okay, this is a really good dungeon strategy, but is it good enough to beat Method or Echo or whichever team had GMG now and everyone back in the day, whichever name of that conglomeration of team that won like 10 straight MDIs did. It's like, okay, so how are the teams going to prep for global finals? And I think by and large, most of the teams are just going to say, okay, this has some chance to fail 10, 15, 20% on the more volatile strategies, but I feel like we have to play this strategy if we want to guarantee a win against some of the best teams, because they're also going to be trying this strategy.
I would say that this season as well has a fairly low amount of tech, specifically compared to some of the other seasons of like speedrunning that we've seen so far. And so then it really comes down to damage optimization, who can get the pack gathered fast enough, those kind of questions. But I think that as well, this season also opens up the opportunity of if a team does discover some tech that the others don't know about, that could be just completely map winning in some instances, right? Where other teams are going to have a hard time keeping up with your practice and your preparation.
Well, funnily enough, I mean, we saw new tech from China today, right? The rescue tech at the start of Skyreach. That's something we've never seen before. People have been using gateways for that, and if they don't have a gateway, they just run around the platform. Henry said, nah, just rescue me up, and we can all get up there together with, like, Transcendence and Gateway. Well, not Gateway, but, you know, Wernstone. They had a lot of tools to use that, so that was really interesting to see. There's also new tech that was discovered today, or it's been discovered over the past couple of days. I don't know if you saw this. I linked it to you in our chat, but there's new trinket tech that was figured out recently. So, have you seen? Did you get a chance to take a look at that?
I saw the ping. I didn't, and I was like reading the text of the trinket. Explain it to me.
So the Dark Moon, I think it's the Dark Moon deck Blood is the one that or Dominion.
Yeah.
It's the Blood proc. Essentially, what this trinket does is when it procs, it gives you 600 of your lowest secondary stat. But if all 4 of your secondary stats are the exact same value, it just gives you 600 of all of your secondary stats. Which, by the way, if your secondary stats are all the same, you have a little bit over 600 secondary stats. So when your trinket procs, you're just doubling all your secondary stats for 15 seconds.
How do you make all your secondary stats the exact same?
Well, that's a great question, because in the log that I linked, if you take a look at the guy's gear, you'll notice that he's using a myriad of random gems from different expansions to make sure all of his stats are exactly the same. So he has some, like, Wrath of the Lich King gems on, just to make sure that all of his stats are exactly the same.
I'm rolling my eyes. You can't see me, but that is ridiculous. Okay, so
that's
kind of
now the thing is,
it's an interesting gearing decision. Can you do that on the tournament realm?
I don't think they have old gems available on the tournament realms. They only have current gems available, and obviously there's the rule in place that you can only use things that are available to you on the current vendors. The things they do have available to them on the tournament realm is literally every single piece of gear available on the season, so I'm sure there's some configuration of gear that you can make work to even most if not all of your secondary stats. Let's head back, though, to our match for the time being, as we do have mistakes happening for warrior optimization. Our tank has died. We used a swift battle res to get him back alive, but in the meantime, our healer has gone down, and Tettles, we're in boss combat with no battle res and no healer. It's going to be a full wipe here for warrior optimization.
Yeah, I mean, on the right-hand side as well for FTBZM, this was the run that you were hoping that they were going to have. A completely deathless run. Whenever we saw Big Lucky run this dungeon earlier this weekend, they put up a 14-minute timer. It looks like for FTBZM, they are going to be a decent amount slower than that, about 2 minutes slower than that. But if they're able to get a nice push on this boss here, I think there's a high chance that they could actually one-phase the boss with this composition, with that Frost Death Knight. You see that dragon coming out, that pad dragon, as I love to call it, being able to just take chunks out of the boss. Coming in for the second swoop, the AC-130 inbound as the boss is dropping lower and lower for FTBZM. 10% as the boss comes out of that intermission, 5%, and they just have a couple seconds of bloodlust remaining, and that is going to allow them to take down the first map 1-0.
Super, super clean push from there. Didn't kill it off in the window, but only a few percent left. First map of the series goes to FTBZM. And I'm not too surprised. This was a lot better of a showing in the Seat of Triumvirate than yesterday than it was for warrior optimization, but that wipe on the third boss kind of sealed the deal for them. They were significantly behind at that point already. The question now, what are the teams going to be banning out for our next map here, Tettles? Any thoughts on that before we actually see what they banned out?
Well, I think both the tanks are probably going to get banned for both the teams, right? The Warrior and the Vengeance Demon Hunter. I think that makes sense. Could see Frost Death Knight and Demonology Warlock maybe getting banned out for FTBZM. For Warrior Optimization, I think it's probably like Havoc Demon Hunter and Demo again, something like that, right? You keep the Mistweaver, you keep the Augmentation Evoker. Yeah. So that both of those teams electing to go with that, exactly what I was saying. It makes sense. I think those bans are completely normal.
Makes perfect sense heading into the Pit of Saran, right? Because they want to keep the Guardian, Mistweaver options both available, and then they can just play whatever DPS comp they want as well. So we'll be heading into that dungeon next here in just a moment. Have we seen the Pit of Saran from either of the two teams already at this weekend? Let me take a look at the scoreboard here. No, we haven't seen it from either of them, so this is our first time seeing the dungeon for both of the teams here. They both have the AUG available. We could see them play the other Warlock spec. We saw a lot of Destrolock played in this key last weekend, and there's like a gateway skip tech that you can do to skip past the trash after it can crick, but we only ever saw one team do that.
I think FTBZM should probably be heavily favored in this map. So, like, I think if there was going to be a map that Warrior Optimization was going to win, it was probably going to be the Seat. That was the first map of their series versus Big Lucky. So, in theory, that should be one of their most practiced maps. And I feel like for FTBZM 3 here, this should probably be a map that is favored than them. Of course, they are the 4th seed out of the China Regional coming out of time trials, so they should be heavily favored for a multitude of reasons. But I also think that they're going to be able to have basically their perfectly crafted DPS composition. Oh my gosh, the left side Warrior Optimization. They're putting Affliction Warlock in here. What is that?
We actually do have the other 2 flavors of Warlock played: Affliction for Warrior Optimization and the Destro Lock for FTBZM. I was just throwing it out there. I had no idea. It seemed like it was solid when they played it last weekend, though, so I'm not too surprised that we see one of these teams picking up on it. That class is very capable of a lot of AoE damage when you have these mass pulls that the teams are gearing up towards. Both Guardian Druids heading down the ramp here into this big first pull.
I think FTBZM, as a team, they started out in the War Within Season 1. Oh my god, our tank is dead. All right, for FTBZM, the worst case scenario happens here. You press Bloodlust, you press your end card, and you get meleeed to death by the Graveblade. On the left side, oh my god, bad goes to Lords.
No.
For Warrior Optimization, also a tank death. And we are seeing the full 5-death fiesta for both teams. 10 deaths in total.
Okay, so let's talk about exactly what's happening here. Okay, surprisingly enough, both teams have kept the poll alive. At least the poll didn't reset, but it's just, oh my god, it's cascading into more deaths here for Warrior Optimization as 3 more players have gone down or taken dead. Once again, only the Warlock remains in the trash. Will reset for them. I believe that was about 8 or 9 deaths. 10 deaths now, a double full wipe. 11 now as the counter continues to go up for them. Oh man, and the trash reset. FTBZM, it looked like they were out, right? Their trash at least didn't reset. Their tank was able to get back to the pack and stabilize. They actually still had the Incarn also. They didn't pop it on pull there, so surprisingly the Incarn was available when the tank went back in. But he's out again! And our Warlock dies again!
Oh Can
they keep the pull alive a second time? What is happening?
No way! Okay, are they gonna kill the pack?
Kick the Nether Burst! Kick the Nether Burst! Okay, they roar the Nether Burst.
God.
He's back in combat with the pack. He only has the Barkskin available. The team is releasing to stay back in combat with this pull. The second Infernal has hit the first pull of the dungeon. Hopefully that's enough damage for them to finish this pull off. No, take this again!
21! 20! Oh my goodness! FTBZM, this is the absolute worst case scenario. But fortunately enough for them, Warrior Optimization is also still on the first pull of the dungeon. What is going on? You're getting corpse camped by the first pack.
The cadavers are just corpse camping everyone. But fortunately for FTBZM, they've been able to kill off the majority of the pull without it resetting. Warrior Optimization is just having to pull these packs one at a time with no cooldowns available.
I can't breathe.
We have 26 deaths in the first 2 minutes of the dungeon here. The dungeon timers are at 5:25 and 6:25 respectively. Oh man, Tettles, what does the rest of the dungeon hold for us, man?
The problem with this too is okay, once one thing goes moderately wrong, it's really hard to kind of get back on track with all of your offensive, your defensive cooldowns. Just your complete game plan is ruined for the remainder of the dungeon. And so now both of these teams are going to be doing custom pulls, and I have to think that Warrior Optimization is in a much better position here. Look at this. What is that? A minute of death timer separates them from FTBZM. So even if FTBZM is able to get into gear here and have a run that is, clean and consistent, a full minute faster is really hard to do.
Look at the tank here for Warrior Optimization, though. He has nothing available at the tail end of this pull. Look at the cooldown bar, completely tapped out. Just the healing from our healer available. In the meantime, our Warlock goes down because the healer is so focused on just keeping the tank alive. But if that gets you through the pool, I think you're okay with sacrificing the Warlock to that extra damage. One more death, slowly equalizing our death timers here between the two teams. I believe at this point, both of the teams have now killed off all of the trash that was meant to be a part of that first pull. 28% count for FTBZM, 22% count on the side of Warrior Optimization. So slight advantage for FTBZM in count, but they're 45 seconds behind on the death timers, Tettles, and we're only through the first pull of the dungeon.
This is where my pugs would have already abandoned out of the key on a plus 17 warrior optimization of FTBZM. They're probably both worried that they've already lost the map, but they're able to get intel, do some reconnaissance against the other team, and realize that while things are going bad for them, they might be going worse for the other team. So I feel like we're in a dead even heat here.
True. FTBZM, though, unfazed by the 15 deaths they've accrued in the first 3 minutes of the dungeon, gather up the second massive pull, another set of casters that need to be dealt with. If that cadaver cast goes off, it could be another full team wipe for them. Fortunately, stuns, interrupts going out, knockups from our Augavoke to potentially interrupt that cast. There's the interrupt on the Nether Burst. That's not going to be killing us off this time. Incarn active for our tank on the side of FTBZM as well here. He'll be able to chain that into a Survival Instincts and a Barskin in just a moment here when that Incarn runs out. So our tank should be a brick in this pull for now.
This is so hard, I feel like, for both FTBZM and Warrior Optimization, because if this ever happened to you during practice, you know what you would have done? You would have reset the dungeon. You would have literally zoned out and be like, all right, you know what? We're just going to hope that this doesn't happen during live. But now both of these teams have to play through the worst-case scenarios. You know, tank deaths are so frequently hard to recover from, and I think that this is just a testament to how hard a 17 truly can be. Or the melee swings from and the tank hits from the Grave Blade. Oh my god!
Oh no!
Another tank death on the side of Warrior Optimization is going to spiral into another full team wipe, almost evening up the death total. We see 17 deaths for Warrior Optimization, 15 deaths for FTBZM.
They just got to get back to it. Got to start gathering that pull once again. Lich pulled. Has to be interrupted in the back. Another death on the side of FTBZM, though, as our healer goes down to a melee. Accidentally ripping aggro. Battle Res expended there. First one of the dungeon for them, surprisingly, at this point. I don't know how they still have that available. I guess you can just corpse camp release at the start of the dungeon.
If you have your tank death, like, who are we B-resing?
That's, you got a great point. They're gathering that third pull up now, though. They're not phased by the issues that they've had. Are we pulling this into the boss? That would be wild if they go for that. Okay, it looks like we're just going to relax.
We gotta go for it.
Cleave this trash down here. There's no battle res available. They're playing it safe, AoEing it down here. The cooldowns are available, so they could go for it if they wanted to. But I wonder if they're just not confident with the way this dungeon has gone so far to go for that.
All I'm gonna say, and you can make your own assumptions, is it is very common in a high key, a 21, a 22 of this dungeon, to have this first boss killed off at the 11:30 to like 12:30 marker. But for FTBZM, they're gonna be pulling the boss at 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
Listen, they got there, all right? That's what counts. They got there, and they got there first. That's the only thing that matters in the MDI. Can they execute the pull? They don't dodge the Frost Breath from the dragon, and our Warlock goes down. Oh, pings go out, too. They're just BMing him. There's no battle res. What are we going to do here? The boss is 90%. Oh, the correct play. The correct play is try to kill the trash, and then everyone dies. Let's see if they go for that.
The tank is typing in chat. He said, and I quote, "You noob Warlock, what have you done? You were ruining my run."
Oh, no.
Okay,
oh,
so
no, Tuttles.
When's the right time to reset the boss?
When the trash dies. You kill the trash, then die. You kill the trash and then try to reset. The question is, do they have the reset prepped? There is a way to reset it. You could have your monk taunt and transcend outside the room. Do they have the transcend down, though? That would be impressive if they have the foresight for that. No, there's no way. Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm pretty sure FTBZM is just going to 4-man this boss. Hold on, they get another battle res in a minute 30. I see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, man. You can't use that. The boss is going to be at like 40% at that point. You can't do that. They might, though.
Does Warrior Optimization win this map? Like, this is kind of an insane question.
Tuttles, we're not a third of the way into the dungeon yet, man. We got a lot to go. I don't want to call it.
Oh my god, somebody for Warrior Optimization got picked up by the gargoyle. What?
Oh no, God, no, our healer died to falling. No. They had the battle res for it, it looks like, so they held on to that battle res until this exact moment. So they are able to get the healer back up and in the group. They can continue to their spin to win mentality here. it's their fault for not Tigers listing themselves, right? Like that's completely on them.
This is good. Dude, I love this. This is really fun.
Tettles' favorite matches to cast in order are absolute banger matches between two teams, deathless head-to-head, and then on the same level is complete fiestas with 20-plus deaths, and we are firmly in that territory right now.
Dude, it's just so fun to like try to figure out how the teams are going to be recovering from the worst possible case scenario, too. Like, for warrior optimization, I would not be shocked if during practice they have had approximately 0 deaths to the Plunge Talon Gargoyle, picking somebody up and dropping them into the ground. But now, since things have just began to spiral out of control, you see things happen that you have never seen before and hundreds of runs. Oh my god, for FTBCM, look at this. They've rotated to the battle res, but the Warlock, he declined the B res?
Did they even cast it?
Now we're getting picked again. On the way has been called for the Warlock.
Here's my body. Res me. Or don't res me. You guys can kill the boss.
Taking a bathroom break in the middle of the dungeon, I think.
Oh, there's the res again.
Oh, another battle res going out.
Did we accept it this time? Oh, jeez.
Not yet. He's
I think the correct play, if they're...
Oh my god, wait, do they not have... Zyro, they don't have a crystal!
Wait.
They have a crystal to lie behind!
Oh no.
Stacks of the debuff!
Oh no. Oh no. No.
Now the Warlock accepts the res! No. What in the grief am I seeing? No. What in the grief?
Wait, they can kill it though. They can still kill this boss. They just have to beat the next one. The tank just has to stay alive at this point. They have crystals for the next Forge Expulsion. Okay, the boss dies off the back of that res from the Warlock, but man, we had 2 further deaths on top of the 18 we already had. I believe that puts FTBZM to a crisp 20, unless they were at 17 before. No, okay, we're not quite there just yet. There's plenty of dungeon left, though, to get to that 20 mark, though.
And on the left side, here comes Warrior Optimization. 50% of the way into Garfrost. There is still a chance. They have 1 death of a leeway. 15 seconds in terms of the death timer that is in favor of Warrior Optimization.
All right. I mean, now here's the big thing, right? With the amount of mistakes that have been made, FTBZM has been forced to commit to that second battle res. They don't have one available for another 7.5 minutes or so. They might actually get one up before the end of the dungeon, but for the next 7 minutes, if there's a mistake on Ick and Crick, they don't have a way to get a player left alive, and they'll be killing a boss without a player once again. War Optimization, they have that, though.
I normally mean this as a joke. Is this key depleted?
Yes. I think so. I mean, the fastest 17 Pit of Sarons that we've seen are, let me check really quick right now. 17 Pit of Saron, fastest run, mandatory at 14:19. That's really fast. That was a Cuphead. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so technically, if the teams were able to keep it deathless from here on out, it should be about 6 or 7 minutes. Not doing the meme, that's just what the actual timer is from here to the end of the dungeon. I don't think, based off the way they've played, we'll see that. Now, there is a rule that we have to talk about, Tettles. I haven't had to talk about this in a long time in the MDI, so it brings me great pleasure to finally get to talk about this. Deep hidden in the rules somewhere, deep down in the rule book, there is a mercy rule in the MDI rule book. If the dungeon timer exceeds 50% of the deplete, so for Pit of Saron, it's a 30-minute dungeon. If it goes up to 45 minutes, it's an automatic forfeit. We haven't ever seen one of those in the MDI. The death timer counts. We've seen teams get incredibly close. The closest I can think of was a particularly nasty fortified quaking King's Rest back in the day. Yeah. Where teams just chain fed to Shadow of Zul at the end of the dungeon. Like, I think we saw close to 50 deaths. The death timers were only 5 seconds back then, but those dungeons were like 48 minutes to complete. And I think the mercy rule would have been about 60 minutes. So they were getting pretty close. This Pit of Saron, if they keep wiping, we could get close to that mercy rule, Tettles.
We are in rarefied air. The last time we have seen a team deplete in the MDI speedrun format was all the way back in Battle for Azeroth, and it is on the table here for FTBZM versus Warrior Optimization. Like, for FTBZM here, I think if they have another minor mistake, they might be going for the actual deplete. They are taking some of these Plague Horrors into Ick and Crick. I don't think they have much left in terms of really difficult pulls awaiting them, Zyro.
Well, so there's no forced difficult pulls, right? They could do the remainder of the trash one pull at a time if they really felt like they had to. They could go for a crazy pull where they pull all the trash on top of Glaciath, which is, I mean, that's the typical strategy that we see from most of the Western teams. But if they pulled extra trash on top of Glaciath, that could be a dangerous pull. There's a lot that could still go wrong on that pull, right? The Glaciath pull is not easy. There's really easy ways for your ranged players to die on that pull. So I'm not going to say there's no difficult part of the dungeon left for them, but they should be able to keep it clean from here on out. Like, at this point, like, the thing that we were talking about at the start of the dungeon where you're kind of having to do custom routing and custom pulls based off practice, you can reset that after a boss dies, right? In the boss, you can be like, okay, for the next pull, I normally need these cooldowns. It came off cooldown here. It normally wouldn't come off cooldown here, but I need it for the next pull, so I will just save this. Looks like that's not the case, as the Warlock has instantly sent the Infernal here on the side of FTBZM. They need to kill off these totems. They're definitely not on pace to beat the next Shadow Novas.
I mean, the Shadow Novas come out in 25 seconds. I think there was a chance that they actually could have beaten it if they full committed, but they don't want to run the risk of having another full wipe. So for FTBZM here, they are going to be able to down Ick and Crick with a slightly more conservative strategy. But something that kind of looms over their head is the fact that they don't have any battle reses remaining. So there's no safety net if either they have a tank death or a healer die. So that kind of has to be a worry in the back of your mind. And for Warrior Optimization, look at this. They have reached the battle res. So if they have a problem, they will be able to have some slight recovery from it. Now FTBZM, they have downed Ick and Crick. Are they going to be doing a skip here? What is going to be the question? It looks like the Druid is getting on two-seater mount, carrying the Monk into battle here. How far are we going to be going? Oh, a rescue up to this upper ledge with that Warlock also on that two-seater mount. Then we're going to see the Death Knight gripping the caster, picking that Chill Wraith, running away from the pack, melding, and then Wurnstoning to the Evoker. Never mind, getting melee to death and dying.
Melding, not melding and getting meleeed instead, and then they're going to mass res him. Okay.
An impressive strategy. What could they have meant by this? What are they saving Shadow Meld for is a really good question, Zyro.
I don't think that was the most efficient way to do that, but they get past the trash pack either way. It's just one extra death, but that does get us to that crisp, clean 20 death settles. That's the mark we like to see. That's the mark you like to see. I don't know if I necessarily like to see it, but we're there. We're here, heading up to Glaciath now. All these ghouls and geist being pulled. Seen, heard, experienced it. We're here. We're in the middle of it. Glaciath now tagged for FTBZM. Can they get this done? Can they complete most of their count for the remainder of the dungeon? Can they send this one home and take a 2-0 victory over Warrior Optimization? They're off to the races so far, dropping incredibly low to that first Frost Expulsion from Glaciath here. Personals being used across the board to counteract the damage as health bars drop low. Looks like we're stable for the time being.
Yeah, and you have a lot of ground effects. So there's the Cryo Burst, which is that rock drop. You also have the blue rocks that are just being pelted down from this cave that you have to fight Glaciath in, on top of the fact that you have the Grave Blade with the purple circles over and over again. So there's a lot of ground clutter that if one player steps in, it can cause problems. There's also a lot of incoming damage from the Glaciath Shield, which you saw the Anti-Magic Zone coming out for, and there's also the Caster Mob, which is always applying snare dots to players, on top of the Lich pulsing AoE at 50% HP, and the beam that comes out from the Lich. So a very scary pull. But it looks like FTBZM is kind of through the hardest part, where those leaping ghouls there doing an insane amount of AoE damage. And I think FTBZM is going to be on the right side of killing this trash back off.
We still have the Lich alive. We still have Glaciath alive. So Cryo Pulse on top of that pulsing damage from the Lich could do a lot of damage to the group. Coco doing a good job counteracting that by spinning to win on top of these two mobs here. Looks like they're going to be healthy. Lich goes down. Okay, I believe that was actually a Grave Blade. Either way, it doesn't matter. The mob goes down. Glaciath now at 10% HP. One last Cryo Burst going out. Everyone stays alive, and we are through the Glaciath pole, Tettles. We have almost all of our counts. 98% is not what you normally expect to see at this point in the dungeon, but through custom routing, that's not too surprising. We still have that trash pack at the bottom that we can head down and grab. That's the play here as our druid goes into travel form. Gonna hop down there, tag some trash. Warrenstone back up. Let's see if he opts to take the fall damage like Broken Shun did earlier today. Does not. Uses the wild charge to prevent that damage. Gets in combat with the trash. Warrenstone's back up to the group, and we are ready to pull the boss, Tettles. Are they going to be sending us home in the final moments of the dungeon here?
I was going to say, I'm worried about how he pulled this pack. It looks like it's going to be able to actually traverse the mountain. There's a weird... If you get the mobs at a really weird angle, they can actually struggle to walk up the mountain. But for FTBZM, all that remains between them and a 2-0 is this last boss. After this boss does go down, we're going to have to stop the clock and wait and count for 30 seconds while Warrior Optimization has the opportunity to rebuttal because of those 2 deaths of differential that separate these two teams.
Well, I mean, we have to see FTBZM kill the boss first. This has been something that's caused issues even for the Western teams, right? This extra null zones that get spawned by the Graveblades can potentially kill off an unassuming player. Looks like that's not going to be the case so far for our players as our Augevoker drops a little bit there. But looks like they're going to be kept topped by Coco on the Mistweaver there. Still trash alive as we head into the first intermission here. Boss about to spawn. A bunch of ads. Pings go out onto where that Plague Spreader is going to be. Instantly go over, get an interrupt on it, grip it on top of the rest of the trash. CC being deployed to make sure they don't take any extra AoE damage from that trash. Everything's looking textbook on the boss here so far for FTBZM.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it's going okay for them. The Graveblade is still doing an insane amount of tank damage. That plus the disease that is stacking up on that Guardian Druid can be pretty deadly. The Plague Bearer is not dead. It's still pulsing on the entire group, and now you have the dot coming out of the boss. This is actually an insane amount of group damage. Okay, now we're fine. We killed
them. They're alive. Barely, but they're alive. Okay, it wasn't the most clean thing. The other thing as well, the third lust is now active and has been pressed by FTBZM at the end of Scourge Lord Tyrannus here.
Rare.
It is active. We have procced a rare third lust, Infernal, being used alongside an Army of the Dead being procced as well here for our Unholy DK. We have one final massive push of damage for the team as the Reign of Chaos Infernals rain down.
Oh my god.
Warlock proccing
Look
to
at
the
this.
moon here.
Zyronic, can I get a rules clarification? What does Warrior Optimization get if they have 105% enemy forces?
They get a swift pat on the back as they get sent home here.
Do they get some time back for that?
No, there's no overtime optimizations for Warrior Optimization here, unfortunately. Glaciath still needs to be killed to get to the last boss, but they already have completed their count. FTBZM is going to send them home, and Tettles, they're going to be timing the key. No deplete here for them.
Wow, I wonder what the comms of FTBZM are like. I gotta hear them because the rage battle res accept after declining it on the second boss is a legendary feat. And for FTBZM, the 4th seed coming out of this region, they are able to take down the series 2-0, but barely. That was so close, man. Oh my goodness, I have no more words for this map.
Well, FTBZM takes a 2-0. It wasn't the prettiest 2-0 we've ever seen, but they got the job done. I feel like we saw like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde of this team. We got the perfect team in map 1. We got a complete fiesta in map 2 where they somehow walked away with the victory. But at the end of the day, they move on in the lower bracket. We'll be seeing them playing up against Silly Guy, who actually didn't look too bad against Interrupt today. It's going to be a tough matchup for them. But first, we've got Baifen, I Love You versus Dratnos' not her winning side from yesterday, the Sleepy team. What do we think about that one, Tettles?
I feel like for Bifan, I Love You, even though they faced up against the buzzsaw that is Interrupt, I think that they were actually kind of competitive. And then for Sleepy versus Silly Guy, even though both of those series were 2-0, they felt like they were a competitive 2-0, where neither team was having major mistakes or major wipes. And so I would not be shocked if this is a consistent Less of a fiesta, let's say, than what we just had in our other lower bracket matchup.
Well, on that note, I'm going to take a break after that one. Titles Drados is going to come back and join you for the next series. We'll see you guys a little later.
All right, goodbye,
Wow.
Zyronic, and welcome, Dratnos.
What
we
a
are getting
series.
the pleasure of casting the
Oh
lower
my
bracket
goodness.
matchups.
I've already almost maxed out on popcorn for the day, but hopefully these series will continue to impress with the entertainment value. This one should be an interesting one, though. We've got Byfan, I Love You versus Sleepy. What do you think the storyline is going into this one?
I feel like Sleepy looked pretty good against Silly Guy yesterday. I feel like if that matchup was ran 10 times, Sleepy probably wins about 3 of them. And so I feel like they played a little bit of a better matchup than Byfan, but Byfan didn't look awful against Interrupt. So I think that there is a chance that this could be a hotly contested, maybe even like a 3-game series.
Okay, yeah, I'm hopeful that we'll get a nice competitive series as well. Of course, the team that is waiting, either of them is going to be Toe TV, and that team has looked like they're on a pretty solid level too. So hopefully, whichever team can come out of this series doesn't have to expend all of their power today, because they will, of course, have to play again later. We are going to start off in that Windrunner Spire, followed by an Algathar, and then a decisive Skyreach if we need it. The Windrunner, though, an interesting place to start. It's one of our lower-level keystones of the weekend, but that doesn't mean it's lower in danger, as there are some very large pulls that teams like to do in here.
I think Byfan, while they are not favored in the series specifically based on seeding, I actually think they should probably be favored in the Windrunner Spire. Whenever they did the Windrunner Spire versus Interrupt yesterday, their Windrunners obviously wasn't as fast as Interrupts, but the fact that they had to put so much time and preparation into that map itself, I think it gives Byfan an advantage in this map.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about it as well. How do you feel, though, if it goes to games 2 and 3?
I think that Sleepy probably should have a slight edge there, but it's, again, very slight. I think that that's kind of the important thing. That both of these teams, being the 6th and the 7th seed, you never really know what you're going to get.
Oh, wow. That is remarkable. All right, well, we'll have to see how our teams match up as we move into the game 1, which is that Windrunner Spire. Curious how they navigate the spec variety rule as well, with the specter of a 3-game series floating above them, given how closely matched the two teams are. Right off the bat, we have some spice from both teams. We have the Arcane Mage joining the Affliction Warlock for Byfan. And over on the side of Sleepy, it's a bit more of a meta composition. Still the Affliction Lock, though.
This is what Byfan played yesterday. They played that full caster composition, getting maximum value from a DPS perspective out of that Arcane Intellect, and still getting the Chaos brand. So really indexing heavily into maximizing the raid buffs, but also getting the most out of that Arcane Intellect.
That's not something I'd considered until just now, is that you can actually get or you can get Chaos brand without having to sacrifice either having a Vengeance Demon Hunter or a melee DPS in your composition. That's kind of cool. Neat thing about caster comps this season.
I think that the only buff that you could get is, instead of playing this stinky Affliction Warlock, if you instead played an Elemental Shaman, then we'd have
get a Sky
raid
Fury.
buffs.
I would not
that's a
mind
good
a
one,
Sky
too.
Fury at all here, yeah. All right, well, we are going to see a little bit of a divergence in direction, it looks like, as Sleepy heading towards the Illyria wing, while Byfan heads towards the Sylvanas wing. Let's see how big the teams decide to go here. Yeah, the Brewmaster, going to be just heading down the stairs, setting up quite a large pull here for Sleepy.
What do you think about Deer Lake Duo versus Emberdon first? Because I feel like whenever we first saw this dungeon during Group A, we saw a lot of teams going to Emberdon first, but as time has went on, I feel like most teams have elected to go to Deer Lake Duo first.
Yeah, there's definitely some pros and cons to both sides, but it looks like the Apex Lynx is going to be where Sleepy decide to stop this pull. Problem with this is that after the Apex Lynx, you have that annoying Lasher that you don't really want to take on the boss, but you also don't want to fight it without much else there. So it's a really difficult way to divide. Like the Illyria wing, you have the Apex Lynx, the Lasher, and the boss, and you don't want to have to do it in 3 pulls, but it's really hard to do any 2 of those at the same time.
Yeah. there's like that's kind of the texture of Windrunner Spire just in general, is that there are specific mobs that if you either pull too many of them or you pull them in combination of other bad mobs, you can pretty quickly wipe. And I think that the Apex Lynx is a really good example. The Behemoth that you see on screen right here is another example, and the Woebringer. Those are kind of like the main pivotal ones. There's also the Bloated Lasher, which does that spore dispersion dot onto people. And so I think that like those are the mobs that you have to really be watching out for. And that's kind of what we've seen from the best MDI teams, is how are they able to merge those together, if they're possibly able to even merge those together. And I think that those are kind of the things that you have to be watching out for.
Yeah, absolutely as well. Figuring out just elegant ways to do it. That's oftentimes how we see Bloodlust. Bloodlust gets used to allow you to do something that you otherwise wouldn't be allowed to do with pull sizing. But you can see here for Bifon,
look at Sleepy here.
They're about to get into the Derelict Duo. But yeah, Sleepy.
What are they?
They're going to take this into the boss, it looks like.
They hibernated Dragonhawk and have only one that's being taken to the boss, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, I think I like this. Those Dragonhawks are pretty lethal. They do that fire spit, and it's not impossible to stop it, but it does demand a lot of globals and attention from your group to do it. So saving one for later in the boss fight does feel pretty good. Meanwhile, Derelict Duo in combat here for Bifon, alongside a little bit more danger from another one of those abominations. As soon as that one goes down, this should become a lot safer.
Yeah, I think that the pull for Bifan here is just way safer. Even though they have the Bloodlust, even though it is the Behemoth that is on the boss, I think it should be a lot more smooth than the double Dragonhawks that can kind of cause a lot of problems. Because you think about it, like Sleepy, what's the consistency you see on the Dragonhawks? Maybe it's like the Death Grip, but there's two of them, so it's hard to actually get that Death Grip on these mobs consistently, especially if they get caught casting that Fire Spit while they're in the Emberdon frontal.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of stuff that can go wrong when you're trying to make that work. On the other hand, both teams are still going to have to go to the other sides of the Windrunner Spire and figure out how they want to handle it as well. So anything that you can take care of now, something that the other team is still going to have to deal with in the future. So it's going to be hard to directly compare these two teams just based on these Boss 1 splits. Even after Boss 2 goes down as well. I guess once Boss 2 has gone down for both teams, we'll have a little bit of a better idea, because then in theory they'll have the same trash ahead of them for the rest of the dungeon. Although even then we might have some difference in count. Sometimes teams elect to leave like a pack or two to fight after they deal with their second boss. So that'll be something to keep track of here.
I'm pretty sure Bifan has done this dungeon so far in 4 pulls, where Sleepy's done this dungeon so far in 3. But if Bifan's able to even that up, right, and do the Emberdon wing that Sleepy did in a similar number of pulls, that should allow them to kind of... I think that they're a little bit slower coming out of Derelict Duo, but I think that something that's unique about this composition is it has very specific points of strength. The Arcane Mage, we talk about specializations not having too much funnel damage anymore, but the Arcane Mage is one of the specializations that still has some with Resonance. Now, Arcane Mage, less of its damage is based around Barrage, which means that the funnel damage is less potent than it was, say, in the War Within. But it's still good, right? It's a lot better than most other specializations. I think Devour Demon Hunter also has pretty solid priority damage.
Wow, another thing that is strong here is the Mass Invis, it looks like.
Oh, it's Mass Invis. Wow.
I think so. Yeah, I think it was Mass Invis here. They are also playing 5 Night Elves, so that's another option if they want to execute a fancy skip somewhere, is just run through and have everybody meld. Sleepy don't quite have access to that, although they have a similar texture with 4 melds and a Wernstone subbing in nicely. I
think that the Mass Invis, even though we love to like talk about how cool some of the meld skips are sometimes, I do think that just on a technical level, the Mass Invis should be a much faster strategy, right?
Right.
Because you don't have to sit around and wait. Oh my god, did the Guardian Druid just swap into Moonkin form as he's gathering this pack?
Yeah, get a little bit of dam, not bad. I like to see that.
We call that the door key normally whenever somebody accidentally swaps into the wrong form and gets meleeed to death by the pack while they're tanking. But,
well, the thing is, Bear gets to retain a
Bifan.
lot of its defenses for a couple seconds after shifting out of Bear form, so it's not even that lethal to do, typically. It's not the safest thing, don't get me wrong.
It's assuming that they're actually talented into... What's it called? Predation, maybe?
Persistence, I think, is the one. Yeah, we haven't seen all of our tanks always do that because it is a choice note at the top of the tree with some other stuff that is situationally useful, but it's pretty nice if you're ever shifting out of Bear form.
Yeah. Which you do see that sometimes, particularly slated around like the Heart of the Wild cat form cooldown to get the damage out from the Guardian Druid. That is something that you see occasionally, but I feel like it's rarely done in these MDI pulls because you're never fighting just a mob by itself. On the left side, Bifan with the Spore Dispersal plus that Steward Dot taking out people. It was the healer and the Arcane Mage that did end up going down to that. The Battle Res was committed to the healer, and for Bifan, they are going to be able to finish off that trash pack, fortunately enough for them, but it was at what cost?
Yeah, 2 deaths was the cost here, and that is 30 seconds and a Battle Res, and the bonus time now of actually casting the out of combat res on the other player here. So Bifan probably losing on the order of a minute as a result of this. A huge opening for Sleepy to capitalize on, still on a 0 death run over on the right-hand screen.
I mean, Sleepy here, while they took a very aggressive stance on Emberdon, taking all of the trash into that boss, they're taking a little bit more conservative approach to pulling the Derelict duo, instead of allowing themselves to kind of kill off some of the trash. Probably the Woebringer. I think that would not be. I would not be shocked if it was either the Woebringer or the Behemoth as the main mob that they're trying to get killed down before they are engaging the boss. But I think even the Cutthroat bleeds and the amount of damage that those Cutthroat dashes does to the players, that can be quite dangerous if not handled appropriately.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of lethality in this wing of the dungeon. Even at the plus 15 level, I'm not surprised to see teams take it a little bit slower than the Ember Dawn wing. Boss is in combat now for both of our teams. And despite the deaths for Bifan, I actually think that they might end up coming out of this at right around the same pace, even factoring in that death penalty.
So they have the death penalty that's against them, but they also have count that they have to do. Ooh. So most teams actually skip the Phalanx Breakers after the second boss is downed. On either side doesn't really matter. But those Phalanx Breakers are typically skipped, and I think for Bifan they have to play them looking at their count totals.
Yeah, because of what they skipped with that Mass Invis, probably?
I think so, yeah. Or maybe they didn't grab enough additional trash at various points during some of the other wings. I think it's possible to have done that skip that Bifan did and still have count, but just not with this route that they're currently playing. So, but the reason that teams elect to not pull those Phalanx Breakers is fairly simple. The archers are really annoying to try to get gathered and stacked up, and it's hard to do damage versus them. And the Phalanx Breakers, with their AoE shout, it just reduces the amount of damage that especially a caster comp does by a significant amount.
So on the one hand, it's like, yeah, your Affliction Warlock can put dots on them, right? But like, you still want everything to be stacked up, and Affliction Warlocks, it's not like they're multi-dotting, right? They want to be having everything getting hit by that Seed of Corruption, so this should be even more costly than for a regular comp, I'd say, to be fighting those Phalanx Breakers. So I'm definitely worried about Bifon's route here, especially factoring in that they need to not only be ahead, they need to be 30 seconds ahead of Sleepy now with that death penalty assessed against them.
I think that after the Phalanx Breakers go down, Bifan is going to be something like 15 or 20 seconds behind, but then you assess the death penalty against them, and I would not be shocked if they're like 45 seconds behind, something like that.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse, so hopefully they'll be able to accelerate here. Hopefully they'll be able to prove us wrong and make this fight look not as bad as we're worried it could be on these Phalanx Breakers. Meanwhile, Derelict Duo nearly dead for Sleepy. So it is going to be about 30 seconds slower on getting both bosses killed, but then that does basically go away with the death timers, and the extra count then working in favor of Sleepy.
All right, so Sleepy on the right-hand side. I would not be shocked if the Augmentation Evoker runs up the ramp. Yep, we see that on the left side here. And the entire group is going to run as a 4-stack with that Stampeding Roar through. And what they are going to do is they are going to group Shadow Meld as 4 players and get the pack de-aggroed from them. The Brewmaster Monk is actually doing a really good job of tanking the pack a little bit further back. Then he rolls lighter than air, rolls forward to be able to get a nice meld where actually he hasn't engaged meld yet.
Okay. Yeah, maybe they're just still in, or maybe he never got combat and the rest of the group just did.
Well, that's not right. Maybe observer bug, maybe something
yeah,
weird.
maybe just the
he definitely
or let's see if the pack decides to run in at some point in the future, and that will tell us what happened there.
Dude, this could
if the Phalanx Breakers come. This could be a big opportunity for things to go very wrong for Sleepy here. If the meld did in fact
now the
not
meld
work.
Now the meld goes off. I think maybe it has to be an observer bug. Because like look, he allegedly melded in the middle of this combat, which they would be wiping. I think if he melded right now.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I don't see any archers funneling in, although the nameplates are numerous. But yeah, it looks like there are just the two axe throwers there in the back line,
Wait.
not any archers, so...
Byfan hit another mass invis, and look at this. They're already onto the same pole that Sleepy's onto.
Yeah, they are still going to need to gather a bunch more count after this, but they could backpull it into the boss. That could actually be a really efficient way to handle this.
They're getting a lot of use out of this mass invis. Kind of a unique play. I don't think that mage is like one of the premier specials or premier classes, I would say, during this season's Mythic Plus pool. But I feel like for Byfan, they're actually utilizing it quite well. On the right-hand side, Commander Kroluk has already been engaged by Sleepy, and I think for Byfan, it's going to be engaged within the next 10 seconds. But I feel like Sleepy has a commanding lead here because of the 2 deaths that are assessed against Byfan, costing them 30 seconds.
Yeah, this sucks for Byfan. I mean, their route is so cool, their strategy seems so good, but those 2 deaths are just going to be so killer for them, given that their opponents are so tightly matched. So, they are going to try and regain some of that lead, but this is not the way to do it, Tettles. Another death coming in for Byfan.
No.
Luckily, there is a B-res for this one, so it's only going to be that 15 seconds, but they did not have 15 seconds to give.
No, I think for them now, they're just kind of hoping that a catastrophe unfolds for Sleepy. Sleepy, on the other hand, they still have a little bit of trash to deal with, but they have the Bloodlust, and then I think it's basically just 2 very normal, like, these are our weekly key kind of pulls, where it's just the remainder of Kroluk and the Restless Heart that awaits Sleepy from being able to stop the timer in this dungeon.
Yeah, I think so as well. This is looking so good for Sleepy. I mean, a 0-death run, never something that you'll be unhappy about in an MDI situation. So, great work by them so far. They just have to hold on for the remaining couple of minutes of this dungeon, the last 30% of this commander, and then the Restless Heart, and they have all the count they need as well. So no chance of something going wrong on that department.
Yeah. I feel like for Sleepy here, this is kind of what you hope for. Whenever we were talking about it pre-series, for Byfan, their path to victory, I think, involved them winning the Windrunner Spire in some capacity. But for Sleepy, things have looked fairly automatic for them. I mean, they basically made no mistakes. Now, they're not going to have the fastest Windrunner Spire run that we've seen, but this is how you're able to win a series against a team that may be favored over you, is instead of trying to just play a game plan that makes you go faster sometimes, it's just best to go with the strategy that you had during practice and just try to make sure that it's as clean and consistent as possible.
Yeah, I think so. And 6% left on the boss here for Sleepy. 30% inside that ad phase still for Byfan. Down it goes for Sleepy. They have the advantage in dungeon progression. Both teams with full count. And Sleepy also 45 seconds in their favor from the deaths that have happened for Byfan. So they make their way up here. One silver lining for Byfan. The spec variety rule is going to work out a lot better for them after this map. Byfan will be able to ban out some combination of, say, those casters. Whereas Sleepy, going to have to give up probably the Affliction Warlock, but then 2 of the remaining bans are going to have to be from that meta comp.
I think for Sleepy, you're okay banning the Brewmaster Monk and the Restoration.
Brewmaster Resto, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I feel like Sleepy has easier bans than Byfan.
Byfan, I guess if you don't want the Brewmaster Resto again, which you probably are okay not using, then Sleepy can have 3 great bans, whereas Byfan only has 2, right? The Arcane Mage and the Athlock. So yeah, maybe this is a double whammy in favor of Sleepy. Their spec variety rule going to be better, and also they're going to be taking this game unless something goes wrong here on the Restless Heart. On the other hand, Byfan, I mean, if you lose, say, the Devourer in addition to these 2 other casters, you just have a lot of great choices for that slot, right? That could be Havoc, that could be Elemental Shamans in some maps. There's a lot of great things that do go there, but yeah, the tank healer is definitely... look, I'm not going to say 100% what happened, but there's a good chance that I mixed up which tank and healer were which when I was looking over at the side of Sleepy. And, with the benefit of knowing which is which, I'm much happier. Yeah.
Yeah. I do feel like for Byfan, though, the triple DPS ban just makes a lot of sense. For Sleepy on the right-hand side, though, 30% remain on the Restless Heart, and this feels like it is their map to lose. What would have to happen here would be basically a modern-day catastrophe, where they would have to have multiple people getting stunned by the Bullseye Windstorm or something like that to have that happen. But it looks like the boss dropping increasingly lower. This is the last point of contention for Sleepy. If everybody's able to jump over this Bullseye Windstorm, I think that they are going to be bringing it home and going up 1-0.
Yeah, there it is. Final bullseye comes out, a transcend from the monk. Everybody else making it through with their own tech as well. And Sleepy are going to be advancing to a 1-0 lead here. Very well played by them, and unfortunate for Bifon. What looked like a slightly faster strategy marred by several flaws in execution.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough. I feel like for Bifon, their strategy and their route was faster. The comp was really cool and unique, and I think they played to it really well with things like the mass invis. The 45 seconds of death penalty, they're going to be kicking themselves for having those deaths, because I really do think that solidified Sleepy to be able to win on a map that should have been Bifon favored.
Yeah, now for the rest of this series, before we started, you were saying, oh, Bifon looking good in the Windrunner, and then maybe Sleepy here in the others. Algathar and Skyreach are going to be the two chances Sleepy will have to take this series, potentially. They might not even need them both as well if they can close this out in the Algathar. It is a plus 17, so base damage number is going to be quite a bit higher than we just saw in that Windrunner Spire. We'll see which compositions the teams decide to use. I do fully expect to see Brewmaster, Resto Druids, 2 Affliction Warlock bands. The other 2 bands, we'll have to see what they end up being. Probably an Arcane Mage, and then that last one will be the question mark for me.
I've just done some investigative journalism. Bifon is a Chinese actor who has starred in various genres of film and television series. He's well known for his Ren Shangji and Crime Domain, #1 Landmark, and The Beijing Love Story. So he's big into he's a big Chinese drama producer in China, or
a
actor,
producer.
rather.
Okay,
He's a big Chinese
actor.
drama
Okay,
actor.
so he's like a Brad Pitt type. Is that what we've got going on over there?
I would describe him as Brad Pitt, but
give me an analog.
I'll link you a picture if you want.
What are we looking at here?
Steve Buscemi, maybe?
Okay, all right. No, I can see it. Yeah, yeah. I take it, but definitely not a Brad Pitt type. Yes. Okay, all right. No, I can see it. Yeah, yeah. I take it, but definitely not a Brad Pitt type. Yeah, Steve Buscemi. I can see it.
All right. Now we're going to be moving into the Algathar Academy for Bifan versus Sleepy here. For Bifan, we felt like they had a little bit of a faster strategy in the dungeon, a very unique game plan where they were marching to the beat of their own drum, but the deaths kind of compounded against them and ended up costing them that first map. For Sleepy, they just need to play that exact same gameplay that they played. Dude, you giggling is making me die.
You just don't look.
Yeah, I think that Sleepy need to be deathless. Continue to be like that.
All right, game 2 in the Algathar about to get underway here. Let's see what the teams have in store for us. That's a lot of druids on the side of Bifon. And yeah, we have an Arcade Mage on the other side of the screen over on Team Sleepy. That's pretty fun.
Wow. I feel like Arcane Mage is not very good in this dungeon. I feel like they normally have been plagued by the target cap a little bit. And this is a dungeon that is known for 20-plus mob pulls that you do occasionally.
So you have the Arcane Mage, and then the Aug Evoker, sort of by virtue of playing the Arcane Mage as well, is not going to be too happy on those pulls. But you know who is going to be happy? The Unholy Death Knight. They're going to be having the time of their lives, plus the Guardian Druid and the Mistweaver. So you've got 3 members of your group that are going to be happy on, say, that Overgrown Ancient pull. I think a lot of these other pulls are going to work out pretty nicely for Arcane Mage, though. You think about something like a Ravager. Arcane Mages are great at focusing down Ravagers inside these medium to big-sized pulls.
Sleepy got good use out of that mass invis again. I feel like it's crazy that we've seen 2 dungeons now, and we're getting good value out of that mass invis for Bifan on the left side. They elected to actually not skip most of that bridge trash, instead taking it into this platform on Veximus, where Sleepy is going for a slightly more conservative pull. But the advantage for Sleepy here is that they're able to maintain that bloodlust. What are they going to be able to leverage that into? Oh my god, for Bifan, a death, a catastrophic death to the Unholy Death Knight. They are going to battle res him back up, but it's not... Are they going to be able to... Okay, they're going to be able to squeak out the remainder of this pull. That was catastrophic for Bifan. They lost their bloodlust, they lost a decent amount of damage, and now I think that is a death that not only did it cost them 15 seconds worth of death penalty, but probably an additional 15 seconds worth of damage lost.
Yeah, not good for Bifon there. Not the end of the world. We have seen bigger comebacks from worse positions in Algathar in our previous group weekends, but definitely not an auspicious start to the dungeon. Meantime, though, both teams are going to be gathering up some trash, taking it towards the Veximus room. It is actually Bifon who get in combat with the boss first, despite having had that death, although they did use their lust, whereas Sleepy are about to press it right now.
This is a very similar strategy to what we saw from Big Lucky, right? Whenever they actually took this Ravager, or they took a Ravager actually onto Veximus with their Bloodlust, where it looks like Sleepy. They also have... Okay, the Ravager has just joined them. When are they pressing the Bloodlust?
It's got to be soon. Yeah, there it is. Sleepy finally hitting that lust. After it looked like they were kind of waiting for everything to line up, also making sure that this lust was going to capture that arcane surge, although I think it would have, even if they pressed it 10 seconds ago. But yeah, this is going to be a big burst of damage from the arcane mage, shooting up from 4th place in the damage meter, saying, all right, Bear and Og, it was nice hanging out down here with you, but I'm ascending for a little bit. And not going to quite catch up to the Unholy DK, but getting close there in that surge with Lust.
Something that's actually kind of unique to this composition as well is since we're playing in an Augmentation of Ochre season, I think that doubling down on the mage, you have like a mage and a half, right? Because the Ebb and Might damage is attributed to the mage. I do worry about Sleepy's ability to be able to get some of these very large trash pulls dealt with clean and consistent. Oh my gosh, for Bifan, they had a death pretty early on, but look at this. They're actually catching up in terms of damage to Veximus.
Yeah, they were able to get in combat with the boss a little bit faster, but then, of course, they didn't have Lust for the boss, so they are a bit behind where Sleepy are, but their damage is certainly quite good. This composition, you think about the strengths of the compositions, and you'd think, oh, this off-meta stuff, well, it should at least be pretty good on bosses. But you forget that just those meta specs are also so good at just boss damage, too. It is one of the big strengths of, say, the Devourer as well, is as long as you're able to not grief those collapsing stars, which, depending on the boss fight, is easier said than done, you're also doing huge single target.
I mean, Bifan here continuing to kind of open up a gap in terms of boss HP. What is it going to look like for Sleepy in terms of their offensive cooldown department? So they have the army available. They are going to have that Touch of the Magi Arcane Surge, which looks like it gets pressed immediately. Are they saving the army? It looks like, yes, Sleepy is going to be saving the... Oh my gosh. Lena Mage died on the Arcane Surge. A catastrophe. A massive damage loss for the side of Sleepy.
Potentially the worst thing that has ever happened there for an Arcane Mage, going down in those CDs. Luckily, Veximus also about to go down here, and it looks like Sleepy are saying, you know what? Let's hold this B-Res. We might need this thing at some point later.
Watching our other matchup between FTBZM and they realize that maybe the battle res is a bit more valuable resource than we give it credit for.
Sometimes that B-Res will get more value than just saving us 10 seconds on a boss fight. So the two teams are now equal in terms of that death timer. Very important thing to keep track of here. And they're in a very similar spot in dungeon progression as well, Tunnels.
I think Sleepy's playing the exact same route/strategy as we saw from the Triple Threat in their weekend. I remember Swag doing that kind of jump that we just saw from Sleepy and electing to skip that Ravager. I think that makes sense. I feel like that's not a super efficient mob, and it's quite... Or not the Ravager specifically, but like, the additional Ravager, all those Foragers there, I think they're actually quite a bit slower. But now Sleepy, in terms of real dungeon progression, has sped up and accelerated compared to what we're seeing on the left side from Bifan, who is electing to just pull this Ravager and these trash packs by themselves. And so, while Bifan is going to have a decent amount more count from the double Ravager pull, what is Sleepy going to do instead? I would not be shocked if it's like Echo Knights and the Invokers at the end of the dungeon. And if Sleepy is able to pull that into the Echo Dorgosa, Sleepy should be about half a pull ahead of Bifan.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to see all of this towards the end of the dungeon, of course. A long time yet before we get there. Although we're entering this sort of strange interlude where not a whole lot is going to change about how these two teams are positioned unless something goes, absurdly wrong. At this point, you're going to be fighting, the Guardian Sentry, where funny mistakes can sometimes happen, and then 3 packs of Eagles, where it's very hard for something to go wrong for an MDI caliber team. And then you're fighting Croth, which, not the easiest boss, but it is a boss fight with no trash that you can fight on top of it. So for the next couple of minutes, I think the teams are going to be in a bit of a holding pattern, and then it will be a frantic sprint to the finish line, as we'll have to see who is able to actually leverage the minuscule advantages that their route has gained them so far, and which team will actually be able to win the dungeon, because You know, sometimes you have that end boss and everything gets thrown out the window when a team decides that they're just going to fight all the trash with the boss at the end, despite it being more trash than you should fight with it.
Oh my god, their Restoration Druid ended up getting stunned by the tornado. Fortunately enough, that was right as the Guardian Sentry was dying off on the left side for Bifan. But, yeah, like you said, the Trash Gauntlet being a fairly static amount of time here. Do you think that either team has an advantage in terms of boss damage on Croth?
I think I would tip the hat slightly towards the Arcane Mage comp, just because there is that damage amp that lines up so nicely against an Arcane Surge. If they can make that work out well, if they don't have to give up a lot of cooldown timing to line that up, I think I'd rather be sleepy by a little bit on boss damage.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree. I think it really depends on how cooldowns also sync up for the fire goal burn, where we've actually seen a bunch of different strategies for how teams are electing to... Some teams actually chain the wind haste buff into that fire burn, whereas some teams... it depends on like bloodlust timings and stuff like that, where most teams just play it fairly standard. It really depends on also when, because I think that some teams have elected to throw the balls into that fire goal first and get the stun almost immediately. So, but I think it really largely is contingent on when everybody's offensive cooldowns are available.
Yeah, so you can see it's going to be a little bit awkward here for Sleepy, as they do have Army coming up here on pull. Surge isn't going to be ready for 30 seconds, so let's see how they decide to navigate these cooldown usages and what that does, how that informs their decisions about goal activation. They are going to be the team in boss combat first here, and it looks like Army is being pressed right on the rip here. That Arcane Surge is going to start burning a hole in Lena's pocket, if not pressed instantly. But it's a pretty long time until the next burn window. So I think maybe you just hit this Surge and then... Oh, gosh. Yeah, I don't know, Tuttles. All right, it looks like we are hitting the Surge. Just saying, you know what? Damage amps be darned. We got to press this cooldown, otherwise we're never getting to the damage amp. The boss is just going to die so slowly if I'm sitting here not using that cooldown. But I think that probably means it's not going to be possible to line it up with either the fire or wind goals.
Maybe you can have a mini burn with just touch of the Magi.
Looks like they are looking at fire first, maybe. Well, they've thrown 2 orbs into the fire goal and 2 into the wind goal, and it looks like the wind is actually what collects the 3rd. So they do get these haste buffs for a little bit.
Yeah. So now you're hoping that the Army is available on the 45% fire burn. I mean, dude,
we might get back to the Surge. It may be. It's going to be close
45
here.
45 seconds for
10%.
I don't know if I buy that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, unfortunately, this timing is going to... It's going to be the kind of thing where it's like, man, if this was 1 key level higher, right, we would be really happy about it.
Key too low.
Yeah, key too low. That's absolutely what's happening,
I think,
for Sleepy.
I think you were like spot on with your analysis, where I think that Lena needed to press the Surge almost like right on pull of the boss to actually be able to...
Well, it wasn't even... It came off cooldown during the first little bit of the boss, so it was pressed basically on CD. But yeah, it was an unfortunate time for it to come up.
Okay, so they're milking this as long as possible. It is a 20-second long cast.
All right, yeah, we're getting the Surge here.
For a couple more seconds. Wow,
this is going to work out for Sleepy. Yeah, the nice thing about the Arcane Mage is if you want to wait for Surge, the good news is you're not doing any damage to the boss while you're waiting for Surge, so it's going to take a nice amount of time before it actually pushes there. And because of that, Sleepy, able to deal with 20% of the boss's HP almost during that stun. The Arcane Mage now on top of the meters, and all of my doubts have been put to rest here about how powerful that Surge would line up against this boss. It's already nearly dead for Sleepy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 17 Keystone level. The boss actually has a decent amount of HP, and I feel like for Sleepy, this is what you practice for, right? That was a perfectly timed damage push, and now they are going to be able to down Croth. Wow, this is a very quick Croth kill, all things considered. Going to be 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 49 seconds even, on a boss on the 17 Keystone level. That is fantastic. On the left side for Bifan here, we are going to be approaching 2 minutes as they are going to be looking to push into their damage burn at the 45% mark. Are they going to press Lust here?
They will have Lust available. Let's see if they decide to press it. I think you probably want to hold it for the end of the dungeon, but it is a tempting Lust. It's one of those things where it's like, because Lust is coming up here, that's probably a bad sign. Like, you don't want to have Lust available at this spot, but because you have it, maybe you should press it. Might give you your best chance here. Looks like they're going to elect to hold it and save it for the end of the dungeon.
We pre-ramped in the Void Meta. It looked like the Evoker actually pressed Breath of Eons maybe a little bit early to be able to get their damage off. But oh my god, dude, the boss is at 15% HP coming out of that stun where Sleepy was at, what, 25% or something?
Yeah, so really big damage out of Bifon despite not having the Arcane Mage. Turns out Collapsing Stars and Arcane Surges are definitely playing on the same level against that burn window, and a really well-timed set of cooldowns as well from the other DPS players, really helping make that burn possible for Bifon as they try and accelerate to catch up to Sleepy here. But Sleepy have already dealt with the Overgrown Ancient trash. They're now heading downstairs, and with the Spatial Paradox, looks like the Mistweaver is going to be able to pull the entire bridge here. But unlike what we saw out of Triple Threat in the Group B weekend, I believe, it is actually not going to be just the healer going by themselves. Because they still actually have some of the Lashers alive.
The Lashers are required to be killed off to actually spawn the boss. This is...
Yeah, so it looks like their theory here is saying, hey, with the last little bit of Lasher HP, we'll kill those off, sure, but we want to start gathering this trash because this trash takes some time to come upstairs. So as long as we kill the Lashers enough before we would get upstairs with this trash, it actually does work out. Pretty clever out of Team Sleepy, although it does feel slow to watch.
I was going to say, I felt pretty strongly that that was not very good. But mostly because moving the Lasher like that, I think actually loses you a lot of time because the mob is constantly moving. And you would rather it just be in place for things like the D&D. You don't really... The Mage and the Augmentation Evoker are fairly mobile, but they don't want to be moving constantly to try to do damage. I mean, it's not good. So I think... I do worry that moving the mob like that just costs Sleepy 15 seconds that was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm curious about that one as well. Maybe it was a case of, like, they wanted those mobs to be dead, but they just were like, oh yeah, one's at 20%, just go, it'll die. And sometimes when you make that call, you're surprised by how long something actually takes to die while you are running and not doing damage.
Yeah, but now, I mean, Sleepy here, you're 40% of a boss ahead of Bifan, and both teams do have that Bloodlust available. So what is going to be the Bloodlust press for both of the teams is a question. We've actually seen most teams elect to pull Echo Knights into the Echo of Doragosa and press Bloodlust on that because it is a very dangerous pull with those arcane smashes. But the Overgrown Ancient, it has a tendency to be a quite quick boss where we have seen some of our best teams in the world, even on the 17 Keystone level, kill this boss off in about the 2-minute mark. So is that going to be consistent with Sleepy, or is Bifan going to have an edge here with the composition that they're running?
Yeah, this is going to be the question here. From the looks of it, I would say I'd prefer to be Sleepy here by quite a bit, but it is definitely still a lot to play for. 62% on the boss for Bifon, 25 for Sleepy, so about 40% of a boss lead. One death for each team, so those cancel out. So we are just looking at who can finish the dungeon first. As we see for Bifon, a little bit of a Shadow Meld required actually from the healer for aggro drop. Shouldn't be something that they need for the rest of the dungeon, though, as the 3-seater plus rescue can make anything that Shadow Meld does also work. And the boss going to be going down here for Sleepy in just a moment. Looks like Bifon, though, have caught up a little bit on boss damage, now only about 30% behind.
I mean, it's a little bit, but I feel like for Sleepy here, this is a pretty sizable lead. What's the difference in count between the two teams? Oh, Bifan actually has a pretty sizable count advantage.
Yeah, Bifon's 6% up on count. Sleepy need, like, I think 5 Echo Knights would do it, plus the Invoker, or 4 Echo Knights and an Invoker would maybe do it. It looks like they're going to start off with just 1 Echo Knight, and then we have Echo Knight Invoker, and then 2 more Echo Knights.
So it's 4 Echo Knights,
4 Echo Knights and an Invoker here.
10. It's 14%.
All right, that's not
so
quite what they need.
They need the 2 patrolling Invokers as well. I think that's an additional 5 count per.
Looks like they're Arcane Surging the Invoker that was in this pack, and maybe once it goes down, they can then like pull one of the patrols, CC the other, and go into boss. Meanwhile, Bifon getting ready for a rescue here. This could be a big opportunity for Bifon to get back into this thing to potentially take a lead. If they can go on to boss and make it work, I think that could be the opening that they need, but they have to go for it here. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do, though, as you can see their bear charging down the hallway here, and Sleepy just spending so much time fighting the trash, not getting into boss combat. This is huge for Bifon, though, if they can avoid wiping. This is such a dangerous pull, though, Tettles.
Yeah, I feel like this is the pull that we've actually seen wipe a decent amount of teams during this MDI season. It notably wiped the Direwolves in their group weekend as well, whenever they went for something this aggressive. And for Sleepy, they just have the Invokers and the boss remaining. Now, there is a question. There is a little bit of quote-unquote funnel on the boss for Bifan, but I feel like for Sleepy, the fact that they have a less hectic pull, that should allow for more clean globals into the boss and a little bit of an easier time just to get good uptime and consistent damage. And so I do wonder if Sleepy's going to be able to accelerate here. On top of the fact that Bifan, you have to really be worried about them having a death. I feel like if they have a death here, that would tip it into Sleepy's favor.
Yeah, that would certainly worry me. We'll have to see exactly how it goes, as 74% is the boss for Bifon, but a lot of trash still alive. 85 for Sleepy, and the last mob that they need is currently under the boss, about to die here. So Sleepy, if they can do more single target, if they can leverage that advantage, but unfortunately, Bifon have now already killed off all that trash, so Bifon just have boss to contend with.
How much is Flawless work?
Yeah, Sleepy are holding that lust.
How much is Flawless
They're holding
worth,
it.
though?
What are they holding lust for? I guess it's a next Arcane Surge?
Next dungeon, maybe?
Yeah, next dungeon is what I'm a little bit worried that it's looking like here for Sleepy. Kind of feel like we had to press that with our last set of cooldowns. But maybe this next one will be when it all lines up better. This time, though, it means it might not cover an Incarnation, so we'll be losing a little bit of tank damage. Maybe not the end of the world, though.
I don't think we're going to have Eons either. Actually, we have an Invoker. Maybe we could... If the Invoker gets really good procs, you can actually CDR his Eons to like 50 some odd seconds. And so I still don't think things will line up that great. This feels really weird. Oh my god, this is the worst case scenario for the Invoker. Saving your Breath of Eons here, I feel like it's just an absolute trap.
Yeah, they know that Lust is coming, so we're making sure that Breath of Eons will be available during that Lust. But yeah, the Lust finally comes out for Sleepy. And the Breath of Eons with no CDs, but at the start of Lust. This seems like an absolute worst of all worlds for damage optimization for Team Sleepy. 20% behind now Bifon, who are about to get over the finish line. One more Void meta is currently active as another Collapsing Star gets hurled into the boss, taking it from 20 to 18% in a single global. Meanwhile, that damage is still continuing from the rest of the group. We have a healer in Moonkin form as well, just putting out as much damage as possible. Bifon need to win this map to equalize the series and stay alive.
How much is Bloodlust worth?
Sleepy are accelerating. They're so close now. 10% plays 7. 8 plays 8. 7 plays 7.
Oh my god.
As we get right to the finish line.
Two teams.
Sleepy accelerating a little bit. Bifon also there 1%. It looks like just by a sliver of a second, it is going to be Bifon taking this one by 2 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Wow. What a rush. If either team didn't have a death early on in the dungeon. Actually, dude, if Sleepy battle res that mage and the mage accepted it, I bet Sleepy would have won.
Yep, that is absolutely it. You played that. You're like, hey, let's hold that B-res. It's not going to matter. What's more important is that we don't wipe later. Well, turns out it did matter. Turns out everything mattered. This one came down to 2 seconds. And let me tell you, if Sleepy end up losing this series, that is going to be the map that they look back on with the most regret of any, because it was so close. That does mean we will move into a decisive Skyreach. Our series tied 1-1. A Windrunner Spire that was quite close. An Algathar Academy that was incredibly close. Leads us to a Skyreach. And the spec variety rule now rears its head. 6 total specs will need to be restricted between our two teams. Let's see what they've decided that will be, as this is going to be some tough decisions. There's a lot of good stuff in Skyreach, although luckily there's some stuff that you don't need from the other dungeons. And yeah, Sleepy is still going to have access to that bear, for instance. Wow. The Oggevoker going away, though, I guess is something that I'm a little bit less happy about. Meanwhile, Bifon has Og. They don't have Mistweaver. Both teams don't have Affliction, but you could play Demo. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like for Bifan, their composition is actually fairly clear cut here. It's going to be that Aug, it's going to be that Demo, it's probably going to be that Brewmaster Monk since they're Bear Druids banned. And so I feel like for Bifan, they probably should have like a compositional advantage over Sleepy here. But I mean, Sleepy's going to have some home cooked comp.
Yeah, this is going to be really fascinating. We are about to get into a decisive Game 3 between Bifan and Sleepy. And the question is, what specs are they going to use? Because this is a Game 3, so 6 restricted specs. A lot is already unavailable to them. We're not going to be able to see Aug Evokers for both teams. The team that can play it is... But oh wow, we've got some other exciting stuff in here. So this is a Discipline Priest, not a Holy Priest.
Yes.
Changing the meta from the previous teams that have used a Healing Priest this weekend. It is on the side of Bifan. Disc Priest should be pretty nice for contributing a lot of single target damage. That is one of the big strengths when you factor in their personal damage plus the power infusion. Meanwhile, Team Sleepy, that Frost Death Knight, going to be joining an Ellie Shaman for them.
I feel like most teams have elected, or at least thought, that the Restoration Shaman, if you end up getting super deep in your spec variety rule, that is the third best healer. But I feel like there is still merit to playing the Discipline Priest. We've seen it a couple of times in Nexus Point and Zenith, and it seems like it's pretty good. You know, power infusing this Unholy DK, who's doing 900,000 DPS. It's just multiplicative value here. You got the Augmentation Evoker. He's buffing up the Ebon Might, so he, as a result, also gets some value out of that power infusion. And we got 2 deaths on the right side of the screen. Sleepy, oh my god, we got the Repulse, and then we got Blessed. So there is a wall, an invisible wall that Blizzard has recently put onto the first boss platform, and Sleepy's Bear Tank, while he got knocked back by the Repulse, he got knocked into that invisible wall, ported straight back to the dead center of the room, but they are still going to be wiping. And for Bifan on the left side, this is the opening that you needed. Sleepy was the higher seeded team coming into this. Bifan probably was supposed to win the Windrunner Spire if they wanted to have a chance in the series, but for now on the left side, Bifan, the game plan is very simple for them. They just need to not have a full team wipe.
This is catastrophic for Sleepy. 7 deaths on the board, 8 deaths on the board. The trash is still in combat with them, and it is coming to spawn camp them as we have another death in the very near future, unless somehow, nope, it's not going to be possible. And more deaths befalling Sleepy here. The start of the dungeon. And finally, the trash will leave them alone, but they have to wait to release. And what are they going to do now, Tuttles? You could take that gateway and try and regather.
Okay,
or you could just go kind
slash
of
abandon.
a W. Yeah, you could hit the slash abandon. That is possible.
Do you think the observers get a vote?
I'm actually not sure. Yeah, I wonder what would happen if you do an abandon with an observer in your raid. That's just one of the many things we'll have to test. Looks like they are instead opting for just a conservative pull here. No cooldowns, no lust. Morale in shambles for Team Sleepy, getting ready to go back to bed, hoping that something incredible happens in the form of just a disaster for Bifan, because otherwise these 13 deaths, combined with the fact that they have killed 2% enemy forces count only, are going to be quite lethal for Sleepy.
I mean, for Sleepy, you have to kind of be kicking yourself as well, because like that Algathar Academy was completely winnable. It was a 20-minute Algathar Academy run. Some of our faster teams are putting up, well, let me take a look, 17 minutes in there, right? So they were quite slow in that Alg, and you think just a little bit faster strategy, or maybe a slightly better composition for Sleepy would have been a lot better, or even that battle res, right? Because they lost that map by 2 seconds. For Bifan, there is still a possibility that they lose this map, but I feel like it is quite narrow.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where, like, it's easy to look back and kick yourself about it. You got to be a little bit careful to not, don't hyper-fixate on any one given thing that went wrong in a map that you lose by 2 seconds, because you could certainly make the argument that any of those things changing would change the outcome there, but you can't be thinking about that. You've just got to be thinking about your dungeon. Even though you are down by 13 deaths, Look, earlier today, Tettles, we saw a Pit of Saron where if a team was down by only 13 deaths, they would have easily won that map. And you've got to just think that might be what's happening here, right? My opponents might have more go wrong than has already gone wrong for me, and I've just got to stay focused on my route and executing my game plan. Because Bifon, they're playing some spicy off-meta stuff here. That Discipline Priest, for instance, a little bit of a different thing than we usually see in this dungeon. Anytime that's true, that means that there's room for excitement, and there's also room for stuff to go wrong.
I think this is actually looking pretty good here, though, for Bifon. Having that Brewmaster Monk in this dungeon allows the Brewmaster Monk to have most of the control over the gathers of the pack, right? A lot of times you'll see healers helping out with like the para and getting the pull set up, but I think that the additional CC on the tank here really, you see the tank on Bifon, he's just paraing and setting up every single pack.
Yeah, this is looking so nice there for Bifon. I think this is one of those maps where it's just like, I don't mind at all having a non-bear in this map. It's like this map in Algathar, I'm very happy to play that Brewmaster, play the VDH, play whatever you like in those, because there's just so much value you can get beyond just, hey, I can pull twice as much stuff and press end card and be fine, right? Skyreach, you're so often gated in terms of how much you can pull anyways at once.
Yeah. I think that this is the dungeon that is like probably the closest between our top and our middle of the pack teams, where again, like the pulls that you're saying, the mobs that are done is pretty much the exact same between all of the teams, and it was a time trial dungeon for both the Western regions and the Chinese region. So in theory, this should be one of the most practiced dungeons.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, in theory, does not always translate to in practice, though. Sometimes there are teams that will set up these time trial routes where it's pretty low success rate, but it works 1 out of 10 times, and that's a great dungeon plan for a time trial dungeon. Atrocious plan for an MDI route, though.
Yeah, we're seeing here on the left side Bifan continuing to just kind of churn through this dungeon. They finally have all the trash killed off. Arachnath has been engaged, and they are just continuing to just chew through this boss HP. I feel like this dungeon, what are the times that we're supposed to be looking for in this place? I feel like a 12-minute run we saw a 12-12 from Big Lucky earlier today.
All right, that would be a pretty impressive benchmark. I think Big Lucky did have 1 death in that run, but despite that, that's still an absurdly fast run. So yeah, absolutely. Anything in that range would be something really exciting for this team. Because remember, whichever team wins this series, which, spoiler alert, it's looking like it'll be Bifon unless something big changes here, they are going to have to play again later today if they want to stay in this tournament. So they will not be done just yet. They will not be able to afford resting on their laurels and celebrating their success for too long in this map. They will need to immediately get ready for another elimination series that they will be forced to play in just like another hour here.
Yeah. I feel like the lower bracket teams, I feel like the momentum is such a heavy thing for them. For Bifan, they've actually had 3 pretty good runs. Even that Windrunner Spire was completely winnable by them. Even though they were running, oh my gosh, we're healing the boss. Never mind. Maybe I spoke too soon. They let a beam go uninterrupted into the boss, healing it a little bit, and now during that Supernova cast is going to do a little bit more damage. I don't think it should one-shot them with the 289 gear on the tournament realm, especially with this amount of avoidance, but it did heal the boss a little bit, which you hate to see.
Yeah, the way that beam works is it will instantly tick if it touches the boss, so you do need to make sure you are immediately intercepting that beam. You can't wait to see it and then jump in it, because it doesn't instantly tick on players. It instantly ticks only on the boss, so a little bit of an important interaction to be aware of for sure.
All right, now we see Bifan. They've downed the boss, and they are making their way onto Ruckran. They have 1 trash pack that awaits them, and this is the part of the dungeon where I feel like this is exactly how you play it in a high key, right? This is the part of the dungeon where if you made it to the second boss in a high Mythic Plus dungeon, it's kind of unlosable from here, unless of course you get targeted by all the birds, and for some reason you're standing in melee and you get melee to death. But aside from that going wrong, it's unlosable.
Yeah, exactly. This part of the dungeon is very much on rails for the next couple of minutes here, although it is quite technical to execute the wind tunnel, and then there is the huge variance around that final pull of the dungeon, which is quite a massive liability. So there's going to be a very exciting end to the dungeon, but yeah, the next minute or two here is very unlikely to be where Bifan will throw. If they were to throw, it wouldn't be here.
Hypothetically, of course.
Hypothetically speaking, of course.
Yeah. But for Bifon, now they're on to the second boss. They only have one battle res available. They will be getting another one here in about a minute. A minute from now, they will be getting the second battle res. And they basically just have to deal with all of the Sunbreak adds as they spawn and just continuing to DPS down the boss. A lot of the MDI teams elect to actually not kill off these adds. Instead, occasionally, often than not, they're just pressing a defensive on the entire group, or like an anti-magic zone, a Zephyr, and just standing in the Searing Quills with that ad available. And I think that is a strategy that is quite dangerous, but it's one that we've seen consistently done from our MDI teams over the course of the last couple weekends. And you see it for Bifan as well. The anti-magic zone's getting pressed, the Zephyr gets pressed, and they stand in those Searing Quills, with just Cleave being the only thing that's going on to that ad.
Yeah, one of the nice things about a strategy like this is that, yeah, it seems scary, but it actually kind of removes points of failure from a strategy, right? Like, if you think about something where it's like, hey, we're going to use a Ring of Peace and we're all going to hide behind this pillar, like, that means that then there's 5 people's movement and one person's Ring of Peace, not just, like, pressing it, but placing it correctly, all that can go wrong. Now, is an MDI team likely to mess that up? Certainly not. But if they're greeting damage, are they liable to maybe take an extra tick of damage because they're not hiding, because they're trying to greet a global? It's definitely possible, right? If you instead change the difficulty to, hey, we've mapped it out and we need to use these defensives in this order, that is a lot simpler of a task to execute, even if it is scarier looking.
Yeah. All right, so they did hide for one of the Searing Quills casts, and they are going to be attacking they're going to be hiding for one, and they're going to be attacking the boss during the second one. But those are the only Searing Quills casts that they're going to have to deal with. And now for Bifan, they have to deal with that Wind Gauntlet. But with the Warlock Gate, that is something that is fairly trivial. It would be really, really funny if we needed to watch this Disciplined Priest run through that Wind Gauntlet. He would basically get there about the same time that the thing is clicked. But I think that the Warlock Gate is going to just solve all of our problems here. You have to port that gateway, or oh my gosh. Almost sent the players off the edge, but that was perfectly placed gateway on the side of Bifan. Oh, never mind. Not perfectly placed. Instead, we ran off the edge on accident.
Ooh, and it's our Warlock as well. So, and it looks like our Warlock released also, so going to need a rescue. I think probably if you can just stay dead and get the mass res, that might be the quickest way to do this. Looks like the rest of the team is now channeling into the Wind Orb. Ooh, Tuttles. This costs a lot of time. It doesn't cost 14 deaths amount of time, which is the good news, but it does cost a lot of time.
Yeah, now it looks like the priest, after getting rid of that Wind Gauntlet, he's going to life grip the healer up. And now our Brewmaster Monk tank is pulling the pack. He is going to be activating that Wernstone, or he's going to just, he just ends up transcending with that personal transcendence port to his priest is who it looked like. And now we only have one pull that remains for Bifan between them and pulling the last boss here. This is the biggest point of contention that we have seen teams have many, many deaths to. We've even seen a lot of wipes. For a Disc Priest to be able to heal through this would be quite impressive. Actually, I wouldn't hate if they broke this up into 2 separate pulls.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, especially if you're looking at the stream and you know how far ahead you are, if you have practiced a slower and safer strategy, then you should do it. If you haven't, then you shouldn't. That's an important thing that we sometimes see, like MDI teams, is you just haven't practiced a slow strategy because, like, why would you, right? And then it comes time in the tournament, and if you actually try and do it on the fly, it's not actually safer because you aren't practiced on it. But it looks like this time around, Bifan are able to slow things down a little bit, just fight this on the top of the stairs. They know that their only way of losing this series is by wiping, and they are going to reduce the chance of doing that by pulling this a little bit more conservatively. I think very good call.
All right. You are seeing them. They are doing the rest of the platform, which is still a very dangerous pull. You have the Solar Construct with that Solar Beam. You have the Dread Raven with the knockback. You have the Blade Talon with the group AoE bleed. Those things are all very dangerous. You also have the Solar Elemental, which spawns that Solar Orb, which can heal the pack if it's not killed off quickly, which is why you're seeing on the side of Bifan on the left side, they are grabbing the entire pack, pulling it on top of that Solar Orb, and allowing it to get killed off by the passive cleave from the Demonology Warlock and that Unholy Death Knight's Death and Decay with that DT being pressed. Now you're seeing that the Breath of Aeon's stun coming out for that Augmentation Evoker, and it looks like most of the dangerous mobs have been killed off on the side of Bifan. It looks like it's just a Dread Raven and a Solar Construct remaining. That Blade Talon also actually alive. So the 3 most dangerous mobs, funnily enough, I said that they killed off some dangerous mobs. That's not true. The 3 most dangerous mobs are still available. They are going to be powered through with just this Bloodlust, and once those mobs go down, Bifan is going to be separated only by a boss from the 2-1 reverse sweep.
Yeah, just that last boss remaining for Bifon. Sleepy valiantly fighting onwards. Despite the start of the dungeon going so poorly for them, to their immense credit, they have been able to avoid turning this into anything worse. But unfortunately for Sleepy, it looks like Bifon are just not in the mood to give them a chance to get back into this thing, as they are already in on that last boss. The Meld Summon going to be coming out from Sleepy, but this is just going to be nowhere close to enough, as Bifon on a 2-death run. So not perfect, but certainly not bad here. The time comparison against Big Lucky is a little bit telling, though, right? Big Lucky, they were what, 12:30 in here?
12:12?
Yeah.
Yeah, 12:12.
So Bifon going to be substantially... That really puts into perspective here, because Bifon have looked pretty quick. But wow, that is Big Lucky are just on another level in this group.
I do wonder how much the spec variety rule also slows them down
True.
a bit, right? Because Big Lucky played the Sky Reach as the first map in their series. It's likely that they indexed really heavy. Actually, they didn't even index like that heavy into composition for this dungeon. They played like Enhancement Shaman, I'm pretty sure. So kind of a unique pick. But for Bifan, I mean, I think that it just proves what the best team in the world looks like from some of the teams in the middle. And for Bifan, they're going to have a big task awaiting them in the lower bracket run to be able to qualify for the Season 1 Global Finals if that is their goal. They're going to have to face up against the likes of Interrupt versus Big Lucky. We have that series tomorrow, but they have to make it through some of the other teams that we've seen, such as Silly Guy.
Yeah, Silly Guy standing there ominously in the future for them
Smiling.
to contend with. Yeah. 18% left on the boss. It looks like Bifon gonna be able to get this boss killed before Sleepy even get in boss combat. Maybe. Nope. Sleepy able to get in boss combat at least. So really keeping this alarmingly close given how much time they lost at the start of the dungeon, I will say, in favor of Sleepy. They were definitely faster on average throughout this dungeon, but the start was just so catastrophic. It is going to be Bifon taking this series 2-1 over their competition there. That is sad to see them go out, though.
Yeah, I did feel like
07 for
Sleepy had a
Sleepy.
faster strategy in all three dungeons, but unfortunately deaths and wipes plagued them so much that ended their weekend. So yeah, 07s to Sleepy. I really love that logo. Hopefully they come back next time. For Bifans, the Brad Pitt of China, they're making it on to the next round.
That's right, Bifon going to be advancing to fight against Toe TV. That is going to be a scary series, I think, for Bifon. But before we get there, we are going to get to journey to Silly Guy versus FTBZM. FTBZM already slightly upset by Toe TV in their first round, as they were technically the higher-seeded team. How will they fare against Silly Guy, which is another team, this team that is actually seeded higher than either of those two? This could be pretty scary for FTBZM. It is time for us to also transmute Tettles into Zyro to join us for this series. Zyro, welcome.
Meld summon.
That's right.
Yeah, Tettles melded, and Dratnos summoned me.
Zyro.
the new tech. Oh, there it is. Ooh,
There he goes.
I've had some time to rest and recover since that Pit of Saran. I'm back refreshed and ready to go for these last two series of the day. That was a good series that we just watched, though. Went all the way, 3 games. Fortunately, had to send one of your emotions home, but one of your states of mind home. But we still got Silly Guy here in this matchup. Think they're gonna?
Yeah, it should be a good one.
it? Yeah.
So we're going to start off in that Pit of Saron, which we've got some flashbacks to earlier today. Hopefully we can avoid that in this run of the Pit of Saron. Then we've got a Skyreach and a Windrunner Spire to round out this map pool if we are to get to that Game 3. Starting off, though, in the Pit. And this is an interesting one. With the way the spec variety rule works, whenever you have a descending keystone order in terms like 17, 16, 15, I actually think that works out really naturally for teams where you play your highest power level stuff at the start of the series anyways, and that's the scarier higher key levels.
I also think the dungeons in particular are kind of nice for this too, because like Windrunner Spire is a dungeon that we've talked about this a lot. We've seen the most variety of specs being used in that dungeon. It feels like you can make almost anything work in that dungeon as long as you have an efficient way to skip past usually the phalanxes and archers at the end of the dungeon. As long as you have shadow modes for that, you should be okay. We're running pretty much whatever in that key. Obviously, some things are still a little better. But yeah, I think they definitely want to front load most of their strategy. But this is kind of a nasty dungeon setup for FTBZM, because if you missed it, about an hour ago, FTBZM played a complete fiesta match in this dungeon where both teams had 20 deaths, 15 of them for each of the teams coming off the back of that first pull. I said I spent the last hour recovering from that. FTBZM had to spend the last hour recovering from that and practicing this dungeon so that doesn't happen to them again. So let's see if they shirt up that strategy and put together a much more cleaner attempt at this dungeon, because I think they're going to need it in order to beat Silly Guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Silly Guy definitely coming into this series as the favorites. Let's see the compositions. It is unsurprisingly full power out of both teams. The only divergence is on the Death Knight flavor, as we have a Frost Death Knight for FTBZM, whereas Silly Guy deploying the Unholy instead. And I guess also Warlock versus Devourer. It's actually Destruction Warlock for FTBZM too.
What's our left team doing, Dranos? What's Silly Guy up to? Are they just being silly guys over there? Our tank has disconnected, it appears. He's constantly
I don't
backpedaling.
like this at all for Silly Guy. The worst possible time to disconnect right after the key starts as well. The ping comes out.
All right, well, let's take a look at the team that is pulling mobs. FTPZM able to deal with the first pull this time around. Last time around, if you missed it an hour ago, rewatch the VOD. I guarantee you it's worth it. They wiped to this pull about 4 separate times off the back of taint deaths into other players wiping out, releasing, somehow keeping the pull together. Tank run backs in, gets aggro, dies again, other people die again. All the time was said and done. They took about 6 minutes of dungeon timer to kill this first pull. This time around, though, clean as a whistle. This is exactly what they needed after that fiesta that they just participated in. It's looking good for them this time around.
Yeah, and often if you have that first death, if you can prevent that first death from happening, so much goes better, right? Like, obviously, if you just never have a death, that's great, right? But oftentimes, the difference between a 0 death run and a 20 death run is literally just that one little thing going wrong and then the domino effect afterwards. So really good for FTBZM that so far they are exactly on plan. Really bad for a Silly Guy that their tank appears to have fully disconnected now. Hopefully able to rejoin soon. Unfortunately, in the MDI, the rule typically is, if you DC, it's on you. It's not something that ever gets any kind of remake, any of that sort of thing for a DC. Not something that we do, because it is unfortunately it's one of those things where it can feel like it's out of control of the players, but it's better than doing it any other way, unfortunately. So hopefully Silly Guy are able to get reconnected soon, because this is absolutely tragic watching the rest of the team just stand there at the start of the dungeon. This has got to feel bad for everybody, but especially that tank player.
Well, due to the magic of VOD rewatching, Dratnos, we have slightly sped up the timer in the dungeon. You can see we're going a little bit faster. The animations are a little bit faster. There's still information to glean from this dungeon. Can FTBZM put together a clean dungeon? If they do have similar mistakes than they had in their previous run, and the tank comes back and they put together a clean run, they could catch up. We did have a death on the side of FTBZM as our Augavoker goes down, instantly expending the battle res on that side for them. But it looks like they're stable in this pull so far.
Yeah, 1 death, not the end of the world, but like I said, really going from 0 deaths to 1 deaths is where the run stops being perfect. Hopefully this hasn't taken them off plan, at least. The good news is it wasn't a death in any cooldowns. It wasn't a death that seems to have cost them too much beyond those 15 seconds. So that is a small mercy for FTBZM. The bigger mercy, of course, being that their competitors have yet to pull any mobs due to that disconnect. So FTBZM really getting an easy mode version of Pit of Saron here to make up for the ultimate hard mode version of this dungeon that they did play last time in here.
Yeah, I mean, this is about 20 times better than we saw from them last time. When they were running up to Forge Master, they had, I believe, 17 deaths last time around. So, only 1 this time around. Almost 20 times better. They're doing a good job of it so far. Last time around, I'm curious, is the strategy different when they're on a good run? They killed this trash pack separately at the bottom of the stairs as a single pull. Okay, they do normally pull this into the boss. So that was really just like a comedy of the most errors we've ever seen out of a team. in the MDI this season from FTBZM. They're showing us what they're capable of this time around. Trash on top of the boss. This pull is still pretty dangerous, but they have the cooldowns prepared and ready for it. This trash should melt.
Yeah, this is absolutely what this pull should look like for FTBZM. All this trash onto the boss. It is fairly lethal, but the thing about the Mistweaver Monk and the Bear is when you're fighting this much trash, your tank doesn't need as much healing because they've got so many extra targets for that Thrash to hit. And the rest of your group is getting all the healing they need because your Mistweaver is spinning on so many targets. So this composition actually scales its defensive really nicely when you are fighting so many, especially when you have like so many Risen soldiers that don't actually do anything, that aren't making the pull more difficult, but are contributing to that spinning crane kick healing and to that Guardian, Ursoc's Fury Remembered shield.
Yeah? Okay, well, the remainder of the trash starting to funnel in. Now they still have those reanimated mobs alive, giving them a little bit of funnel. It's nice for the Destro Lock to have a second target available, so we can get that Havoc Cleave, get a little bit of extra shard generation for more single target damage. It's looking really similar to the run that we saw from Destro Lock last week. I mean, I saw the vision for what they were putting together. It just didn't work out for them last time around. I want to see where they stop the clock, though, because, again, one of the most important things we're talking about this entire weekend is where the top two qualifying teams coming out of this weekend are going to compare to the Western teams we already have in the global finals. We talked about this incessantly for the past couple of days. The fastest runs that we saw in 17 Pit Run were back in Cup A weekend, where Mandatory was putting up some ridiculous zero-death times of like 14 minutes in change. We haven't seen anything on the level of that so far this weekend of the Pit Run. I want to see if FTBZM can get anywhere close to that with a relatively clean run.
Yeah, I'm also curious about that. The one death on the board is definitely bad news for them, but shouldn't be the end of the world in terms of at least getting a benchmark of what their timer might look like in here. As we can see the dances coming out over on the side of Silly Guy. Remember, Silly Guy come into this series as the slight favorites based on time trial seeding, and I'd say based on performance so far. They are certainly now underdogs in the map, and I think also underdogs in the series, Zyro. I think that they weren't enough ahead that you could start them off down 0-1 and have them be favored to win both of the next two.
Well, especially when you look at the spec choices, right? They went full top-tier meta comp. They've got all the power picks here, and they're going to have to ban some of it out for next map, right? Like, it's going to be rough for them. Whereas FTBZM, they can get rid of the Destro Lock right away.
Hear me out. If you didn't actually get in combat with the spec, you shouldn't have to restrict it. That I think we can make a little exception there.
Yeah.
We could restrict the offline spec instead.
Go back in time 6 hours and make that the rule that they played for this series.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, for anybody, we are watching a VOD, so it was about 6 hours ago that this match was played, as of course the China versus America time zone difference is pretty brutal. So we elected to run our broadcast at reasonable times for us. That would have been pretty unreasonable times for them. So we're rebroadcasting, but it's only 6 hours ago that these matches did happen, compared to some previous MDI Chinas where we actually were. A week later was when we would do our rebroadcast. So we still don't know the end result of the weekend, for instance, which is going to be very exciting to find that out tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to those matchups tomorrow. I want to see if Big Lucky can continue the way that they've played in the dominance in which they've won their series. It's been very impressive to see. As you can see, we're talking about watching a VOD. We have significantly sped up the VOD here because it is going to be FTBZM just moving ahead with the map while Team Silly Guy waits for the tank to reconnect. Unfortunately, that's just one of the rules of an online tournament. It's in the rules. Internet connection issues are, a team-by-team basis. There were issues with first MDI's way in the past where teams would, fake PC, ask for a remake, and it would be given to them, and it's like, okay, well, what do we do now? This is clearly not going to work for the rules of the competition, so they had to add in some rules to make sure teams wouldn't try to abuse that, and of course we're seeing that, unfortunately, affect our matchup now. But through the power of VOD watching, we get to see what FTBZM can do with their run. And we're seeing, obviously, they're doing a lot better time of it this time around. I want to see what the plan is for their skip here, because their skip in the previous run, I don't know if you saw it, Dratnos, it was a rescue 3 players up top on the left side, not the right side of the cliff. And our DK taunted mobs into what I assume should have been a shadow meld, but they actually just died instead. And then got mass rest. Let's see what it actually is supposed to look like after they kill a Kincrick.
Our observer on the left-hand team, meanwhile, is zooming in on the faces of the Alliance expedition that were hanging out near that dungeon portal, having a good time there. Looks like the team has stopped dancing here. I think probably the understanding of what has happened here. They're probably trying to keep positive, but this is a very demoralizing thing to have happen to you. A DC landing like this in a competition as high stakes as this. Remember, BlizzCon ultimately is on the line here. Whichever team loses this series will no longer have a chance of fighting for that spot at BlizzCon, as we are unfortunately going to be full screening now. We're full screening. Just FTBZM will be on the screen, and Silly Guy will be losing this map unless FTBZM are able to put together an impressive chain of deaths, which they have one time in this dungeon. But yeah, it looks like they do prefer that left-hand skip up the side there with the rescue. Interesting. I wonder what that accomplishes.
I feel like the only thing that you get to skip is unlocking the civilian late, right? Like, they don't have to worry about doing that. They can just run up to the left instantly, gateway up. They only have to use the one shadow meld. I don't think it's any particularly faster than the other ways that we've seen. It's just another variation on it. You end up using one meld and a Wernstone. It's kind of like the initial one that we saw at the beginning of Cup A. Either way, get the skip done. This time, no death on the DK. They're able to get that done cleanly and move into the Glaciath corridor. I think the really impressive thing about this run, though, for Silly Guy is even with the DC, they've been able to keep it to 0 deaths.
Yeah, exactly. That is pretty impressive for them so far. Looks like...
Sorry.
Yeah, the run continuing through Glaciath here as the speed is accelerating on our playthrough, too. The Destro Lock actually kind of popping off here.
Yeah, I mean, again, when we saw it last weekend, I was a little bit questioning the way that it worked in terms of, how it fit into the sort of MDI speedrun playstyle, but I think it's actually relatively solid. It has a 1 in 30 cooldowns, kind of on the same timer as Unholy DK. You can sync cooldowns, which makes your Augavoker's time a little bit easier to sync their cooldowns with everyone. They have solid AoE damage. They have solid single target damage. I don't think they're going to top overall ever unless you're non-stop mass pulling. They just have generally good damage all the time. And then, of course, you have the full Warlock suite of utility, right? Soul Stone, Health Stones, Curses, Gateway Skips if you want to use those as well. So, in general, I think it's just a solid pick. I think Warlock is kind of one of the little unsung heroes of the competition. We keep talking about Unholy DKs and Devourer, Demon Hunters, and Mistweaver Monks. Whereas Warlock, you can play all 3 specs, and you can just play a spec and ban it out instantly, and then play one of the other 2 specs if you want to. It's a really solid utility knife for the spec ban rule.
Yeah, I think if you had a Warlock main on your team this season, it would actually be so valuable because they could play Warlock really happily in 5 of the 8 dungeons, and they could play different specs between most of them, so the spec variety rule, it would be a benefit rather than a hindrance to have, say, a main of a class, which, in most cases it's oh, this is kind of awkward because they can't play it in every map. You could play Warlock in every map and also be benefiting rather than costing yourself on the spec variety rule.
Yeah, and it's working out here for FTBZM as they're making it work this time around. A much, much cleaner Pit of Saran. Just the one single death from the Augavoker on one of the early trash pulls. They've kept it to that throughout the entire dungeon here. It's not going to be on the same pace as the mandatory runs. I think only Big Lucky is really the team this weekend that seems like they're on pace of the top teams in the West so far. Interrupt has a couple of runs that have been in the ballpark. FTBZM, though, is going to be just going for a clean-ish run here. Looks like the timer is going to be somewhere around the 17-minute mark when all is said and done. Still have this trash to cleave down. Still have the Plague Spreader, plus all of the mobs that spawn from the intermission to cleave down here as well. But looks like they're well on their way to putting together a very solid Pit of the Saran run here.
Yeah, they're not going to be in the ballpark of mandatory, but they're going to be able to see the ballpark. And, if things break well for you and you hit a home run, it's some sports metaphor.
Yeah. Yeah, you go throw the ball at the end zone, that's a touchdown. You kill all the bosses in the dungeon, that's a timed key.
That's right. That's the rules.
John Madden.
And when your opponents disconnect, that's good. You're, of course, you send them a little sad face, which is oh man, I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, I wish it wasn't under these circumstances. And then secretly, deep inside, you're yes, this is exactly what I wanted to happen to all my opponents forever.
Yeah, it's like the equivalent of hitting a net cord in tennis, right? Where the common thing is, put your hand up, you say, sorry, I apologize, didn't mean for that shot to go off, but then you turn around and you pump your fist. Yeah, I won that point, let's go. That's what's going on here. So it looks like FTBZM, yeah.
really big for them as well that this was the Pit of Saron where they get their redemption too, because like you said earlier today, just a couple hours ago, we were watching them in this key absolute disaster piece of a dungeon run. So putting together a zero death run, really big for showing that, hey, that wasn't us. This is us, right? We are able to put together competitive dungeon runs. One death, no problem. Beautiful run out of FTBZM. Unfortunate situations for Silly Guy. Hopefully they're able to resolve their tank internet issue and reconnect, get everything started before the next map starts. And with the benefit of hindsight, I can tell you, we are indeed able to get a tank reconnected and rejoined for the rest of the series, so it's not going to be over just yet. That is really, really good news here, but FTBZM up 1-0. Yeah, this series now, I think, looking quite good for them, even though they will be playing against a full 5-player team in the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, we came into this series expecting Silly Guy to be favored. Obviously, one player being disconnected, especially when it's your tank, means you're just going to lose that map. There's not a lot you can do about that at that point, except hope they reconnect. Like you said, we know, because this happened a few hours ago, they have reconnected. They're going to be back for the second map. Now, the question is, can FTBZM continue playing clean for the rest of this series? Because we've seen what it looks like when they don't. Silly Guy is a team that can capitalize on that. They have relatively decent runs. The only reason they're in the lower bracket is because they played Interrupt, who looked like one of the top 2 teams this weekend. So, Silly Guy, I think they still could potentially reverse sweep this series. They do have that slight issue, though, that we were talking about mid-map. They did commit a lot of their power picks to that first dungeon. What did they end up banning out? What do we have available for the rest of the series? Let's see what happens here in the next dungeon. Heading over to Skyreach, one of our time trial keys. See if they're able to put together a winning run and potentially put some pressure onto FTBZM.
Yeah, this is going to be really important because it's not just will FTBZM be able to stay in form, it's will Silly Guy be able to shake off the tank DC, right? There are some teams that will be able to play the next map completely unaffected, and there are some teams that are just going to be completely falling apart after something like that happens. Let's see which caliber Silly Guy falls into in this map. We do see the Warlock only for FTBZM, so they get access to that gateway, while Silly Guy having to run around as the designers intended here.
Yeah, also no rescue skip available for Silly Guy as well, so they won't be able to do the tech that we saw Big Lucky pull off earlier today, where they did the skip up to the platform even without a Warlock. They just rescued and used a whole bunch of other movement abilities to get up there. Both teams now onto the first boss platform, a ton of trash in tow. Bloodlust popped, and we're off to the races with big AoE damage. The Destro Lock, like you said, has been swapped out for a Demo Lock, but one of the big problems with Demo Lock early on these first pulls, Dratnos, you have to ramp a bunch of damage. They're not the team that has problems, though, as Silly Guy already at death. Our Ret Paladin has gone down. First battle res not even being used. They just release and run back. We also now are losing our Enhanced Shaman. They onk, though.
Yeah, the onk is available. The lack of a B-Res here. So the problem is that the only person who can cast a B-Res is the Ret Paladin. So anybody else dying, the Ret Paladin is like double happy. It's like, hey, I get to res, and I get some free wings. Don't mind if I do. But if the Ret Pally themselves die, you don't have access to that res. You'd have to have somebody go over and jumper cables. And oh no, more deaths happening for Silly Guy here. Now up to 4 total deaths on their scorecard. Absolute tragedy. It's going to be a full wipe for our team that were the favorites coming into this map. But wow, 20 seconds into the Pit of Saron, they had their tank DC and it was all over. And now here, just a couple of minutes into the Skyreach, it's not all over yet. But 7 deaths on the board and a lot of trash is reset, Zyro.
FTBZM, though, able to clear out that trash cleanly, are now about halfway through Ranjit here, and they're doing a great job of baiting these frontals off the platform so they don't have to worry about potentially getting hit by those as well. So they're keeping it clean. More mistakes, though. More problems for Silly Guy as they gather the trash again a second time around, and once again another full team wipe for Team Silly Guy. I think they're going to be Mad Guy at this point, as they have accrued 12 deaths at the start of the key. We still haven't dealt with this trash. Thankfully, they're able to stay in combat with some of the trash as they run back through, so they're not going to have to do the entire HP bar of some of it, but still, this is just costing them so much time. 3 minutes of death timers already.
Yeah, it looked like maybe the Ret Pally just ran up and got killed by the boss, which led to the boss despawning and like resetting. But yeah, it looks like they are going to be getting back into boss combat. In the meantime, though, FTBZM nearly done with this boss. And there are now 3 minutes of death timer in favor of FTBZM as well, on top of that progression advantage. So a huge lead. It's difficult to understate. Oh my goodness. Difficult to overstate even. And it's getting even worse here as Rep Paladin dies once more. The healer torpedoes off the edge in solidarity. And Silly Guy living up to their name here. Unfortunately, these are going to be deaths 13 through 17.
Oh,
and this
no.
is just going to be it, Zyro. This is going to be the end of their tournament. Like, what do you do from here? You're wiping to the first boss over and over again. You're down 1-0 already in the series. There's just nothing you can do.
At least they aren't spam pinging each other. That's like the big sign that a team is tilted and angry at each other, that you see pings going out. I guess they could be doing that in voice comms as well, but we're not seeing it manifest in game just yet. They're going to continue going on. It's what you have to do, right? Your back's against the wall. You lose this map, you're out of the series. You have to play for what you can at this point. Yes, you're down 4 minutes of death timers, but you're playing against FTBZM, a team who just had one of those Fiesta dungeons a little over an hour ago. You know they're capable of putting, of throwing a map. So you have to keep playing and play for a chance to win here. We're going to see Silly Guy go for just that, but FTBZM not looking like they're going to be that team in this map.
Yeah, the thing that worries me is that Skyreach is not one of those dungeons that has an awful lot of ways for it to turn into a disaster. There are those first pulls, which is where we've seen it a couple of times, in fact, where we saw it for Silly Guy. And then there's like maybe the end section of the dungeon, but the middle of the dungeon really doesn't present a lot of opportunities for things to go super wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing as well, right, is because this is a dungeon the teams should be like heavily practiced on, because this was a time trial key, it makes it, number one, a little more crazy when these wipes do happen, because they should be practiced, but it also means the other team is very likely not going to have those mistakes. FTBZM doing a great job of kiting around here, making sure they're not taking any AoE damage from the solar elementals, clearing out those solar orbs as quickly as possible here too. We haven't seen any stray heals go off as well, so they're doing a good job of staying on top of their interrupts. Next pull can be a dangerous one if they go for all 3 of the Guardians at the same time, though.
Yeah, this definitely could be a little bit scary. Not hugely scary, not as scary as the start of the dungeon, but definitely not trivial. One of the few spots in the middle of Skyreach where you can actually fight, more than 5 or 6 enemies at the same time as well.
Gotta keep an eye on those solar constructs, right? Those channels do a ton of single target damage to the individual players that they're focused on. And you can see that across the board, FTBZM here has very few personals available for this pull. Really, only the Cocoon is going to be available to save somebody if they don't have a personal. So, gotta keep an eye on top of that. They have shields on all the players right now. Might be a litany have just popped there to keep the health bars nice and clean at the end of that pull, and it's going to be a clean pull from FTBZM as all 3 constructs go down in unison. We have a couple of stragglers, a couple trash mobs that just need to be interrupted, that they'll pull on top of the boss, but they can very easily cleave them down with their comp.
Yeah, exactly. This is looking so good for them, as intercepting these beams for FTBZM going to be a priority as well. It looks like they've managed that. And actually, you can see the Augavoker. Oh, I thought the Augavoker was maybe going to be dancing in and out of those beams, but it looks like no, not bothering with that advanced technique that we have seen some of our teams employ.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to see the Warlock doing it either. That guy has to stand still and cast for 30 seconds to do max DPS in his cooldown, so he's going to be sitting in a beam and standing there doing nothing. Maybe the Augavoker has the opportunity to do it now? Nope, he's just going to sit there and tank it and let his Warlock free cast in the back, so they're not opting to do any of that. Looks like they're just going to say, yo, healer, you got to heal us here. We're doing max DPS. And that's going to be the play for them. You can see the Warlock, though, benefiting pretty heavily from that. On the meters, they're doing a lot of single target damage to the boss here.
Gonna need just a little bit of healing, and then I'll focus on my damage rotation, and you just increase my health bar to the full amount, please. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just 1 heal, perhaps. Maybe 2 if you're feeling like it. And I will press Hand of Gul'dan over and over. Trade offer. That's the trade offer.
Good trade. Good deal. That's the thing. That's what healers sign up for, is that exact trade offer. I'm sure that they're having a lot of time. The thing is, this season healers are having a lot of fun because they're hitting spinning crane kick, and they're on the same side of that trade offer. They're like, yep, my spinning crane kick's going to heal you passively, and I'm doing damage. Do not worry about it.
I still remember a couple weeks ago I was watching some friends do keys in Discord, and I was specifically watching a Mistweaver play, and I was like, so okay, this looks like an interesting spec that you play on AoE polls. Out of 100 globals, how many spinning crane kicks do you think that you press on a pole like this? And he was sitting there thinking, he's like, I'm not too sure. So usually on polls like this, you just want to spin. In the meantime, while he's, thinking and having this conversation, I watch him press spinning crane kick like 15 times in a row, not pressing any other global. And it's like, nah, I got my answer, dude. You're good. But I mean, the spec is so crazy. I mean, the ease of access to it, I think, is important, right? The fact that it's not necessarily that difficult to play in those polls leans credence to why it's so good, not only for MDI, but just for key pushing in general. Easy rotation means you have less things to think about, which means you have more brain globals, right, to do those extra Swiss Army knife things that Tettle's talking about. You can go do extra things. You can go click on citizens. You can toss externals on your team if you need to. And that it frees up things for your DPS players to not have to worry about.
Yeah, I'd say Mistweaver gameplay this season is, like, there are moments of 50 spinning crane kicks in a row, but that is punctuated by these moments of, like, okay, you get a spatial paradox and you're crackling Jade Lightninging these two specific mobs and you're parrying one when it gets to the right spot. And also just single target healing as well. Healing on the boss fights can be another order entirely. So yeah, I think it landed in a really good place where it's definitely accessible. And a lot of the pulls, Mistweavers can heal with quite a good degree of ease. But then there is still a lot of skill expression in the rest of the dungeon.
Our Warlock has absolutely sent this pull to the grave here. Couple Antoran Inquisitor Mindseers going off here and just destroying this pack as we spawn Ruckran and move on to the third boss of the dungeon here. It's kind of disgusting what Demo Lock is capable of when you get the right pets in your cooldown window. It's rare when it happens, but like if you're on an AoE poll and like half of the demons that you summon from Dominion of Argus are Mindseers, you're going to see that class do unholy amounts of damage, like more than an unholy DK. It's actually insane. And then other times you get a bunch of the Blaze dudes and you're kind of just sitting there wondering where all your damage went. But in general, I feel like it's just such a solid class to play. It's not bad at anything.
Yeah, the Demonology Warlock, I think you're happy in Cleave, you're happy in AoE, you're happy on single target. You're never thrilled about any of them unless you're proccing the right demons. But it's important to have some of that all-around damage when you're trying to complement specs like the Frost DK that is so burst cooldown oriented, right, or the Unholy DK that is so interested in really big AoE or also single target, right? It's nice to have somebody who's just like kind of always good, even if you're never great.
I remember when we got to Bellerin progression, I was sitting there thinking as a Warlock, okay, man, I'm here for a Gateway and Healthstones. What am I doing? But then it turns out your cooldowns line up for every bird set really well. And you kill the birds, like the bird ads that spawn on that fight, better than anyone else with your cooldowns. It's like, oh wait, I'm actually really important on this fight. This class feels great to play because the timing is right. If the timing was wrong, you'd have just been there for your buffs. But yeah, sometimes things work out like that for that class. Either way, FTBZM looking fantastic in this dungeon. They've kept it to just the one death once again. One death in Pittisaron, one death in the Skyreach so far. But of course, a lot of time can be saved in the upcoming moments of the dungeon. Fortunately, they have the best tool of dealing with that Wind Gauntlet. They've got the Gateway available to them. See if they're able to place that quickly and move on to the rest of the dungeon. They, of course, have to skip past the first two trash mobs right afterwards, but they also have the perfect comp for that. They can Augavoke or Wernstone skip it. They can use the Transcendence to skip through it. They have a lot of options available to them.
Yeah, huge set of options for FTBZM. Credit to Silly Guy as well, who are in basically the same spot in the dungeon, just a boss behind, and 4 minutes of death timer, but we don't need to worry about that. That's something that I'm sure that there will be an opportunity for them to come back. I mean, okay, realistically, there is still stuff that can go wrong for FTBZM here. It'll be this pull. This pull is the big opportunity. Potential equalizer in favor of Silly Guy here would require, something to go wrong with the Gateway.
They can't find the Gateway. They can't find the spot for the Gateway. Warlock, please find the spot. You need to be closer to the edge, a little closer to the top.
So the way to do this is to jump from the top downwards, right, while you're spamming it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you want to aim for, like, the far side of the platform, to the left of where he was rescued to. Unfortunately, not able to find it, but they saved their Warlock friend with the rescue. They all get past eventually. That probably cost them in the realm of, like, 30 seconds right there. So that's 2 of the 17 deaths that have been made up for. It's the first domino to fall. They need several more to fall. Here's the skip past here. It's our tank pulling the mobs back. Actually, no, it was Coco on the Mistweaver pulling the mobs back. Going to transcend to the group with the use of that talent. Shadow Meld the trash off, and we're through, Dratnos. This is the pull you're talking about, though. This can go horribly wrong.
Yeah, this is going to be an ambitious pull for FTBZM if they wanted to, or they could split this up into a smaller, more manageable size, with the theory being, hey, we're so far ahead, let's just make sure we don't wipe. That's the one thing that we've got to avoid here.
Oh yeah, okay, this is so smart. They're playing it so safe. They know how far ahead they are. They don't need to go for anything crazy. Now, sometimes doing smaller pulls of this caliber means that your cooldowns aren't aligned with the bigger pulls later on, so they're going to have to continue pulling small. This is going to cost them probably in the realm of another minute to 2 minutes, but they have that time to give. I don't think they're going to be pulling this trash in. I don't think they're going to be doing any giant pull here, because look, they just used all of their cooldowns on that previous pull. Okay, never mind. They're pulling more. Only one trash pack,
here we
though.
go.
Okay, only one trash pack,
Yeah.
not the other two.
Up to the top of the stairs. I think this makes sense for FTBZM. This is a good place to stop this pull.
We do have the Tyrant coming up in 10 seconds. A Breath of Eons just went out, but there's no cooldowns overlapping with that, just passive damage from the DK and the Warlock, so it's not going to be the most efficient set of damage cooldowns from the Aug Evoker in the world. But, I mean, I feel like that's such a low cooldown, sometimes you just got to send it anyways. It should line up with the next army anyways. So, they're going to be using that to cleave down the rest of this trash. Now, do we think they're going to pull the last two trash packs together with just the army from the DK?
I think I would, yeah. I feel like it's fighting them one at a time feels way too slow for an MDI team. Even if it's maybe the correct strategy on paper, it's like it would be so slow.
I mean, Silly Guy is here. Silly Guy has killed off Rockron. They've gotten past the wind tunnel. They've skipped past the first two mobs. They are on the platform. They are in combat with the remainder of the trash -1 pack. They've still got that pack on the right that they have to pull in. Now being aggroed into the group for the team. This is their Bloodlust pull. They're back here. They're on top of the boss. They're forcing FTPZM to play it clean. But man, those death timers just really going to cost them here. This is really unfortunate to see. They had a fast run in this dungeon, but the mistakes early are just going to cost them so much.
Yeah, Silly Guy doing here in one pull what FTBZM did in 3, but it's still just not going to be enough to make up for this death timer unless something were to go wrong for FTBZM. And FTBZM are playing so slowly that the chances of that are just so slim. This boss fight, not typically one that we think of as being one where teams wipe either, although, you know, it's not impossible. Any boss in a +16 can do it.
I mean, the problem is FTBZM has the perfect comp for this boss, right? There's, like, no way that any of these players should ever get dragged off of the platform by a bird. Warlock can port. Monks can Transcendence down. They have the rescue in the back pocket for anyone that doesn't have a button. They can give the Wernstone to the DK. The Evoker himself can just Wernstone down instantly like they just did. So they have so many tools to just not have to worry about any of these bird spawns. All they have to do is make sure they get out of the boss room, or out of the boss with that laser beam. First one going out just now. Easily kited out by the team there. Looks like it's on the Aug Evoker. Yep, on the Aug Evoker outside of the group, just happily running around and casting. First one down for them. Comes back with a Breath of Eons on top of the DK cooldowns. Silly Guy, the fact that they're actually completing the dungeon close to the same time as FTPZM is incredibly impressive considering the mistakes they made. Unfortunately, though, 4 minutes of death timers are going to be the poison pill for them. They are not going to be able to take this map unless FTBZM full wipes here. And even then, I think at FTBZM full wipe, plus coming back to the boss, they might still be able to kill the boss off before the death timers.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think a full wipe would be enough for Silly Guy to get back into it, but it would certainly be close. But yeah, FTBZM are just charging towards the finish line. The 2-0 in sight for them. And this is going to be an upset as well. It's a 2-0 with the lower-seeded team defeating the higher-seeded team here. This is going to be so great for the morale of FTBZM. So they're going to be making their way in to Sunday, fighting for a chance at BlizzCon. There are still some very, very tough matches ahead of them, but there will now be a tough match behind them as well. And this has been incredible to see. Very sad to see Silly Guy go, though. They were so close to even still being in the upper bracket earlier today, but they are unfortunately getting sent home here off the back of a disconnect and a disaster at the start of a Skyreach.
FTBZM, against all odds, they're able to conquer the Pit of Saran, they're able to conquer the Skyreach. They'll be heading to our final Sunday, where, like you said, they'll be one of 4 teams competing for those 2 global final slots. I wouldn't have predicted that going into this series, but that's kind of the interesting thing about this lower bracket, Dratnos, is right? we always talk about this. Any team can make a run in the lower bracket as long as they can keep the runs clean. Very few do we see teams in the lower bracket that have the fastest times. But if they're able to keep clean times, 0 deaths, not get any death timer infractions, they should be good to go. That being said, though, unfortunately, Dratnos, we've sent Sleepy home. We've sent Silly Guy home. Both sides of your personality, unfortunately, are going to be gone, which means I think you're going to be gone for the rest of the day here as well.
All right, I'm out of here. Good luck with Tettles in this last series. I'm sure it'll be a good one.
Welcome back, Tettles. We got one final series at the end of the day. Toe TV versus Baifen. Baifen, I love you. I'm surprised that Baifen won that last series, Tettles. They looked pretty good in that one.
Two teams that are probably not supposed to be here. You know, we had Toe TV. They upset FTBZM in their first map. We had Baifen, I love you, have a little bit of adversity in their last series where they were barely able to beat Sleepy. And for me, I feel like Toe TV has had a better performance this weekend than Baifen, but I think this should be a quite close matchup.
I'm really looking forward to this. Toe TV is a team that I think we were kind of surprised by on day one, right? They were the less favored team in their matchup against FTBZM, but they 2-0'd them. It was swift. They had a good look. Now, obviously, FTBZM had some issues at the end of one of their dungeons, which allowed Toe TV back into the series, and that dungeon is in this pool. It's that Magister's Terrace that Toe was able to have a relatively clean run in, so let's see if they're able to back that one up here. Any other thoughts about this series, though? What do we think about the map pool that we have?
Bifan had an abysmal Algathar Academy earlier. I think it was like a 20-minute run. Some of the faster teams are putting up on about a 17-minute run is what we saw from Big Lucky. Right. So a 20-minute run, it was quite a bit slower than what you would hope. I would not be shocked if Toe TV, this slate of maps is heavily favored for them to take this down 2-0. But as we've seen across this entire weekend so far, we've had a lot of wipes, and the teams have to be clean and they have to be consistent in their maps.
I mean, that's the important thing. We keep preaching these clean runs in the lower bracket. Get you far. And so far, that's been the case. The team that has less deaths usually is the team that's winning. That's kind of what happens when the death timer is at that 15-second mark. Heading into the Algathar Academy, you said Bifan had a relatively slow run. Let's see what Toe TV is capable of, or if Bifan can improve upon their run from last series, because they've been able to sit here for the last hour or so and practice these keys, get ready for this series. I don't like seeing all of those repair anvils down at the start of the dungeon, though, on the right side. They had like 20 of them down at the start of the dungeon timer. Huh.
Look, sometimes you gotta repair.
Maybe just reminding each other.
Also quite expensive, this expansion.
Did you see that they're fixing that next patch? They're lowering repair costs. Yeah, there was a post about it, I think, where they're lowering repair costs, or they're giving you some other way to pay it off. Yeah, it's great.
Inflation has been killing me. Can I get a payday loan for some repair costs?
You have to do raid sales for that, buddy. That's where the gold comes from. Toe TV not going to Veximus first. Okay, this is the first team we haven't seen gone to Veximus first. Heading to Overgrown Ancient, clearing out these flowers first. Interesting.
I think that this was a very common strategy that we saw during Group A weekend, where a lot of the teams did end up going to this Overgrown Ancient first, because it's been identified that the waiting on the Overgrown Ancient to spawn, that 15 seconds worth of RP, is not something that you're super thrilled about. Since then, we've actually seen other ways that teams have elected to either, like the Auntie's Angel strategy, where they actually pulled a lot of the lashers out of that first area, or a lot of teams determined that the backtracking is actually way slower than the 15 seconds that you gain by killing off this trash first. But for Toe TV, they're kind of carving their own path in terms of their route here, going into this Overgrown Ancient area first, pressing that Bloodlust, and they are immediately going to be going into that Croth Trash Gauntlet. On the right-hand side, we see that Bloodlust has already been pressed by Bifan. They have engaged some of these trash mobs, and it looks like, I think previously they actually had a Ravager that they pulled into Veximus, but it looks like they're going to go with something a little bit smaller here onto Vex.
And it's important to mention as well, with the spec ban rules, that Bifan is actually playing the exact same comp they did last time in the Algathar Academy. So that was something that they were considering going into those series. They're able to play the same comp as last time around. That means we also kind of know what their capability in this dungeon is. They put together about a 20-minute run with only one death, so it was relatively clean. But they split up a couple of the pulls near the end of the dungeon, right? They just did a separate Echo Knight pull before the boss, rather than dragging it into Dorogosa. So there's time to be gained there if they want to go for that pull. But I feel like on a 17 Algathar Academy, if you're leaving 6 Echo Knights at the end of the dungeon in order to complete your count, that's a pretty difficult pull to do into Dorogosa. They actually ended up almost losing that map because of it, right? Didn't Sleepy also pull all that trash just into the boss and almost burst the boss down with the Arcane Mage at the last moment? They almost 2-0'd by Fen.
Correct. Correct. It was a very close one. But, I mean, both of those teams ended up having a 20-minute run. And I feel like, whenever we saw Big Lucky earlier this weekend, a 17-minute run in this dungeon. So we know that a time that is that quick is certainly possible. What is it going to look like? And I feel like for ToeTV here, they're kind of playing a really unique route. They've already ended up killing off that Guardian Sentry. Now they're on to the very slow, forced Croft Trash Gauntlet, where they just have to deal with some of these Dread Ravens. On the right side, though, we see Bifan here. They're actually on to Veximus and have that boss down to 60% HP. I feel like the Bifan route should be something that's a little bit faster, but we know that for ToeTV, there is a lot of room for optimization with the route that they're playing.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen like a fully optimized version of the Croth route because most teams have opted to go to Veximus first and get that trash down as quickly as possible. So I'm interested to see if ToeTV can show off a new route or some new tech. We've already seen some new tech from the China region today. It's important to talk about when we do see it because we're not used to seeing new tech after 3 weeks of Cup play. But Big Lucky earlier today, they showed us how to get to the first platform in Skyreach without a Warlock. Turns out it's pretty easy when you have an Ogavoker in your group and other players that can make that skip on their own without the use of the gateway. So there's definitely more things left to be seen for the teams to show off between now and the global finals. And then, of course, you've got BlizzCon further on down the road. That's going to be exciting to watch and look forward to as well. Veximus now 25% here for Bifan. ToeTV still dealing with that last set of birds. Why are there birds here, by the way?
I don't know what these birds are really doing here, if you really think about it. Kind of strange. This is like a plant-based dungeon, and for some reason there's just birds.
Yeah. Huh. Well,
what are these birds doing here?
Why are these birds here?
Yeah, I don't know.
They have to kill off those Alpha Eagles to spawn Croth, though. A couple interrupting Screeches doing a little bit of damage to the group, but they're able to heal through those pretty easily, even actually burning one of them down so they don't have to worry about those Screech overlaps at all. In the meantime, Veximus has gone down for Bifan. Curious to see what the routing is for them at this point.
Dude, I mean, I feel like Bifan has to be in the lead here, right? Like, I feel like this... I forgot how much I hated this Croth first route. Like, I understand the thought process behind it, but you're saving 15 seconds worth of RP to go to what is... Okay, basically, you're saving 15 seconds worth of RP to gain 30 seconds worth of travel time and go to a boss first that's probably slower than pressing your Bloodlust on Veximus. Like, that's I think, the thought process behind why it's bad.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to see. This is a different variation, though, for Bifan, as they go for a double Ravager pull that instantly goes horribly wrong for them. Our Demon Hunter dies. They res the Demon Hunter, but now our healer is gone. They take a long time to release, not knowing that there's no battle res for them. Fortunately, they do release at the Veximus platform, so they can be back in the group in about 15 seconds here. Unfortunately, our DK dies, even with the AMZ and the Darkness down. Now our healer gets back to the group, but it's another death for our DPS players. The only damage healer alive is the Ogavoker. The DK released. He's back at Veximus. This pack is not going to die for another time. We've lost the DK cooldowns. Our Demon Hunter's not going to be back in Void meta for a long time. They have to completely revamp all 50 of their souls to get back there. This pack is not dying anytime soon. It is another death for Bifan. The Ogavoker goes down, being the only target of the Foragers.
The unfortunate reality of this pull is that while the Bear Druid can't die to this pull, the remainder of his group can. A lot of these mana voids and the AoE and the surge casts, I think, going off, made things spiral completely out of control. And that one death on that Demon Hunter ended up costing them an additional 4 deaths, and maybe even more. I don't know if Bifan's out of the woods here yet, where you do still have these Ravagers leaping onto people, having that AoE cast going off, having that increased damage taken. And now we are seeing Bifan start to get control of the situation. Now it's just the 2 Ravagers that they're left with. It hits the Augmentation Evoker with that wall available, so I think he's going to be okay on this plus 17 Keystone level. But while I did think that Bifan was ahead, I didn't think they were a minute 15 ahead.
No, I thought they maybe were like 30 to 45 seconds ahead at most. I mean, you have to factor in the 15 or so seconds for Overgrown Ancient to spawn, but I feel like they were ahead of that by quite a bit. Unfortunately, I feel like a double Ravager pull is just banned. I feel like you can't be doing that pull on the higher key levels. It's just so There's so much that can go wrong, especially when you have like 7 or 8 foragers just on top of the group as well, are all charging random people. If that overlaps with the Ravager charge, you're just dead instantly, and we saw it happen multiple times to players.
Oof.
And the problem with that pull, right, is every time one person dies, that's less targets for the charges to go on, which means you're getting more overlaps, which means you have a higher likelihood of more deaths to occur. It can spiral out of control very, very easily. The fact that they actually were able to clean up that pull and leave the pull without full wiping was impressive in its own right, but it's put them a minute 15 behind. In the meantime, Croth has gone down for Toe TV. Let's see what they have for their strategy going forward here. They could either head back to the Overgrown Ancient. Looks like that's not going to be the case, so we're going to be going right to the Ravagers where we just saw Bifan die. Are we going to skip past the Ravagers, though, or are we going to be pulling them?
Look at this. On both Toe TV and Bifan's side, on their timer, we have splits from Big Lucky in the Algathar Academy, the 1714 and the 1712. I can only assume that those are Big Lucky splits.
I feel like they have to be, right? That
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense, because that's the only team that can really go that fast in this group that we think of. And, I mean, the Croth split is 2 minutes, 24 seconds ahead, but unfortunately for Toe TV, that's not the first boss that Big Lucky went for. They went for Veximus first, which they killed at 3:52. So, significantly faster than what we're seeing from both of the teams here.
Toe TV is also playing a lot more trash here than we see from most of the Western teams, and also from Big Lucky. I think that a lot of teams actually elect to skip these Ravagers because they don't give enough count relative to the HP and the kind of the lethality of the pull. And I think that Bifan, they got kind of exposed a little bit just as to why that pull is not only not efficient, but it's also quite scary. And for Toe TV, I wonder if there was just like count that they could have gotten elsewhere. I feel like the teams that we've seen do the best in Algathar Academy so far have gone for very aggressive Echo Knight strategies with Invokers at the very end of the dungeon and left these worms basically to the wayside and be like, no, we'll get count elsewhere.
I kind of like that, because the Echo Knights, even though they are super dangerous, I feel like they're a known quantity. You know how much each slam is going to do. Yeah, you have to kite around a ton to dodge the whirlwinds, but like you can play around that. Even if you pull them on top of Dorogoza, you can play around it a decent bit. These foragers charging around randomly, these Ravagers charging players also randomly, is like, it's so hard to play around. One player could take 2x their health bar over the course of 5 seconds if you're unlucky, and it can just one-shot players. We saw that happen for
What are they doing?
I would much rather not play. Okay, it's going to be a Ring of Peace into a Sigil of Misery.
Okay,
And I guess
so
this is a Shadow Meld skip?
the ROP was to get the Misery stacked on top of all of the mobs. I guess it makes sense, but it looked a little bit wonky. It also looked like it cost them like 5 seconds. It felt like it could have been done a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I don't... So, I'm confused a little. Oh no,
my
our tank died at the
God.
start of the pull. Cap Totem was
Tank-
late.
No, Cat Totem. He died at the breath for the Ravager frontal.
Oh, wait, really? That's not good.
Yes, he stood in the
what?
breath. The icon is Cap Totem. That's funny though that you said that.
Wait, why was that a Cap Totem? They don't have a Cap Totem in their group. That's the icon for that ability? What?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay, but wait, what's the plan for getting past the trash now, Tettles?
Well, you have asked a really good question, which I will soon tell you the answer to momentarily. I'm
why is the
dragging this
icon
out
for
as
Breath the
long
Cap
as
Totem?
possible. Okay, so the
I'm
icon actually...
confused.
So he was standing in the breath, but what actually killed him off was the Battle Axe's melee... the Battle Axe's magic damage empowered melees. So the Cap Totem icon is Spellbound Weapon, which is the enhanced auto attacks from the Battle Axe.
Okay, interesting. Why is that a Cap Totem icon? I was stun-locked by that for a little bit. Okay, question. You're Toe TV. You're in this dungeon. You're setting up for the Veximus pulls that is normally lusted on. We have the second lust available. Do you press it here? For them, it looks like the answer is no.
The answer is probably no, because you expect to time this dungeon in 19 minutes or something, but now you have a full wipe, so it's a really good question. I would probably press it because I know that the dungeon is probably going to be about 20 to 22 minutes, but I feel like I'm sitting here as the armchair player, not actually in the moment, right?
That's true. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But we've both been there before, right? We've been in those situations where it's like, okay, this run has not gone the way we expected it to. How do you play it at this point? And it's like, well, this is a hard pull, I guess. I would just lost this and play it by ear later on, but it's really hard to do that in the heat of the moment for sure.
I mean, this dungeon is also one of the highest on this weekend. It's on that 17 keystone level, and it's funny because both of the dungeons that we have set on 17 this weekend, Hit of Sauron and Algathar Academy, have both proven to be very challenging for our teams. Where now we've seen a double wipe. We got 5 deaths on both sides. We're all evened up, and now I feel like Bifan, I love you. They're in the lead.
Very solid execution here from ToeTV as they actually let the lectures channel for a second, and then they have their Demon Hunter, who was not targeted by them, stun them. That actually locks them out of casting it again for a little while, so they don't have to worry about the CC chain for a little while. I like that play. That's kind of like the live routing key. Next set of lectures go off here, channeling on a couple players. Looks like it's going to be an upheaval this time around from the Algaboker that gets most of them. One of them was desynced, though. They're going to use the Roar from their Resto Druid to get rid of those as well. Very clean execution on the AoE pull there from ToeTV, and they've spawned Veximus. Are we going to be just pulling this boss natty, or are we going to be chaining some funnel in? Looks like funnel is the play as a keg is tossed at a couple of these foragers off at the side. Again, the Lust is ready, but we don't think the Lust is going to be used here.
No. And for Bifan as well, I also don't expect the Lust to be used for them. But I feel like Bifan have started to open up a fairly considerable lead. Something in the range of like 230. I wouldn't be surprised if that is about the lead that they have. Now, they are a little bit down in terms of count. Okay, maybe it's not 230. Maybe it's like 145. But look at this. They just have to deal with this Slasher pull, and then they are going to be able to pull Overgrown Ancient with roughly the same composition of mobs that ToeTV has already gathered. And so for Bifan, I think that this is a massive advantage for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're just, again, playing it close to the chest here, relatively clean. Just that one small wipe for them that actually didn't end up being a wipe. They were able to stay in combat, right? The tank stayed alive, kept everything in combat, so they kept the time loss to a minimum on the deaths that they've had, whereas for ToeTV, the wipe that they had really ended up costing them. So we'll have to see if Bifan can keep it close here. Fortunately, their dungeon progression is a lot further than ToeTV's is. They still have this entire boss to deal with. Whereas for Bifan, once they kill off these Vile Lashers, they'll be able to move on to the Overgrown Ancient instantly. They're already in the room with him.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing if ToeTV is actually would have even gotten the second Lust. So whenever we were pondering the concept of them pressing the Lust, it was around the 12-minute marker in the dungeon. So we're going to have to wait and see, does the dungeon reach like the 23-minute marker to actually have been able to get the entirety of that Bloodlust?
Yeah, it's also kind of hard to think about as well, because like, when we're factoring the death timer, so it has to be 22 minutes on the actual timer, not like the full timer with deaths included. So we'll have to take a look at that as well.
It was like 12 minutes with deaths included whenever we started thinking about it. But yeah, because the Bloodlust the first pull of the dungeon with the Lashers, right, which happened at like 30 some odd seconds, maybe like 40 seconds. Yeah. So their Bloodlust came back up at like 10:40.
Okay.
10:40 then plus a minute 15, so it was like, right at around 12 something.
Yeah, the thing is, right, they want to get that third Lust specifically on their Big Echo Knight pull, which is going to...
Yeah.
In an ideal run, that happens at about, for them, probably around the 15, 16-minute mark, maybe 17 if they're on the slow end on a run like this. So, like, if you're prepared for that to be your second Lust pull, it makes sense to not press it at the 12-minute mark, even if you're a little slow, because you kind of feel like you need it for that pull. You don't want to split that up into two pulls. That'll be bigger of a time loss for them. Either way, we'll see what their plan is in a few moments here. Veximus going down. They already have the Overgrown Ancient spawned, but you can see how far behind they are right now. Bifan already on the boss.
I have terrible news for you. I mean, look at
What's
this.
Up?
Not only is ToeTV behind in terms of boss progression, they're behind in terms of getting the Overgrown Ancient pulled, and they're behind in terms of count. This is catastrophically bad for ToeTV. For Bifan, I feel like whenever ToeTV pulls the boss, that's when we're going to be able to look at the time discrepancy. So Bifan has been in combat with the Overgrown Ancient for a minute 10. Hold on. A minute 15. So they were 1 minute and 15 seconds ahead of ToeTV. That is tough.
Yeah. Yeah, they are very far in the lead right now. ToeTV is pulling some trash on top of the boss as well, but this isn't the easiest trash to pull on top of this boss. These elementals, a surge goes off, it could one-shot a player. On top of all of the lashers that spawn around this boss, it can get a little hectic. They do have a lot of AoE CC to counter these casts. We've already used the Breath of Eon stun and the leg sweep. You can only get one more stun off before they get DR'd, and so they have to start using other stops on them as well. The cooldowns are now active for them, but dude, they're just so far behind. 70% behind on the boss. Yes, they'll catch up and actually pull ahead on count when all is said and done here, but Bifan are going to be off to the races and engaging the Echo Knights any moment now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for Bifan here, this is, even though they had a catastrophe, they fed so many wipes or so many deaths to that one Ravager. The fact that they're able to play consistent and try to mentally recover from that problem. It's it happened in their matchup versus Sleepy. It's happening again, but again, they're proving that they're the best under pressure whenever things go catastrophically wrong.
Somehow, some way, they were able to reverse sweep their previous series, and they're back here in the Alcathar Academy, one of the dungeons that they only won by 2 seconds. If they lost that map, they would have been out of the competition, but they're still here, still fighting in the lower bracket, gathering up the final pull of the dungeon. A whole slew of Echo Knights, perhaps one Invoker as well, CC'd in the back, being pulled into the Echo of Doragosa, the second Bloodlust, which they've held on to for the past 6 minutes, maybe 7 minutes perhaps, if you so desire. 6 or 7 minutes. They're popping it now with the Echo of Doragosa Echo Knight pull, and they're off to the races here. Unholy DK topping the meters soon, but the Devourer Demon Hunter soon to follow up. Channeling that Void Metamorphosis, start collapsing star. Why is Og second on the meters? Don't know why. They shouldn't be there. All right, all is right in the world now as they've started to fall down the meter.
Yeah, the Devourer Demon Hunter, I feel like, is one of the best design specs for the way that I would say the best design spec for speedrunning, because that's not exactly true. I think it's like the way that teams are playing around Devourer Demon Hunter makes it look exceptionally strong in this season with how the speedrunning works. So things that Devourer wants, they want kind of constant combat to the point where they're able to build their Void meta during those moments of lulls or breaks in the action, where they press their Void meta as like one of the first couple of globals on a purple basis. But also having really strong Void Metamorphosis windows for each and every single pull, it makes every single pack feel a lot more consistent. On top of the fact that you don't have to heal the Devourer Demon Hunter. So Devourer Demon Hunter really the hero class on this patch.
I mean, that class, yep, like we saw at the end of that Metamorphosis, able to careen to the top of the meters there, and soon to be in another window where they'll be able to do a ton of extra damage here. Yeah, they're able to get their count. Actually, they did it without the use of that Invoker. It looks like it was just the Echo Knights that they needed. They might still have the Invoker CC'd in the back. I didn't see it actually come into the boss. Either way, count done for Bifan here. 40% of the boss HP left. It's going to be a slower run than the one they had in their previous series, but it's all they needed, right? They were able to keep it relatively clean. Only the one few deaths that they kind of threw to the double Ravager pull. Either way, it's working out for them perfectly here. 30% Echo of Doragosa. ToeTV only just now engaging the boss. Our tank is actually line of sighting behind a pillar. A little weird to drop off their puddle. I don't think that was necessary, but either way, they're keeping it relatively clean here. The room kind of is a mess, though. They've got portals everywhere right now.
Yeah, something that we've seen from some of our top Chinese teams is that they're just like base tanking the balls occasionally to try to get that stacking haste amp. While with one shot you want a key level higher, I think on a 17 it makes sense. You're basically fully opting into doing as much damage as possible at the expense of maybe a less clean room. And for Bifan, I love you. Look at this on the right-hand side. They are going to be going up 1 map to 0 in a map that I thought that they were not going to be favored in. I thought that they were going to have a really hard time with the route that they were deploying in this dungeon. But ToeTV coming in with an even worse route. And unfortunately, with 5 deaths on the board versus both of these teams, that is not going to be in the favor of ToeTV, and Bifan is going to win the first map.
There it is. First map goes to Bifan. ToeTV on the brink of elimination here. They'll need to win the next 2 maps to stay in the competition and move towards Sunday, where, of course, the top 2 teams will be qualifying for the global finals. It's tough, having your back to the wall. You have to execute perfectly in these situations. There's a lot of pressure on these teams here, Tettles.
Yeah, I think that it's so. I mean, we talked about it. We talked about it all weekend so far. It's really hard to recover once you have like one minor mistake in a dungeon, much less something that is as major as like 5 death, right? A full wipe, obviously, that's the most catastrophic thing because the mobs heal, the pack completely resets, and you're kind of off of your groove. I think that for Bifan, even though they had 5 deaths, it was a less catastrophic version of 5 deaths, right, than what we saw from ToeTV.
Yeah, I mean, all deaths are not created equal, obviously, right? Deaths that you are able to keep the pull alive of, release, and head back to are significantly better than a full team wipe, trash resetting, and heading back. Either way, this takes us to a Magister's Terrace, which is a dungeon that we have a little bit of history on for one of our teams. ToeTV played this dungeon against FTBZM. on day one yesterday, and they were behind the entire dungeon. They wiped very early on in the dungeon. They were behind the entire dungeon.
Yeah.
They should have lost the map, but FTPZM wiped onto Genitrus at the very end of the dungeon, and that gave the map win and series to ToeTV. We haven't seen Baifan play this dungeon yet, but again, we've seen so much of Magisters throughout the first 3 cups. I feel like the strategy is pretty well defined on how to go quickly in this dungeon. There's massive pulls, there's a lot of room for error. But again, we just want to see clean runs in this dungeon from the teams. That's how you win in the lower bracket. As few deaths as possible.
Dude, like this Bifan, I hate that the fact that they lost the Augmentation Evoker and the Unholy DK. I feel like both of the specializations are really good. In the compositions that we didn't see Aug Evoker in Magister's Terrace, it typically revolved around like an Arms Warrior and the Unholy DK. And like now Bifan, with both the Aug and the Unholy Band, kind of box themselves off of the 2 top compositions for this dungeon. I think the other comp was like, it was like Arms Warrior, Serve Hunter, Unholy DK. But you needed the Unholy DK to leverage the damage on some of those really large Custos pulls with Bloodlust to be able to even kill that trash back off. I don't know what the game plan is going to be for Bifan here.
Yeah, it's a tough question. I mean, there are some other solid specs that they could bring into the fold. Warlock is something we see a lot. It's good for gateway skips in this dungeon. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Demo Lock. That's pretty standard here. They could play Frost DK instead. It's not as good on AoE, but it's bursty for sure. We'll have to see what they bring to the table here. ToeTV had pretty standard bans for what they played in the previous dungeon. Now, Arcane Mage is back. Okay for Bifan. We've seen them play this a lot. We've seen them play this a lot this weekend. I'm not really sure how good it is, but yeah, this is the Holy Priest. This is the Holy Priest Arcane Mage comp, and the Demo Lock is back. It's the Dev Evoker again as well. So we saw them play this. We saw them play this near exact comp in the Pit of Saran, and I can't say that I was wholly impressed by it.
Oh my god, they banned Aug Evoker. It's Dev. Oh my goodness. It didn't even click that they're playing Devastation Evoker.
Yeah.
Oh no. I was like,
I mean, the
did
Dev
they
Evoker
ban
gets
that?
the Dev Evoker gets PI, right? Right? I mean, you know, it's not that bad. They still like that, right?
I think that ToeTV has such a better composition here. This is unreasonable.
Yeah, I think they are comp gapped for sure. We have like the typical melee cleave comp on the side of ToeTV. We've got the Havoc DH. We've got the that's an Unholy DK still. Yep, they didn't ban that one out.
It's
And then of course
Hunter,
we've got a Beast Mastery Hunter, not a Survival Hunter, so it's more of like a flat damage profile. But still, this is just like a physical cleave comp, and we know this is good in this dungeon. We've seen this, or something close to this, played a lot in previous dungeons in weeks past. All of these classes are relatively solid when it comes to mass AoE. Where there are unknown quantities on the side of Bifan, right? Arcane Mage seems iffy at best. It has insane burst potential. We saw a team almost kill off a boss in the final moments to steal a map in Algathar earlier today with this Arcane Mage.
Is this Lust real?
Why did we Lust now? This is supposed to be used on Arcanatron. What is going on?
Well, I love this. The 15 seconds of Lust that we used to run to the Pyromaniac. It's very subtle, but an unknown thing about Bloodlust is that you do get movement speed whenever you press that Bloodlust, right, Zyro?
No?
Wait, that's not something that you get?
No, I don't think so.
Well, then why did that Bloodlust when they were running?
That's a great question, Tunnels. I'll get back to you on that one. I'll consult with our finest analysts and get you some information on that. ToeTV have not used the Bloodlust for movement speed through the dungeon. They've got it saved for Arcanatron Custos, and they're about to ascend the meters as we have engaged the boss with tons of trash in tow. All of our cooldowns are ready. Take a look at the damage meters here as we set off to the races here. The Beast Mastery Hunter, 1.2 million DPS at the start of the poll here? Is that real? Is that class actually an insane class?
I mean, this is looking pretty good. We also we have the damage meters in tens of thousands now.
Yeah, that's what the T is for.
Yeah.
So 100 T is a million DPS. That's how you read that if you're unfamiliar with Chinese damage meters, chat.
Yeah, I mean, so look at this for ToeTV here. Custos is down to 59%. I feel like they're playing this route basically the exact same that we saw from like Dignitas last weekend so far. Obviously, they're playing a slightly different composition. Dignitas was again on that Survival Hunter, Arms Warrior, and Holy DK lifestyle. But I think for ToeTV here, their game plan is very straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, This is just like a very... It's obviously not the traditional Tier 1 comp, but all of these classes that we've seen in different formations of comps throughout the first 3 Cup weekends, and all of them, they bring something competitive to the table. I think something we don't talk about a lot with Hunters is, like, they bring the boss damage, the best boss damage buff in the game. Hunter's Mark is insane. It's just 3% damage all the time. That thing is nuts. It'll help you accelerate your boss damage a lot. BM Hunter in general is just, they always do damage too.
I think BM Hunter's actually decent. Like, it was something that MDI champion Annie, him and Anuo were playing like pretty early on in the season, and Annie was playing a Beast Mastery Hunter. Since then, BM is like kind of fallen out of favor. But I feel like it's like a tier 2 or tier 3 DPS option, really good in an MDI setting for like a spec variety rule consideration for fans. I feel like the Havoc Demon Hunter also kind of falls into the same category, where it's like Havoc is really good. Although, he's kind of competing against the Bear Druid right now.
Well, maybe he didn't have the meta for this poll. What can you do? The BM stole all the pet. That's the excuse.
That's true. Yeah. And
He's also funneling.
The Bear Druid was padding.
We don't have access to their talent options, so I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that he's playing the new Eldrachi build, where they funnel all of their damage into their main target. That's what he's doing. He's not
quite unlikely. It is.
that's extremely unlikely. But I'm gonna cover for the Demon Hunter and say that's what they're doing. That's why the boss died so quickly for them. I'm making it up.
Oh, somebody hit the Windows key. Thank you for disabling the Windows key. Okay, now we're seeing here. What we did see from ToTV is they actually slammed down a Sigil of Misery and CC'd some of those mobs. I think it's like a healer and a Magister got CC'd, and they ended up pulling some of these Mana Worms into this double Spellbreaker pull. This is a pull that has a lot of lethality, but there is a critical mass of mobs here for the Mistweaver Monk to be spamming the Spinning Crane Kick, and as long as defenses are pressed from this entire team from ToTV, they should be able to get power through this pull. And I think that this is one of the advantages of, say, this Beast Mastery Hunter. Hunter is a class that a lot of people kind of think back to Shadowlands, like Hunter squishy. Hunter is no longer squishy. That class is the ranged Death Knight. They have so much just base stamina, base HP. They have multiple charges of wall and an immunity, and I feel like Hunter is a class that's pretty quietly has gotten quite tanky over the last couple of expansions.
There was a time... Oh, hold on. Hold that thought here. Okay, Natron Custos is claiming more lives on the right side, unfortunately, as Bifon full team wipe to the first boss here, unable to get through that intermission phase. Fortunately, our Holy Priest able to return from that Guardian Angel form and masterize the team, so they don't have to worry about the run back. That saves them a little bit of time, but a minute 15 of Death Timers on the board is going to be a lot for them to recover from here. ToTV, massive advantage already in dungeon progression, now augmented by the Death Timers for Bifon. But man, Bifon, even if they win this map, they still have to take us to a Game 3 and win that. And they still have to get through the Gemmalist pull and the Digentrius pull, which has been an issue for several teams. So let's see if ToTV can capitalize on this.
I think so far Bifon has had 5 deaths in at least 3, if not 4, of their dungeons today. I mean, it's just been a tough day for Bifon. This is for them, obviously the Magister's Terrace, it feels like a little bit out of reach. It feels like a lot of the stuff that they've played in this dungeon is spec variety rule consideration, so hopefully positioning themselves quite well for a third map. But I feel like for me, it's more of a concern that they've continuously had, I would say, mistakes at every single point in time in every single dungeon so far. Like it's going to be really tough for them to be able to kind of make up for some of those mistakes if ToTV is able to continue to play pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Bifon is their bans should look good for map 3, right? So that's if they do end up losing this map, which is looking increasingly likely for, they're going to have solid bans for map 3. They can play a lot more power picks. I don't know though, man. Like I feel like just full throwing away a dungeon like this, I'm not too happy with it in the grand scheme of things. We'll have to see how it plays out, though. They're back in combat with Arcanotron. They're on the run here, but ToTV is looking like they're in a powerful position here. They just have to get through a couple big pulls. They could also opt to just play it safe, like we saw happen in that Skyreach a few minutes ago, right? They could go for slightly less crazy pulls. They don't have to go for the big Gemmalist pull if they don't want to.
So I think we've seen actually one team that's played around the spec variety rule actually win a series, and it was Sin's Spellbook versus Polish Mountain. I think that they went for some kind of aggressive strategy where they were like, all right, we weren't going to win this map anyways. We thought our timers were pretty bad in this place, and so instead we elected to play what we thought was a significantly worse composition in a dungeon to position ourselves better for future maps. every other time we've seen it, it's been like grand finals, and then the team that's playing the worst compositions just gets Rio swept, right? Like those are the every other time that we've seen it, it's like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, the best example of that is Liquid last week, right? They threw the first 2 maps, and they're like, okay, we're playing for a reverse sweep, and then in map 3 they just lost, and it's like, all right, well, whoops, what can you do? That was their best play, though. They had significantly worse timers in the first 2 dungeons. They likely weren't going to win those either way. That's just how it worked out for them, unfortunately. For the time being, though, Toe TV, they're not taking it any easier. They've got all the trash in tow, heading straight into the middle of Jim Melissa's room, and they've got the cooldowns ready for it. Incarn ready. Barkskin popped on the gather here, so our tank doesn't instantly hit the floor. Incarn soon to follow. There it is. He's off to the races. Massive damage from the Guardian Druid as they get the pull stack together.
And something that's actually really important this season is keeping the mobs inside of your Unholy Death Knight's Death and Decay. Whenever they're pressing their DT and their army, if mobs actually get spread off of their Death and Decay, they actually lose a significant amount of damage. So what you see from Toe TV here is there's no kiting, there's no moving the mobs, there's no shifting the mobs around. Instead, just staying planted inside that D&D to where he doesn't have to repress it. And wow, this Bear Druid is doing insane damage. What is going on for Toe TV?
Well, just thrashing her a little bit. Really dangerous here is that Decoding Strike puts a massive healing absorb on him. When he was pretty much out of cooldowns, only had the SI charge available. Now he's actually out of cooldowns. Nothing but the Barkskin available for another 5 seconds. Fortunately, the trash is starting to die off here. He's just face-taking it with nothing but thrashes and iron furs. Finally, the Barkskin comes back around. I mean, that was really impressive. They didn't even have to use the cocoon on the tank there, so they were able to get through this pull very, very clean. Gemelis is now spawned. In the meantime, Baifan still have yet to spawn Serenal Sunlash.
Yeah, I mean, Baifan, that wipe is... I don't want to say it's like run losing, but it's for almost all intents and purposes, like a full wipe is going to be run losing in most situations here. For Toe TV, they have engaged Gamilis, kind of like you were calling out here. They do still have a Void Caller on top of the boss, so they're not completely out of the woods yet in terms of difficulty. But I think that there's something like 5 or 6 minutes ahead, maybe even 6 or 7 minutes ahead of Baifan, depending on like how you start looking at the timers. I feel like this is an insane advantage from Toe TV.
Now, I don't think they have like the best comp for dealing with this boss, right? Spread targets, I guess that's not the greatest situation for BM Hunter. Obviously, like Havoc, Unholy DK, they can get a little bit of cleave in, but it's really only going to be 2 targets for them. Either way, the advantage is significant enough that I don't think it really matters too much at this point. They just need to keep it clean from here on out. We need to see pretty much 0, like we can see a 0 mistake run from Toe TV. That'd be really impressive to see. They still have some big pulls coming up though, right? We've seen mistakes happen on the final pulls up to Degenetress. It's a hard word to say when you're speaking quickly. Got to keep it clean. I want to see a 0 death run from them here. That would be a big confidence increaser for them heading into Game 3 of the series.
I feel like the specializations that are really good at this boss are like Arms Warrior and Augmentation Evoker. Those or maybe even like a Frost DK. Whenever I'm thinking of like specs that are really good against a boss like that, those are those specializations that I'm kind of thinking. But something that Toe TV that's doing that's quite nice is they're continuing to kind of chain some of these caster mobs, these Void Walkers, into the boss. And that allows for your team to get more efficient cleave. At the same time, I feel like they're actually losing uptime on the triplicate adds, and so that's not pushing the boss faster, even though they're getting good cleave on the trash mobs. I feel like that seems like a little bit of a positioning mistake on the tank side of Toe TV.
Yeah, I mean, they aren't playing this perfectly, but they're playing it clean at least, right? We're seeing very little mistakes out of them, and that's what we want to see more than anything here. Quick shield clear here. There's the final one there as they deal with those tethers relatively quickly, and now with all 5 of those jellyfish active running around, they're going to cleave them down relatively quickly. We have that second Bloodlust available now, so we're definitely like on the slower side of Magister's Terrace runs here. But again, 0 deaths is fantastic. I'm happy with this so far in the lower bracket. This is what we want to see out of these teams. Some of the fastest runs we've seen in Magister's Terrace settles last weekend we saw on the lower key levels. There were teams that were heading up to Degenetress, and they had the Bloodlust not even available. It was like off cooldown for another minute 30 or so as they were gathering up that massive terror pull. So again, not the fastest run, but again, clean.
I mean, how fast was that run? That was like a 12:15, wasn't it, by Dignitas?
Let me see. Yeah, Dignitas had some absolute banger runs for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. Magister's Terrace. They had like a 12:30 run. Yeah, in the 15.
Can I see? Do we have this on a 16 yet? Group B also had it
We've
on a 15.
not had it on 16. We've had 15 and 17.
Okay. Okay. So, I wouldn't be shocked if it's supposed to be somewhere between like 12 and 15 minutes is like a pretty good Magisters. Maybe like a 13:30 or something like that.
That's what.
For
That's what I was
TOTV, I mean, they're not going to have that, but they're playing clean enough to where they're able to beat Bifan and tie up this series 1-1. I think that that's like a pretty important element, right? It's not about having the fastest run in the world. It's about being able to beat your competition on game day.
Right. Yeah. And we're talking about those timers like to be on the same pace as like mandatory triple threat Dignitas. We'd want to see probably a 13:30 to a 14-minute run.
Sure.
Is key. Still, like a 15:30 to a 16-minute run, which it looks like this is going to be once all is said and done for them, is still very solid, and it's more than enough that they need to progress in the lower bracket. Have to make sure these terror waves get kicked. Okay, like sweep goes out there. This is still a massive poll. 37 mobs, like you said. It's the remainder of the count they need to complete this dungeon. Misery goes out to skip the next set of casts. 3 terror waves going off. Okay,
Ugh.
Grips into a ring of peace to interrupt those casts. Into a
hate that
freezing
Rob.
trap. We really need to make sure we kill off these Void Terrors because we're running out of stops for them. Has to be our Frosty K with the Mind Freeze. Cast goes off. We're feared.
Okay, good
Somehow
news.
we're alive.
Iron
Okay.
Fear does not purge. Fear does not purge. Oh my God! Extra mobs have been pulled. Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! They're running up the ramp.
Oh, no.
no!
I mean, we're stable though. At
they
least the
even
rest
know?
of the trash has died. They have to know. It's going to be right on top of them in just a few moments here. Pings should have come out as they realize we're done with trash, but the trash is not done with us yet. And we're tagging even more in for some reason. All right, we're not done with the trash either. This is all being dragged up to the final boss for extra funnel, I guess.
That ROP was actually so grief for many reasons. There's kind of a unique feature, let's say, of this dungeon where pets attacking mobs on top of that ramp that walks up to the Gentrius, they so frequently just pull those mobs that are down below. I've seen it time and time again. It is something weird with the Z-axis, yeah. And I feel like for TOTV, that ROP pushed the mobs onto the ramp, and it immediately pulled that pack. That is what had to have pulled that pack. Just the ROP kind of enabling that. That was unfortunate.
I mean, that pull got about as close to a wipe as it could without them actually wiping. A fear went off. Only ended up fearing 2 of their members. They were able to, I think the AMS turtled Ironford to skip that. Only the Monk and the Demon Hunter actually got feared, so they're able to live through that cast. Chain some extra trash up to the ball. Although, boss, I'm not actually sure what the point of pulling this trash on top of the boss is. Do they actually gain any meaningful damage on the boss with the trash being where it is?
No. I'm not gaining meaningful damage from this. I think a lot of times people talk about like funnel, and we really as casters also love to hype up funnel. I feel like a lot of the time bosses are killed off a little bit quicker, even if there aren't trash mobs on top of the boss, because people have this like internal desire to pad and like kill off your funnel even when they aren't gaining damage from it. And there's also a second layer of it's actually a little bit harder. Whenever you have trash mobs on top of like a boss or on top of like a priority mob, it's actually a lot harder to try to focus on like what that mob is and hit it in a meaningful manner. And so while funnel sometimes can be a pretty big time save, I feel like there's a lot of times where it's incredibly overstated as to how much funnel somebody's getting, and instead they would have been better off just fighting that boss without the trash. Yeah,
I mean, we're certainly like a very far cry away from the days where adding mobs on top of a boss would give like, say, an Arcane Mage an extra 25% damage, or a Subtlety Rogue back in the day, like doubling their damage. That just doesn't happen anymore. You might have some classes who'll get like a little bit of extra damage, like 10% more damage, like Sin Rogue, with their extra energy gain for multiple bleeds, might gain a little bit of boss damage. There's still resonance for Arcane Mage, but it's significantly weaker than it was last expansion. Generally speaking, like you said, it's just people that are like, okay, well, I do cleave with my single target rotation, so we may as well pull extra trash. I don't lose any boss damage because of it. It's kind of like reverse funnel.
It's priority damage, right? Yeah,
sure,
yeah.
It's priority damage.
I think that funnel has been just like a buzzword that's been used a lot now that people call priority damage funnel, which is not normally the same thing. Where, to the point, it's like, if you were at 100% enemy forces, would you pull additional mobs on top of a boss to kill the boss faster?
Absolutely.
In almost all situations, the answer is absolutely not, right?
Either way, ToeTV is able to have a clean dungeon. A deathless run in the lower bracket surely gives you a victory, evens the series out at 1-1. We're going to be heading to a deciding Game 3 to cap off the day here, Tettles. One of the teams has to go home. It's either going to be ToeTV or Vifan that's going to be joining our other three teams for Championship Sunday. Who is it going to be? We just have one final map left for the teams to play.
Give me the prediction, Zyro. Who do you think is going to be winning Map 3 between ToeTV and Bifan?
Well, I got good news for you. We got the best map for a Fiesta left in the series. We've got the Seat of the Triumvirate coming up. Deaths aplenty in this key. Even on the 15 key level, the teams have to have a clean run. Which of the teams can do it? My money's on ToeTV. I think this team has a more capable team of putting together a deathless run.
I think I'm also on ToeTV. I think that team is actually quite good. I think that they have a lower chance of throwing 5 deaths away in the middle of a dungeon. For Bifan, they probably have a little bit stronger spec variety rule, but I think the consistency of what I've seen from ToeTV just leads me to pick them as well.
All right, both of us are saying ToeTV. Dratno said ToeTV as well, even though he didn't actually say anything. I'm just saying it for him. Sound guy said ToeTV. Production guy said ToeTV. Replay guy said ToeTV. Everyone here on our side is saying ToeTV. So that means chat probably says Bifan because they hate us. And then we're ready for Game 3. Here are our bans from that past map. Of course, Guardian being banned out, Brewmaster being banned out. That's fine because we know Prot Warrior should be the preferred pick in this dungeon in terms of tanks. Losing the Beastmaster, but we're also losing the Unholy on the side of ToeTV. They don't have Unholy or Devourer in this dungeon, Tettles.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that ToeTV is in a way worse spot in terms of spec variety rule compared to Bifan because Bifan played that devastation of Ochre Holy Priest comp. Oh my god. Bifan, they brought back the Arcane Mage. We're back. We are so back right now.
I mean, okay, hear me out.
I'm
Insane burst for the Lura Burn. Nuts burst for the Lura Burn.
Better than an
problem is,
Ogre?
I mean, maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe not. But also, on the 15 key level, I think you can actually overkill the Lura Burn if you get a good push with a good comp, so maybe the Arcane Mage is completely unnecessary for that. In playing it for the rest of the dungeon will be more of a burden. Time for questioning is gone. We need to see how they deal with this first pull. Quad Subjugators being pulled, Chains of Subjugation going out across all of the entire groups. This is the Bloodlust pull at the start of the dungeon the teams have to live through. ToeTV blasting this pull down. Most of the trash already dead, though. Bifan, this trash is looking incredibly healthy still, Tettles.
I mean, dude, ToeTV, look at the Havoc Demon Hunter burst here. They are absolutely just smashing this trash. Just Bloodlust, all of the offensive CDs, and the Havoc Demon Hunter went straight to the moon. The boss is going to be engaged for ToeTV. 5 seconds, actually not even 5, like 2 seconds separate them from Bifan getting the first boss pulled. So while the first 3 Subjugators went down really quickly for ToeTV, the 4th one took a little bit of time. And for Bifan, they immediately got all 4 of them killed in rapid succession.
Although, this is actually really nice for Bifan. They were able to chain the end of that Devourer Void Metamorphosis into the boss here, so they got a little bit of that last dredges of the Void meta, which are the most powerful parts. They got a couple of those collapsing stars, so they were able to keep up on the boss damage here, although I think they're going to slowly start to fall behind as they have to build that meta back up. They are back into the arcane cooldowns in about 20 seconds here. I think the single target damage actually slightly favors Bifan here.
Really? I would think that this Frost Death Knight augmentation of Ochre, I feel like those are the 2 best single target specs in the game, and I think that Havoc, in specific situations, can actually be pretty good too.
I mean, just in terms of the cooldown windows they have on this particular boss.
Sure,
right?
Okay. I'm with you on that. That makes more sense.
Because, like, for instance, we have this weird situation that we've talked about before where, like, look at the Havoc Demon Hunter. That meta's up in 25 seconds. The boss is going to be at 20% when that cooldown comes up. Do you press it here? I don't think so. I think you save it for the next trash pack, which means they're going to lose a little bit of uptime on that cooldown. Now, the next trash pack will die more quickly, but, you know, you're losing a cooldown press in the dungeon, whereas the cooldowns for Bifan aren't really going to suffer from that. And look at that here. They're pulling ahead on the boss damage here. They pulled the boss later, but they're going to be killing it about 15% faster.
I mean, I think it's exactly what you described. Well-timed offensive CDs. So now for ToeTV, they're going to have to do this thing that we call slingshotting normally, where they're going to have all of their buttons available. Actually, dude, is this the hard press in the meta?
Yeah, he did. I don't like that at all.
It's not I don't hate it, but they're going to have to be, like, really... very cautious about what what is going on for Bifan. Our tank is literally running a marathon to try to get that pack of the Famished Brokens, and I think he just wasted 10 seconds grabbing Famished Brokens for one count apiece.
He grabbed three
really
packs
bad.
of them. I mean, okay, so when you're pulling these packs as well, you're committing to going to the close Void Terror, right? You're not pulling 3 packs to the back right Void Terror. You're going to the close left one, which we already have identified multiple times over is the slow route. Take a look at ToeTV. They're heading to that back right one. They're not wasting any time in this dungeon with their progression. Ogavoker drops incredibly low there at the start of the pull, but a quick cocoon there prevents any potential death event there. Also saves the cheat death for a later point in the dungeon.
I'm a little bit worried about our tank surviving on the side of Bifan. They have the Umbralfins in this pull as well, which actually do a significant amount of damage to the tank, on top of the fact that there is just a lot of mobs meleeing him. I think we were north of 25 mobs there with all of those Famished Brokens coming in. And it looks like they are able to get through the pull with the Famished Broken AoE going off, with the Rift Stalker bleeds going out, with that Rift Warden AoE. And for Bifan, that was a very large pull that did not yield a ton of count, I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of what they just did. It could have gone horribly wrong. At least they didn't wipe to it, and they've gained a little count, right? They didn't gain a lot. They gained, like, what, maybe 15 count from pulling those Brokens in a dungeon where you need, like, 900, so it's not...
They're one count per. They kind of don't give you anything, and they're pretty scary. A lot of times teams will pull them because they're kind of just there, and you need a couple of 5-count packs here and there. But it's not something that you're like, oh yeah, these are the most efficient mobs in this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so you need like around it's like 570 count you need in this dungeon. They got like 15 count, so they got like 3% count from that. That's not worth it. You can just pull a 3-pack at some point in the dungeon for a little bit safer. That was a little weird. Either way, the choice was made. We're moving on. They've dealt with 2 of the Rift Wardens. They now have to backtrack to that Rift Warden in the back, gathering whatever trash mobs they feel like along the way. They get this patrol with the Umbralfins in as well. That's going to be on top of a Subjugator, and then they're also pulling in these stragglers on the side too. Are they actually pulling the Subjugator pack in? It looks like they haven't tagged it just yet. Okay. If they don't pull that in, that would be a little weird, because that's very typical to pull here, and it's a lot of count.
Yeah, and normally gets pulled though with an Augmentation Evoker, like the Aug Evoker or the healer will run and go tag it. It looks like for Bifan they're electing not, and I feel like for ToeTV, their routing through the second area has just been much faster, even though they were something in the order of like 15 seconds behind coming out of the first boss. I think that the way that they've executed their strategy in this second area has been way faster.
And like what I was talking about before, I do think Bifon's pure single target with the cooldowns they have available, like single target should be better. But notably, the second boss in this dungeon is not single target; it's 3 target, and I think that's where ToeTV is going to pull ahead here, as they've already dealt with that third Rift Warden. Bifan have as well, but they're essentially equal now after being 15 seconds behind. And the travel time is so much shorter for ToeTV as well. We're already at that 4th Rift Warden, whereas Bifan, they're still running up.
I mean, they just proc 15 seconds worth of travel time with how they routed around that dungeon. Meanwhile, ToeTV, they were able to grab trash mobs while they were starting their gather, but Bifan, it's hard to really want to grab any of those trash mobs that you have over there. It's like weird stuff like Subjugators. Sure, you do want some of these, I think they're War Adepts is the actual name of the mob that knocks the tank back. You do want some of those, but like the specific packs in this area are kind of like landmine pulls, where anything with the Bound Void Callers, those will just like wipe you if you pull them on top of a Rift Warden. So now for ToeTV, this is where they've actually made up a lot of time. Look at that, the Rift Warden dies about 10 seconds ahead of where Bifan are going to be able to kill off their Rift Warden. So what is it going to look like? Is ToeTV going to be able to navigate that into pulling the boss earlier? It's hard to really say. It looks like ToeTV still slowly trying to get the trash pack gather, and now they have the boss engaged, but not before Bifan also gathers it at about the same time.
I do want to draw your attention to something. While both teams are now in combat with the boss, we have a brief moment to talk about other things. Have you noticed again we do have dungeon like timers on the Mythic Plus add-on? That I think these are timers for Big Lucky. A 14-minute flat 15 seat is again like stupidly fast. We haven't had 15 seat in the Western Cups. We had 16 and 17. Mandatory and Triple Threat finished their 16s at the exact same timer. It was 15:02.
Okay.
And, about a minute, give or take, for a key level is what you give or take off of that. So you would assume they'd be close to also about a 14-minute seed of the Triumvirate, which again means big lucky. If these are their timers, they're right there, man. This team is
that team is
crazy
competitive.
fast.
I would not be shocked if that team is vying for like a top 4 in global finals. I think that they're actually quite competitive. Maybe like top 5. I think that's kind of where I have them at. They're really, really good. And it's one of those things that you never really know what you're going to get whenever it comes out of the China region. Whenever we saw during the push format, during Season 2 of the War Within, we had the Chinese teams go 7th and 8th. And then last season, we had Stamp go 5th and Interrupt go 7th. And this season, it looks like, I don't know who's going to be the second seed out of China. It's going to be pretty hotly contested, but I think that the top team, Big Lucky, they're vying for like a top 5 spot.
I think they are on the same caliber as our top teams, based off the timers we see, right? Now, they're a newish team. They haven't played together in an MDI before, so how well they're going to be able to play on the stage.
Maybe triple threat level, right?
I think they're in that same area. I think, triple threat's probably the closest team that we can, compare them to. I think they're, half a tier below Mandatory, Liquid, and
wow.
Yeah, those teams. But still, they're right there. I
Bifan.
think they can compete for sure.
Bifan actually pulled the boss at roughly the same time as ToeTV and accelerated by over 10%, killing the boss ahead of ToeTV. This is really good for the Bifan fan club, where they are now progressing into the 3rd area of this dungeon. What are they going to do? It looks like they actually have a little bit more count than ToeTV as well.
Okay.
So they should be pretty significantly ahead, but we're just wasting time. Oh my gosh, I hate this. We are utilizing our Devour Demon Hunter. He's throwing glaive on one of these Void Infused Destroyers, and so then the team runs through, then we are going to Wernstone, and then we are going to Meld. And so what they just spent 10... Okay, not what Wernstone. That is probably the reason that we're doing it like this.
I mean, he has to, triple shift Meld. That was what he had to do. That was crazy.
Oh my god, what is happening to ToeTV's tank? Oh my gosh.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Okay, can he recover?
Is he in the boss room?
in the boss room? Okay, he's in the boss room. He's in the boss room. This is okay. I've never seen
this
him
is
go
not
there.
okay.
Where's his team at?
They're, I think, trying to figure out what's happening.
He's like, guys, I'm in the room. If you're up there, we can go. And they're like, oh, okay.
What? You're in
What?
the room? How did you even get there?
What just happened?
Yeah.
Okay, either way, somehow, some way, both teams have made it to the boss room without a death. We're still deathless 10 minutes and 30 seconds into a Seat of the Triumvirate. This is not what I had promised whenever we got into this series. I thought we were going to see a fiesta in the Seat of the Triumvirate. We're not. We're getting an absolute banger of the match where the teams are neck and neck with completely different comps. Augavoker dropping incredibly low on the side of ToeTV, but he's not the one to go down. It's the Frosty K who still had the Icebound Fortitude available, eating those orbs to the face. They've got a battle res. Our Devourer has died. We've lost the Void meta.
Dude, he greeted the cast. He was literally standing on top of one of the nodes that spawns from the mobs at the very end that shoot out the balls. It's very similar to the Lura one, where if you're standing on top of that node as it spawns, you immediately die.
The balls!
But ToeTV having multiple deaths as well. Now all the way up to 2 deaths for them. This is catastrophic. A game of throws.
I was wondering why ToeTV wasn't battle resing. The only battle res that they could have is the realistic jumper cables, but I guess they just don't have those because they weren't sending the res off. The DK died first. He was their battle res. It's just the tank against the world now as the team is on the floor watching to see if he can finish the pull off. I don't think he can though, Tettles. If he does, it will still take them close to a minute, maybe more, to solo the rest of this pull, if he's even able to do it. Starting to drop low now as the cooldowns run out. And a pull is over. It's going to be a full wipe for ToeTV. Meanwhile, Bifan on the other side with the Arcane Mage on the boss. The trash is dead.
Oh my goodness. Dude, they pressed Lust. What Bifan, I love you, presses the most questionable lusts I've ever seen. I think we just do what is commonly known as a mage lust, where he's got cooldowns available and he goes, all right, we're lusted on my terms.
Yeah, it's his $15 a month. He can play it however he wants.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Nothing you can do.
Okay, so now the Shadow Weaver pull has been pulled by Bifan into the boss. A very dangerous pull indeed. I actually don't think that they're completely out of the woods yet. Once this trash does get killed off for them, then I think they're in a pretty good position to kind of bring this home. But for ToeTV, if you're a fan of the birds, the Tendril Sage Swift looking logo, you are praying for a Bifan wipe.
That's what they need at this point. Otherwise, that cute burb is going home today. They will not be rejoining us on Sunday. Tettles, I'm going to throw something out there. I actually think that we could see Bifan get close to one phasing, even without the Bloodlust, though.
Huh?
I thought that, yeah, dude, Arcane Burst is nuts. Arcane Burst, like 20-second Burst is the only thing Arcane has going for it.
Okay.
I mean, you saw it. You saw it at the end of that Alcathar Academy, right? They made up 20% boss damage over the course of like 10 seconds.
It's interesting. You've seen it also. We saw it a lot during the Race World First as well on fights with damage amps. Like I know it was really good for the last phase of Lura whenever the boss was taking duplicate damage. I know it was. Oh my god, that spec is actually insane on Crown of the Cosmos as well for a similar kind of situation. The burn whenever you have the damage amp on those ads in the first phase, and so yeah,
yep.
it's kind of an interesting thought process that Arcane Mage might be able to just one phase it on its own merits.
And by the way, they're done with trash. They don't have to go back and backtrack for anything. So there's like
very
few. It's not efficient. It's not efficient speedrun wise, but in terms of dungeon progression and things to potentially throw extra deaths at, it's great for Bifan TV. The only thing standing between them and a berth into the final day of this weekend is
TV.
a dungeon Lura.
Yeah. Bifan TV, that's you just
Bifan
merged the two
TV. I merged the two teams. It's all good.
All right.
And you can see why this is bad, because they had to wait for the door to go down, and now we're having to wait for the boss to spawn. This is why we see the typical strategy of teams going back to pull extra trash, doing something while they're waiting for this RP to spawn.
Oh my gosh.
Bifon's in a commanding position. What are we going to do here, Tettles? Are we going to be going for the classic 4-1-1?
A Soulstone goes on the tank.
A safety Soulstone.
Yep.
I love it.
Right off the bat, you have Termination Matrices spawning. You need to make sure that you get kicks from your entire group on them. They're going to be spawning these Matrix Crystals in the seas that have to be carried throughout the remainder of the... Wait a second, this is the wrong Lura. Hold on.
Wrong boss.
Yeah,
that was Race to World first. This is MDI.
Okay. Yeah, no Heaven's Glaives here. No, thank goodness. All right.
No glaives.
Now what we're seeing is... I think that we're... So we press the Arcane Surge on pull. I think we're going to go for a 4-1-1 with what you were saying. I think if you press a 130 on pull, you get them... You're able to use it twice. And it's basically like a 140 kill time, which makes sense if you think that you can actually one phase the boss. But you as a result gain about 15 seconds of unbuffed boss. If you were going to two phase the boss regardless, you should have just committed to the 120 boss burn.
Well, I got bad news on the 4-1-1. We didn't get 4 of them on the first lines. We
3,
didn't
2,
even get
1.
3. We only got 2. So we're going for a 2-something.
Okay.
Here. Let's see how many they get this time around. That's not ideal.
This is looking
Let's see
like
how
my
many circles we have. We have 2 left. Okay, so it'll be a 2-2-2 is what they're going for here. But you can see this lets them get the surge back up for the burn window. This boss is going to be like 60% once we enter that burn window. They should be primed to one phase this boss for sure.
Their healer is exceedingly mad that they have 52 stacks right now, by the way.
I can't imagine they'd be very happy. Third set of lines go out. Can we get the final 2 chimes? Warlock getting absolutely alphaed there by the Mistweaver. Monkey says, nah, I got it. And there we go. Here is the Symphony cast from the boss here. Damage amp getting prepped. Burst window ready for the team. Boss about to take triple damage, and here we go. All of the buttons pressed, lighting up across the board. Show us the Arcane Burst. Look at Lura's HP start to get destroyed here. First Collapsing Star goes off here. Watch the end of the burst here for the Arcane Mage. The touch window is massive, instantly popping up 40k extra DPS, but it's not as much as I thought. But there it is, a final bit of burst damage. As the window starts to run out, they get the boss sub 10% in the burn. That's going to be more than enough, Tettles.
I think if they had Bloodlust, they would have been able to do it. At the same time, if that Lust enabled a more clean and consistent strategy on Viceroy Nazar, I think it makes sense. And for Bifan, they have struggled with consistency heavily, where now they are able to have a fairly clean run. They stop the clock at 17 minutes and 13 seconds on the 15th seed of the Triumvirate and execute the 2-1 victory.
I mean, again, it came down to the team that was able to have the cleanest run. Bifan able to send it home. The Arcane Mage securing a victory at the end of day 2 here, and they have joined the other 3 teams that have already secured their berths into the final day tomorrow, Tettles. We have 4 teams left on this weekend, but only 2 of them can qualify for the global finals.
Yeah, So let's throw the bracket so we can talk about the teams a little bit. We're going to be starting off tomorrow with the upper finals against Big Lucky and Interrupt. So it would be Big Lucky if all the teams got their Interrupt. Then in the bottom of the bracket, Bye Fan, I love you. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see you anymore. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to break up with you because I'm going with FTBZM in that lower bracket matchup. I feel like they are going to be the team that is going to be taking it down. But we're going to have the end of the China finals tomorrow is ironic. What is the matchup that you are the most excited for?
I mean, I'm ready to see if Big Lucky can be the team we're expecting them to be. They've been a team that really looks like they could be a team that competes with the top teams that we've had in the West. Can they continue that gameplay and send Interrupt to the lower bracket and just auto-qualify off that series alone? I think they can. I think they're favorites for sure. They've been the best team all weekend. That lower bracket run, though, I mean, I feel like Interrupt is a team that should be the second best team this weekend. But also I feel like both of those other two teams in the lower bracket have had maps that it feels like they should be out of the tournament already. So if they can keep defying the odds and winning maps that we feel like they're out of, they could upset Interrupt and be one of our two teams easily too. Either way, you're definitely not going to want to miss it. Tomorrow, we find out who our final two teams are going to be that qualifier for the global finals. You aren't going to want to miss it. We'll see you here tomorrow, same time, same place. Thanks for watching. We'll see you there.
Bye, fam. I love you.